Dear citizen Jiang Qiuqiu, your StarNet account balance is 1,231.3 credits. Hello, your housing lease will expire in 1 month. Did you forget? Miss Jiang Qiuqiu, your nutrition package service will end in 3 days. Would you like to renew it in advance? Miss Jiang Qiuqiu, your electricity bill, your StarNet usage fee. The end of the month is coming. Please remember to pay on time. After reading all these messages, Jiang Qiuqiu felt her heart go numb. What could be scarier than time travel? It was that she had traveled through time, only to end up poor. In her original world, Jiang Qiuqiu was a popular food blogger in the 21st century, with countless fans on social media platforms. But during a travel vlog shoot, an accident occurred, and she suddenly found herself in the Interstellar Era. Before she could marvel at the spaceships, robots, and holographic networks, before she could even process that humans now lived across planets, she was overwhelmed by the memories of her new identity, the original Jiang Qiuqiu of this world. This Jiang Qiuqiu was born on a lower-class planet within the Federation. When she was 8, her parents passed away, and she was sent to an orphanage. At 16, she was lucky enough to undergo a genetic test at the orphanage, which revealed she had B-level mental strength. With this, she received an admission letter from a prestigious school on the Federation's capital planet. But only a few days after enrolling, she offended someone powerful and was expelled. Unwilling to give up, she stayed on the capital planet, surviving on federal aid and part-time jobs while constantly filing complaints to the school, hoping for justice. But every letter she sent disappeared without a reply. By the time she turned 18, not a single response had come. Worse, the Federation only provided aid to minors under 18. Without that support, her meager wages were nowhere near enough to cover the high costs of living on the capital planet. On her 18th birthday, with no hope left, the original Jiang Qiuqiu ended her life. And on that very day, the Jiang Qiuqiu from the 21st century arrived. Once, she had been a young millionaire with more than 8 figures in her bank account. Now, she was a broke interstellar, the verge of bankruptcy. There was no time to dwell on sadness. From the original owner's memories, Jiang Qiuqiu learned that in the Federation, failing to pay bills was considered a serious crime. If payments were late, one could be sent to a low-level planet to mine, or forced to do cleaning work in harsh environments to pay off the debt. She quickly calculated how much she needed to pay by the end of the month. Electricity, water, and nutrient solution fees added up to about 1,100 credits. She had enough for this month, but next month's rent, internet, and other expenses would reach 2,800 credits, far beyond what she could afford. In the Interstellar Era, people without diplomas earned very little. Working hard all month would only bring in about 1,300 credits, which was nowhere near enough. She had to find another way, or she would end up in the mines right after getting a new chance at life. From the original owner's memories, she recalled that live streaming was very popular in this era. Maybe she could return to her old profession and make a living through food streaming? Once the idea came, she acted immediately. Jiang Qiuqiu opened the StarNet and began searching for information about food live streams. In this era, humanity was thriving, and the Federation was the dominant power. With a population of about 400 billion, everyone shared the same StarNet. Countless people were online, and the live streaming industry was booming. Feeling a surge of motivation, she switched to the live streaming section of StarNet and found the food category, a place the original owner had never visited. Countless live rooms appeared before her eyes. She clicked on a few from the rankings, and the most popular ones had hundreds of millions of viewers, real people, all watching. Even more surprising, this era's live streams had a virtual tasting function. Streamers could open a fully immersive virtual kitchen during their broadcast, allowing viewers to smell the food. Fans could even pay to virtually taste the dishes. Although Jiang Qiuqiu couldn't see the exact number of tastings, the endless stream of comments, the overwhelming number of viewers, and the hungry crowd all pointed to one thing. This was a river of credits waiting to flow into her hands. Right then, Jiang Qiuqiu made up her mind. With her skillful hands and cooking talent, she would survive in this new era. She would stream. Once she decided, she was eager to begin. First step, equipment. She opened the Interstellar Era shopping site. And then she discovered that even the cheapest food streaming setup cost nearly 5 figures. This was something Jiang Qiuqiu definitely couldn't afford right now. But there's always more than one path. If she couldn't buy it, she could rent it online. After comparing several options, Jiang Qiuqiu rented a basic food live streaming set for 300 star coins per month. With the equipment ready, she decided to first study the different types of dishes across the galaxy, so she could create her own menu. When she searched for vegetable categories, her soft, cute face froze in shock. Not only were the types of vegetables very limited, but the prices were unbelievably high. Every vegetable was sold individually, and just putting together one dish could leave her completely broke. Was her live streaming dream about to end before it even began? All because of money? She widened her round eyes and checked other ingredients. Expensive. Everything that grew from the ground was expensive. Wait. She noticed something unusual. Meat and eggs were actually cheap. Could it be that farming crops was harder than raising animals? No matter the reason, since meat was cheaper, her first live stream dish would be fried meat cutlets. On the Taotao Fresh platform, every product came with clear pictures and videos. Jiang Qiuqiu carefully studied the images, textures, and taste descriptions of the meats, then bought a few that looked most similar to pork. The problem was, in this new era, all the meat had different names. She wasn't sure if the old cooking methods would still bring out delicious flavors in these new ingredients. But that was fine. She trusted her cooking skills. After spending more than an hour experimenting in the kitchen, Jiang Qiuqiu finalized her first live stream menu: crispy fried meat cutlets. Now everything was ready. She just had to wait for the equipment to arrive. Waiting always made her anxious, so she forced herself to calm down and continued browsing the online network to learn more about this world. Luckily, interstellar delivery was incredibly fast. That very evening, Jiang Qiuqiu received her basic live streaming equipment and ingredients. It was the year 5355 of the Federation calendar, when a new food streamer named Jiang Qiuqiu suddenly appeared on the Federation's live streaming network. Her live stream room was ready. Now she just needed to give it a name. The name was the face of the channel. Since she was streaming to survive, she couldn't take this lightly. Jiang Qiuqiu took a deep breath and slowly typed the words that had been circling in her mind onto the screen. That day, Terry was, as usual, searching for new streamers in the food section. Terry was a hybrid from the Federation's new star. Because his evolution was incomplete, he carried wolf genes in his body. These gave him natural strength, sharper mental power, and also a very sensitive sense of taste. Since childhood, even drinking nutrient solution gave him a much stronger taste experience than others. He often thought that his kind was probably the group in the entire Federation that most hoped Blue Star's food traditions would never disappear. As he was reflecting on this, Terry noticed something unusual among the new streamers today. In a row of streams titled Recreating Ancient Earth Scrambled Eggs, Exploring Ways to Cook Quack Ducks, Classic Ancient Earth Cuisine, one stood out. Shocking. Why are people of all ages moved to tears? It turns out it's because they ate. What did they eat? Was it so bad it made them cry? Curious, he clicked into the stream. At first glance, Terry was disappointed. Oh, just another poor person from the slums hoping to change their fate through food streaming. Look at that cheap kitchen, the outdated virtual chef model, and the streaming sensor that had been obsolete for centuries. If you're going to stream, at least use better equipment. But soon his attention was caught. Jiang Qiuqiu had no choice. She knew the room ID she picked was a little embarrassing, but at this point, pride didn't matter anymore. And sure enough, within just a minute of going live, someone had entered her stream. She had chosen to show only her upper body, without revealing her face. Her delicate, fair hands, with a soft roundness to them, looked especially cute on camera. Terry, the streamer's hands are so small. Did you sneak into your parents' account to stream? Welcome, Terry the Wolf, to my food stream. I'm the host, Jiang Qiuqiu. Her hands paused slightly as she prepared the ingredients. The arrival of her very first viewer made her happy. But at his comment, she quickly replied, "No, the host is already an adult." Still, having someone there was a good start. She steadied her mood, picked up the prepared meat cut, and said, "Today's menu is fried gugu meat cutlet. We're using the tenderloin of a gugu beast that's about 1 year old. When we get this piece of meat, we first cut it into slices about the width of a finger. Do we just start frying like this?" At some point, a second viewer entered the live stream. While slicing the meat, Jiang Qiuqiu replied, "Not yet. After cutting the slices, we take the back of the knife and gently pound the meat to loosen the fibers." Wow, the host's voice is so sweet. Why not show your face to get more fans? More viewers joined as she spoke. Jiang Qiuqiu smiled. "Thanks, but I don't want to show my face for now." For her, making fried cutlets was simple and familiar. She had done the cross-pounding technique countless times before. Her eyes were focused, and her movements were quick. The silver blade moved back and forth, striking the meat with practiced rhythm. The viewers in the chat were amazed. Terry the Lone Wolf, is this painting or cooking? Just then, a few more people entered the stream and asked the same question. Can meat treated like this even be eaten? Of course, Jiang Qiuqiu explained. Pounding the meat breaks the fibers, making it more tender and tasty. Soon, the cutlet on the table had become thinner and larger. She pressed it lightly and felt it was just right. She lifted it up and showed the viewers. Like this is the right level. Next, she began preparing the coating. She cracked a bird's egg and brought out some breadcrumbs she had prepared earlier. She dipped the cutlet into the egg mixture, coating it evenly. The chat quickly lit up again. Terry the Lone Wolf. "Oh my, what is this? The meat already is flavor, and now you're adding egg? Are you making some kind of strange dish? Can this really be eaten?" "It can," Jiang Qiuqiu said with a smile. Coating it with egg and breadcrumbs before frying makes it crispier and gives it a richer taste. As she spoke, she uncovered the preheated oil pot and tested the temperature with a wave of her hand. Some viewers, unable to accept what they thought was strange cooking, quietly left the stream. Some people clicked in just because of the title, curious about the scene, and kept watching. Terry was also watching closely. Meat. After all, those with wolf genes loved meat the most. If meat wasn't so hard to prepare, he would want to eat it every single day. So he still held on to some hope. What if it turned out amazing? 004 delicious fried gugu cutlet. Humans seem to be born with a love for fried food. Even in the 21st century, everyone knew street fried snacks weren't always clean, but people still lined up at night markets for them. As the meat cutlet touched the warm oil, something magical happened. Even through the low-quality food streaming sensor, Terry felt as if he could smell the delicious aroma. Terry the Wolf, what is this? Did the host use magic? How can it smell this good all of a sudden? Jiang Qiuqiu chuckled. We're just getting started. Don't rush. When frying cutlets, you need to control the oil temperature. If it's too hot, the meat will turn tough. She teased, if there's any magic here, it's the magic of food. As they talked, the cutlets in the pan began to bubble gently. The egg and breadcrumbs slowly turned golden, and the smell of fried meat grew stronger and stronger. The timing is just right. Now we can take the cutlets out. Using long chopsticks, she lifted the golden cutlets onto a wooden board. The crispy crust crackled as it touched the surface, still hot to the touch. Terry stared at the holographic image of the beautiful, fragrant cutlet, nearly drooling. Wait, is this really gugu meat? That usually dry and stringy meat had turned into something that smelled this good? Terry the Wolf, has the host finished cooking already? Can you open the virtual tasting now? I want to try it. Nonstop. Please open it soon. One. The rich aroma filled the kitchen, and fans urged Jiang Qiuqiu to activate the tasting function. She smiled gently. Not yet, please wait a little longer. Then she picked up a sharp knife and quickly sliced the cutlet into even strips before bringing out a sauce she had prepared earlier, similar to tomato ketchup. All right, today's appetizer, the crispy fried gugu cutlet, is ready. When you taste it, you can dip the cutlet in this tomato sauce. The slight sourness helps balance the richness. After the introduction, Jiang Qiuqiu opened the virtual tasting module and said with a smile, "This is my first live stream, so the tasting is free." Since she was only a one-star streamer, Jiang Qiuqiu could open just 10 tasting slots. There were nearly 30 viewers in the room, so more than 20 people missed out when the slots were taken. In his dorm, Terry felt proud of himself. Thanks to his wolf-like reflexes, he had managed to grab the very first slot. When he clicked to taste, a plate of golden, crispy gugu cutlets appeared in front of him. Up close, the rich aroma of the fried cutlet filled his nose, instantly making his mouth water. He reached out with his paw, picked up a piece, and took a bite. The crispy coating gave way to tender, juicy meat, and the flavor burst in his mouth. Terry's eyes lit up at once. What was this? Was this really gugu meat? It was unbelievably delicious. After the first bite, he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, the whole plate was gone, leaving only one last piece. Terry froze. Wait, wasn't he just supposed to taste it? He nibbled the final piece slowly, but no matter how small the bites, it disappeared quickly. Staring at the empty plate, Terry felt, for the first time in his life, that eating could be such a memorable experience. Earnings: 100-star coins. Some were enjoying the food, while others who missed out were groaning in frustration. Hate nonstop. Why are there only 10 slots? It's impossible to grab one. Jiang Qiuqiu chuckled softly, her tone apologetic. I'm sorry, since I'm just a beginner streamer with only 1 star, I can only open 10 tasting slots. If you didn't get one, please follow me and come back tomorrow. I'll be live every evening at 8 o'clock. Hey, nonstop. You're so kind. I'm definitely following. Will you make cutlets again tomorrow? Tomorrow, I plan to make fried meatballs. If anyone is interested, please help spread the word. See you all tomorrow, and thank you for watching. After saying goodbye, Jiang Qiuqiu waved at the camera and went offline. Once the host logged out, the live room and the virtual kitchen both went dark. This was Jiang Qiuqiu's first time streaming in such a fully immersive environment, so she nervously checked the backend data. She had streamed for nearly 20 minutes. About 40 people had entered her room, more than 30 stayed, and by the end, over 20 had followed her. After analyzing the numbers for a while, she noticed a few comment notifications and one reward. That's when she realized the virtual tasting system also had a review feature. Viewers could leave comments and send tips after trying the dishes. Out of 10 tasters, there were 6 comments and 1 reward. The comments were all full of praise. I can't believe something this delicious exists. Even a new streamer can be this good. Could she be a true heir of ancient Earth cuisine? It was gone in 1 bite. Why is the portion so small? Jiang Qiuqiu noticed that this last comment came with a tip of 100-star coins. The user, Terry the Wolf, could be considered her very first fan. Since she hadn't signed a contract, she could only withdraw 40% of the reward, 40-star coins. It wasn't much, but the fact that she had earned something gave Jiang Qiuqiu endless confidence. After the stream, the system automatically saved the recording, and she could choose to upload it to her homepage. She followed the instructions, then finally let out a long breath of relief. After the excitement of streaming, perhaps from using her brain too much, Jiang Qiuqiu felt very tired. She quickly finished her meal, washed up, and then collapsed onto the bed in her small rented room. Meanwhile, Terry was still savoring the taste. After leaving a glowing review and tipping 100-star coins, he heard that Jiang Qiuqiu would stream again tomorrow. He immediately clicked follow. When he found out that tomorrow's dish would also be fried meat, his eyes lit up again. When his roommate Xiaodao came back, he saw Terry's eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaodao looked at the silly wolf and thought to himself, What's going on with Terry today? He looks so happy. Terry, you won't believe it. I just discovered an amazing new streamer in the Federation's food channel. You were watching food streams again? Yeah. Today I ate the most delicious gugu steak ever. I can't believe I only discovered something this good at the age of 31. It feels like I've wasted half my life. Is it really that amazing? Chiodao looked puzzled. And steak made from goo beast meat? Are you sure that can taste good? Honestly, most of the rations given to the squad were made from goo meat. Chiodao had eaten it a few times on the battlefield, and every time it made him want to gag. Even after he came back and drank nutrient solution, he felt it wasn't that bad compared to goo meat. And now someone was telling him that goo steak was delicious? Maybe this wolf had drunk too much nutrient solution and lost his sense of taste. 006, a super recommendation from the wolf with max taste buds. Chiodao's doubtful look made Terry let out a loud howl. Terry declared firmly, Chiodao, I'm a wolf. You know I have perfect taste buds. There's no way I could be wrong about food. That streamer's fried goo steak today was truly amazing. It's the best steak I've ever had. His confident tone made Chiodao hesitate. Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Terry even swore on his wolf tail. I bet you won't be able to resist that flavor. All right, I believe you. Brother, hurry up and open the StarNet. Follow her. She streams every day at 8 o'clock. Unable to resist his roommate's enthusiasm, Chiodao reluctantly opened StarNet and followed the new streamer named Jiang Jujiu. At that time, Jiang Jujiu only had 29 followers. Such a talented streamer with so few fans, Terry felt it was truly unfair. After finishing the steak and becoming Jiang Jujiu's #1 fan, Terry quickly gathered his energy and rushed into his own community circle. Everyone knew that the Federal StarNet was the biggest platform, with countless users browsing every day. To help people get along and communicate better, StarNet had many community circles divided by race. People of the same kind could gather and chat together. As a wolf hybrid, Terry had joined a circle called Exceptionally Sensitive Tongues. This group included wolf hybrids, dog hybrids, cat hybrids. All kinds of people with excellent taste buds. The people who hung around here spent almost every day talking about what to eat, what wouldn't make them feel sick, how to overcome their instincts, and when they could finally stop drinking that awful nutrient solution. Terry often joined in, always looking for something tasty. Today, he made a post. Today I ate the most delicious meat in the world. In the post, Terry described in detail how Jiang Jujiu made fried pork cutlets, what they looked like, and of course, his most excited part was sharing how amazing they tasted. He wrote about how crispy and fragrant they were, how the juice burst out with every bite, how the meat was tender but not tough, lean but not dry, rich but not greasy, and how the flavor lingered for a long time. It read almost like a short essay. People who saw his heartfelt words asked him which live stream he was watching. Excited, Terry shared Jiang Jujiu's channel. When they saw the tiny number of followers compared to Terry's glowing praise, they were immediately suspicious. Could this be a fake fan hired by the streamer? But when some doubted him, Terry fought back. He proudly showed off the warrior medals and military honors he had earned in the Wolf clan. Onlookers, better not mess with him. He's actually a powerful hybrid who once fought the insect race. Then they looked again at his glowing praise. Oh, if someone like him says it's good, maybe it really is. Thanks to his reputation and medals, Terry's post quickly became popular. Jiang Jujiu's livestream followers jumped from a few dozen to a few hundred. Satisfied, Terry logged out of the clan forum, and before going to bed, he even shared the post in his family group. He thought to himself, Jujiu's pork cutlets are so good that my life as a wolf feels complete. Such a talented streamer must not be overlooked. As her #1 fan, I'll make sure she becomes popular. That night, Terry dreamed that the streamer discovered everything he had done, felt deeply moved, and then placed dozens of pork cutlets in front of him. Terry was so touched that tears of joy rolled down his face. 007. Did someone just stir up the entire Beast clan? The next morning, Jiang Jujiu woke up after a long sleep. With the end of the month getting closer, she opened her live stream dashboard out of habit, just like she used to on Earth. She glanced at her follower count and froze in shock. Yesterday, she only had a little over 20 followers, but today it suddenly jumped to more than 1,000. What was going on? Even with so many people in the Federation, Growth this fast was unbelievable. Jiang Qiuqiu was happy for quite a while. Around 11 a.m., someone knocked on her door. "Hello, Miss Jiang Qiuqiu. Your order of D1 nutrient solution has arrived. Please confirm receipt." It turned out to be the delivery robot. After handing over the nutrient solution, the robot asked, "Your subscription will expire in 2 days. Would you like to renew it now?" The renewal cost was 300 star coins, but Jiang Qiuqiu's money was very limited. Feeling short on funds, she shook her head. "No, thank you. I'll renew it myself when the time comes." "Understood. Have a pleasant day." Without pressing further, the robot left for the next delivery. Holding the nutrient solution, Jiang Qiuqiu realized she was actually a bit hungry. She touched her stomach, opened the cap, and without thinking too much, tilted her head back and drank it down. 1 second, 2 seconds. In the original owner's memory, nutrient solution had never been considered unpleasant. So, even though Jiang Qiuqiu had often seen people online complain that it tasted awful, she had only guessed that maybe the more expensive ones tasted worse. But today, caught off guard, the liquid rushed down her throat, and an indescribable taste spread instantly. It was said that this type of nutrient solution was first created by early Federation settlers, who extracted energy liquid from mineral crystals when food was scarce. The result was something with no resemblance to real food, filled with a metallic tang, a salty fishy note, and other strange flavors impossible to describe. All of it mixed together. Jiang Qiuqiu's little face twisted in discomfort. At that moment, she swore to herself. She would work hard to earn money, and once she had enough, she would eat real food every day. Never again would she drink this 10-coin liquid poison. She would have proper meals. It took her about 10 minutes to recover from the unpleasant taste. But surprisingly, after just that small tube, she felt her energy return, and her empty stomach no longer felt hungry. At noon, Jiang Qiuqiu opened Taodao Fresh Market online. She browsed through the ingredients, checked their features, and bought some affordable items. She also tried to match the new ingredients with the ones she already had. Time passed quickly, and soon it was almost 8 o'clock. Jiang Qiuqiu turned on StarNet and her streaming equipment, opening her live room at exactly 7:59. Terry received the StarNet notification right away and quickly entered Jiang Qiuqiu's live room titled, "Shocking." "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to my cooking live stream. I'm Jiang Qiuqiu, and today's recipe is fried meatballs." With a quick motion, a large piece of beast meat appeared on the cutting board. She went straight to the point and introduced, "Today's fried meatballs will be made with beast meat." Maybe because more people had joined the stream, the chat started to fill with doubts as soon as she spoke. Changbei Tiger. Honestly, is beast meat even edible? Isn't it just a little better than low-grade nutrient paste? Episode 008. Fried beast meatballs. Beast meat, if not handled properly, can have a sour smell. But once treated correctly, the texture becomes firm and pleasantly springy. Meatballs made from it are absolutely delicious. Changbei Tiger. I still think the host is just bluffing. Terry the Wolf. No, I believe her. The host has the magic touch that turns anything into treasure. That comment made Jiang Qiuqiu laugh, but she didn't waste time and got back to cooking. She steadied herself, took out a sharp knife, and quickly sliced the beast meat into strips. Then she switched to a large cleaver and began mincing it finely. With over 1,000 viewers watching, her hands moved even faster. Her small hands wielding the big knife, chopping with skill, left the audience amazed. Changbei Tiger. That technique? Young lady, have you chopped through alien bugs in the army before? Alright, now the beast meat has been minced into paste. She lifted a bit with chopsticks. This texture is just right. Next, we add some garlic water and a little oil. Stir in one direction until the liquid blends well with the meat paste, then we can move on to the next step. She gave the minced meat a close-up shot. That was enough to make Changbei Tiger restless. He tugged the person next to him. Look. What kind of strange chef is this streamer Terry recommended? Who cuts meat into such crumbly pieces? Is this pet food or what? After finishing training with the team, It was around 8 o'clock. He and his colleague, Chongbei, had eaten to regain their strength and were now resting at the military base. Just then, the StarNet sent a reminder that a live stream was about to begin. Thinking it would be a good way to relax, he clicked on it. When Chongbei heard it was a food blogger Terry highly recommended, he leaned in with interest. But as soon as the stream started, he began criticizing. Using that kind of beast meat is one thing, but chopping it up like pet food? That's too much. I have to say something. Come on, maybe it's just a cooking method. She's just a young girl after all. Before he could finish, Chongbei had already angrily sent his comment. If you're cooking meat, do it properly. Chopping it like this makes it look unappetizing. I'd never eat something that looks like pet food. There were many viewers and more comments started appearing. Jiang Qiuqiu, the streamer, couldn't possibly reply to them all, and she completely ignored Chongbei's negative remark. The minced meat is ready. Now we can shape it into meatballs. Someone asked if it was like rolling clay into little balls. No, that would be too slow. She explained that when making meatballs for a feast, there could be hundreds or even thousands, and hand rolling would take forever. We have a special method. She washed her hands, took out a spoon from the cupboard, and then her performance began. She grabbed a handful of meat, clenched her fist, leaving a small opening between her thumb and index finger. With a gentle squeeze, out popped a perfectly round meatball. A quick scoop with the spoon, and it landed neatly on the plate. We just repeat this step. As she spoke, her hands moved quickly, and before anyone realized, 10 nearly identical meatballs were already on the plate. And just like that, we have a plate of meatballs. The chat went silent for a moment, then exploded with excitement. What kind of skill is this? I've never seen it before. Her hands are so fast. The meatballs look so springy, and her hands too. They both look amazing. Everyone was praising how nice the meatballs looked, but Terry was the only one who spoke honestly. Is the streamer about to fry them? Hurry up and fry the meatballs. I can't wait. 009. I won't eat. It's so delicious. Don't rush, everyone. When frying meatballs, we need to pay attention to the oil temperature. After waiting for a while, Jiang Qiuqiu lifted the lid of the pot. Tiny bubbles were rising from the bottom of the oil. She reached out to test it. Perfect. When the oil looks like this, we can put the meatballs in. The springy little meatballs rolled into the hot oil in slow motion. At first, no one paid much attention when the small meatballs sank into the big pot of oil. But soon, in less than a minute, the oil began to sizzle and bubble. The meatballs that had sunk to the bottom slowly floated up, and even through the livestream sensors, an irresistible aroma spread out. The rich smell of meat instantly conquered the strong men watching. What is this amazing smell? Terry the Lone Wolf. This is the smell we love most. Meat, meat, meat. Most of the viewers in Jiang Qiuqiu's stream today were from Terry's circle. For beast folk, the love of meat needed no explanation. It was written into their very genes. As a hybrid warrior of the Federal Legion, Chongbei carried the strongest beast genes, along with the deepest love for meat. When the scent reached him through the livestream sensors, he froze. Tears of shock welled up, and he muttered while tugging at Qiudao's sleeve. Qiudao, what is this smell? It's so fragrant. The smell of delicious meat. I'm falling for it. Is this what love smells like? Qiudao pulled at him, speechless. It does smell good, but you're falling too fast. Don't get carried away. Just keep watching. Maybe there'll be a tasting session later. Yes. Chongbei rubbed his hands together in excitement. It smelled amazing. He wondered if it would taste just as good. Even if it didn't matter. With such a fragrance, he could use gene technology to turn it into a perfume. Then the whole universe would be filled with his favorite scent. What a wonderful universe this would be. Truly, he was in love. The most important part of making fried meatballs is keeping them tender and juicy after frying. This requires very precise control of the heat. Too long or too short in the hot oil can ruin the taste. Jiang Qiuqiu was an expert at this. With a gentle pinch of her long chopsticks, she knew they were ready. Using a small strainer, she scooped them out smoothly, and soon a plate of golden fried bibisha meatballs was ready. Once out of the oil, the aroma became even stronger. The live chat was filled with people urging Jiang Qiuqiu to open the virtual tasting. Quick, open the tasting. I'm amazed by this flavor. Is the host the head chef of the Federal Central Restaurant? Terry the Wolf. No way. The head chef wouldn't be this poor, right? Then it must be a flower of flavor blooming in a humble home. The compliments were so over the top that Jiang Qiuqiu chuckled softly. All right, I'll open the tasting now. As soon as she set it up, the 10 small tasting slots were instantly taken. Qiu Dao and Chongbei were the first to grab spots. The moment they did, a plate of meatballs appeared in front of them. Up close, the smell was even richer. Each little round ball was shiny and smooth. Chongbei moved first, picking one up and popping it into his mouth. The salty and savory flavors burst out as his teeth sank into the meatball. The satisfaction was so strong that he let out a muffled sound, then quickly reached for more, eating one after another. Qiu Dao looked calm and steady, but his speed at eating meatballs was no slower. The same scene played out for all 10 lucky tasters. 0-10 Then let's make 100 more plates of fried meatballs. After the 10 tasting slots were gone, Terry sat in front of his empty screen, stunned. He had been too busy chatting in the live comments and was just 1 second too late. Those greedy people. They snatched everything. He felt so foolish. Why had he shared this treasure of a streamer with others yesterday? Now that more people knew, he couldn't even get a spot himself. Terry, I'm so upset. Qiu, I didn't get a spot. Why only 10? Can't you add more? Yeah, can't the host add more spots? A whole crowd of fans who could only smell but not taste the meatballs started clamoring loudly. Some viewers even joked in the chat, "Streamer Qiu, my grandpa is watching with me. He said if he can't get a tasting spot, he'll be so disappointed. My dad too, my mom too, even my great-grandma." The comments were funny, with all kinds of relatives being mentioned. Jiang Qiuqiu could tell everyone was joking, but behind the jokes was a real longing to try her cooking. Every cook hopes to be recognized. In this new world, the way people appreciated Jiang Qiuqiu's skills gave her strength. Since I'm only a 1-star streamer, I can only open 10 tasting spots. Each dish can only be recorded once for data. Her voice was soft and gentle, making people imagine a bright-eyed little fairy speaking. Well, who could bear to push such a sweet girl? The viewers quickly filled the chat with messages like, "Forget it, we'll try again tomorrow." But just as they said that, Jiang Qiuqiu, who had finished making fried meatballs, picked up her knife again and took out a large piece of meat from the temperature-controlled box. Terry immediately asked, "Are you making a new dish? Do we still have a chance?" Jiang Qiuqiu's hands moved quickly. "Not really. I also think choosing only 10 out of more than 2,000 is too few, but as a 1-star streamer, I can only open 10 tasting spots per dish." Then she added with a smile, "So I decided to make more meatballs, that way everyone can at least taste a little." As she spoke, she cut the beast meat into thin strips. Making fried meatballs wasn't hard for her, though chopping so much meat could make her hands sore. After cutting a large piece, she shook her hands lightly, let out a small breath, then took out a spoon and a big square tray. The viewers in her live stream saw the small girl chopping meat nonstop. Once the minced meat was ready, her hands moved quickly, shaping one springy little meatball after another, dropping them neatly onto the white tray. Then came the frying. The second batch of meatballs didn't come with detailed explanations or fancy plating. Jiang Qiuqiu simply used the 10 small bowls she had at home. "There isn't much beast meat left, so instead of 12 meatballs per plate, I'll put 5. That way, everyone can still have a taste." After speaking, she opened the virtual tasting system. When setting the options, she clicked on "Selected participants cannot be chosen again," then swept all the meatballs on the table into the system one by one. I've already uploaded the meatballs. I hope everyone enjoys them, and if you do, please help spread the word about me. I want to level up to a 2-star streamer as soon as possible. Thank you all. No one expected Jiang Qiuqiu to sound so soft and sweet. Because of that, another 100 portions were quickly taken. Among the viewers, Terry Wolf was fast enough to grab a spot in the second round. Chewing the delicious meatballs, he joined the other fans in the chat, filling the screen with, "Chiu Chiu is the best." Seeing the flood of thanks, Jiang Chiu let out a small laugh. After chatting with her fans for a while, a heavy wave of tiredness suddenly washed over her. She shook her head lightly and said, "All right, that's it for today's stream. Tomorrow's menu, braised beast meat. See you all at 8 o'clock sharp." She waved at the camera, then leaned on the table, finding it hard to even stand steadily. 011 A strange hunger. The original Jiang Chiu had once worked as a laborer. She had been tested with a B level of mental strength. Although she had never received formal training and couldn't fully use that potential, making a few meatballs should never have left her this exhausted. Could it be that her arrival had weakened the body?
No.
Jiang Chiu pressed a hand to her chest, her face turning pale. If her senses weren't lying, the body itself hadn't grown weaker. Was it because she hadn't fully gained control of it yet? But why did the exhaustion only appear after cooking? Before she could figure it out, a rich, savory smell suddenly filled her mind. Her round eyes turned toward the pile of meatballs in the kitchen. At that moment, Jiang Chiu felt it. She was hungry. Extremely hungry. Her instincts told her she needed a large amount of food. The fried meatballs she made herself were far better than any nutrient solution. Picking up a spoon, she sat at the table and began to eat. The beast meat had a texture similar to beef. Ground into a slightly coarse paste, shaped into balls, and fried until golden. The meatballs were taken out at just the right time. With one bite, they still held a bit of chewiness, making the taste even richer and more satisfying. The only drawback was that they were really too small. She could eat several in just one bite. Luckily, she had made plenty, so there was no need to worry about running out. After eating and drinking for quite a while, the heavy exhaustion in her body finally began to fade. But even though the tiredness was gone, her mind still felt weary. Rubbing her head, Jiang Chiu didn't even have the energy to check the comments. She simply lay down on the bed in a hurry. Everything around Jiang Chiu grew quiet, but the impact of her delicacies was still echoing in the hearts of the 110 lucky people chosen today. For example, Qiu Dao. For example, Chongbei. After swallowing a fried meatball in one go, Chongbei fell into a dazed state. This is unbelievable. Is this really the same beast meat we usually eat? It feels like my taste buds have entered another world. I was too narrow-minded before. She's not just someone who makes pet food, she's carrying on the legacy of ancient Earth cuisine. This flavor is unstoppable. He praised Jiang Chiu with great passion, then turned to his companion with dissatisfaction. "Qiu Dao, why aren't you saying anything? It is delicious, but we are soldiers of the Federation. We must remain calm, but we're not at war right now. Even so, we must maintain the image of the First Legion, but there's no one else here except us." Qiu Dao was still speaking when Chongbei suddenly stared at his head and chuckled. "Ha, Qiu Dao, you're so reserved." Qiu Dao froze, not understanding why the topic had suddenly changed. "You clearly like it, but you keep saying calm. I never said I didn't like it, you think it's amazingly delicious too, don't you?" Chongbei suddenly jumped up and playfully tugged at Qiu Dao's ear.
See?
"You're so happy your beasters came out." Qiu Dao's furry ears had indeed appeared, and when they were touched, his cheeks turned red. He turned his head away, looking a little upset. Realizing he might have gone too far, Chongbei quickly revealed his own striped beast ears and tail. "Qiu Dao, I didn't mean anything by it. The meatballs are just too good. Showing ears is totally normal. Look, I even showed my tail." He chattered on while circling around Qiu Dao, until Qiu Dao finally raised a hand and pushed his face away. "All right, I get it." While the two were happily chatting, a deep voice suddenly interrupted them. "Qiu Dao, Chongbei, what are you doing?" The beast-like parts of their bodies instantly froze. On the wall of the First Legion's commander's office hung only two things: the national flag of the Federation and the Legion's own banner. Other than a meeting table, there was nothing else inside. No personal belongings at all. The clean, sharp style of the office perfectly matched its owner, General Mosi, the Federation's first general. The man stood beneath the two flags. Tall and straight, he was at least 195 centimeters. Even when facing Chongbei and Xiaodao, who were both around 180 centimeters, his presence was overwhelming. He wore a dark green uniform without any decoration, yet even in such plain attire, his aura was sharp and commanding, like a blade in the night. Chongbei, Xiaodao, did you finish your basic training this afternoon? Report, General, yes. The two answered in unison. Mosi checked the training records. Their tasks had indeed been completed well. So, if you finished your tasks, why do you still look so nervous? Why ask, when you already know the reason? So, what were you just doing?
This.
Normally, when the general wasn't around, Chongbei was confident and talkative. But in front of him, he suddenly stuttered. Xiaodao, calmer, stepped forward to explain. General, we were just watching a food live stream. Watching a live stream? He repeated the words, his tone unreadable. Chongbei quickly promised he would never watch live streams at the base again. There's no need for that. As long as your training is complete, I allow you to do anything that doesn't break Federation law to relax your mind. But next time, be mindful of your actions. From a distance, Mosi had seen his two adjutants tangled together, one blushing, the other laughing and coaxing. It had made him think, I thought the pressure was too much and you two had gotten together. Chongbei, Xiaodao. They exchanged a look, both showing clear disdain, and shouted in unison. No, absolutely not. After answering Mosi's question, Xiaodao and Chongbei left the office one after the other. Because of the earlier misunderstanding, they didn't even want to walk side by side. Instead, they kept a small distance, one in front and one behind, chatting while watching the live stream. Hey Xiaodao, did you see this? While we were gone, people rated Jiang Jiujiu's food. Chongbei looked at the ratings, first shocked, then pleased.
See?
The public agrees with me. All good reviews. Meat really is the best food in the world. You're so full of yourself. But it's true. By the way, Xiaodao, did you leave a review? If you did, show me. As they talked, they ended up walking side by side again. At the same time, they both posted glowing reviews and even sent Jiang Qiujiao a tip of 1,000 star coins. Around 10:30, Jiang Qiujiao's livestream replay was uploaded to her homepage. Out of the 110 viewers who had tasted the fried BB meatballs, 95% left their own reviews. The straightforward beast gene hybrids, after reading the comments, simply felt happy that everyone seemed to share the same taste. They cheerfully went off to their own circles to discuss this hidden treasure of a streamer, Jiang Jiujiu. Only one passing streamer detective noticed the truth.
Huh?
Who is this streamer? She's only been live for 2 days, so how does she already have so many fans? Is this some kind of marketing account? Wait a second. Are these virtual tasting scores fake? A perfect 5.0 average? But then, after checking the accounts of some reviewers, the detective couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 013 Which Legion's little darling is being promoted? Federation Livestream Forum. Did some military family's daughter just start a food livestream? I think I just saw something shocking. Come on, how shocking can it be? Did old Shua show up again? Is there a new rising star? A new food streamer appeared with 100% 5-star reviews. But that's not the main point. The key is who the reviewers are. Fine, I won't keep you guessing. Here are a few random people I picked from the comment section. In the Federation, hybrids with beast genes usually had stronger mental power than ordinary people. The strong admired strength, so most of them went to military academies and eventually became part of the Federal Army. Terry was an exception. He carried the Federation's strongest wolf beast genes, graduated from the best military academy in the galaxy, and after graduation joined the mercenary system, quickly becoming an outstanding fighter. The circle he moved in was full of people like that. The ones who responded to his post had backgrounds almost identical to his. Not to mention, thousands had competed for the chance. Only those with quick reflexes and strong mental power managed to get in. So when Detective Joao randomly picked a few names, the results were all top-tier candidates from the major legions. These are verified identities. Hidden and anonymous users won't be listed. 1. The moon doesn't understand my heart. Deputy Commander of the 11th Legion, outstanding graduate of the Federation's first military academy, class of 5032, no insects in the world. Deputy Commander of the 2nd Legion, outstanding graduate of the first military academy, year 52973, Watson. Ranked top 50 on the Federation Mercenary Leaderboard 4. Detective Joao casually listed 7 or 8 names, and the forum audience, who had only been watching quietly, suddenly filled the screen with question marks. Such a lineup of Legion elites. Is this a live broadcast or a military conference? What's the streamer's name? I want to check it out. I saw the name you shared. Took a look. Doesn't seem like someone from a wealthy family. Yeah, looks kind of poor. The streaming background is tiny, and the equipment is the cheapest kind. Would the military really hype this up? So all these Legion officers showed up on their own? Curiosity spread quickly. Could it be that this streamer, Jiang Jiujiu, really made food that delicious? But the stream had already ended, and the virtual tasting slots were gone. All people could do was speculate. Was the food truly amazing? Or was it just hype? The post grew hotter, more people joined in, and discussions about Jiang Jiujiu spread in all directions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the terminal, Merlin suddenly stood up in shock. A middle-aged man in uniform rushed over, looking anxious. Miss Merlin, show me what this is. Merlin frowned, clearly upset. Why is someone else getting attention before me? Merlin was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Deus family, one of the Federation's noble houses. She was about to graduate from the Federation's Academy for Noble Ladies. To ensure she would enter high society as a top socialite and a prime candidate for marriage alliances, the Deus family had carefully planned a series of publicity campaigns for her. This included appearing in the federal live streaming zone to build her image, creating the persona of a young lady with perfect cooking skills and a flawless personality. Merlin valued fame greatly. To better match this persona, she had been practicing her cooking skills for nearly half a year. Just as she was about to succeed, she saw this kind of news. What nonsense about some beloved young lady being promoted? In her anger, the butler quickly used his StarNet terminal, scanned through the post and Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He bowed and said, Miss Merlin, this post is only speculation. That streamer seems to just be a girl from the slums. Seems? She gave a cold laugh. I don't like seems. 014, living on your own skills. The best. For some reason, the post that had been pinned high on the forum was suddenly pushed down. Detective Joao had been looking for streams to gain followers, not to make enemies. For someone to lower the ranking of a post here. Sure enough, before long, a high-level account sent him a private message, offering to make a deal. After receiving the money, he sighed to himself. He had originally wanted to help that not-so-wealthy little girl gain some popularity and earn a bit, but now he could only say she was unlucky. Outside, storms were brewing, but at home, Jiang Qiuqiu knew nothing. On a bright morning, she woke up hungry, opened her livestream room, and checked the comments. A flood of praise poured in, making her cover her face and smile. After reading the reviews, she was surprised to find that many people had given her tips after tasting her food. The highest single tip was 1,000 star coins. Altogether, her stream yesterday had earned her 3,300 star coins. She really was amazing. At this rate, the federal streaming platform might come to sign her. She decided to wait until the end of the month to see if she could get a contract. If she did, she would save a lot on withdrawal fees. Humming a tune, she went to wash up. In the mirror, the black-haired, black-eyed girl's cheeks were slightly red, her face full of energy. With real skills in hand, she could go anywhere without fear. Now that she had some money, Jiang Qiuqiu treated herself by buying a small bag of rice on Taotao Fresh. Rice. The staple food rooted deep in the soul of the Huaxia people. Only after eating rice could one truly say they had eaten a meal. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Qiuqiu opened her livestream room right on time. Although she had only been streaming for 2 days, she already had a small group of loyal viewers. As soon as the room opened, people who had been waiting rushed in. Welcome everyone to my food live stream. Today's menu, braised gugu meat. As the comments increased, Jiang Qiuqiu noticed that there seemed to be more new viewers today. Some usernames didn't have animal references and even sounded a bit poetic. Just watching, glad to have you here. Today's dish is a little more complicated. First, the ingredients. When making braised gugu meat, it's best to use meat from a gugu beast that's about a year old. Her loyal fan, Terry, quickly joined in. Terry the wolf. Not making delicious fried meat today? Fried meat is tasty, but I've already had it for 2 days, Jiang Qiuqiu said cheerfully. We should try something new. As she spoke, she lifted the piece of meat she had chosen. The biggest difference between braised gugu meat and fried cutlets is the choice of meat. For cutlets, we use tenderloin. But for braised gugu meat, we need this part with both fat and lean layers. It was what people usually called pork belly. The sight of the white fat seemed to bring back bad memories for many in the Interstellar audience. The comments filled with, "You can't eat that? Too greasy, I can't handle it." Someone asked if they could just use lean meat. Jiang Qiuqiu shook her head. The best choice for this dish is pork belly. Don't worry, since I decided to make this dish, I'm confident it will turn out well. Her voice was usually soft and sweet, but when she spoke about cooking, something she was skilled at, her tone became firm and convincing. She made the audience believe in her. And she added, don't miss the last dish, because here, the most delicious one is always the next dish. With the inspiring words finished, it was time to show her skills. Jiang Qiuqiu picked up the cleaver, and with quick, steady movements, she cut the long of pork belly into neat, evenly sized cubes. 15 new fans before we start braising. We need to blanch the meat first. After the meat simmered in the pot for a while, the water filled with foam and impurities. Jiang Qiuqiu gently stirred with her spatula. Once the foam rises, we'll take the meat out and set it aside. At this stage, the pork belly already carried a faint, savory aroma. Words can never fully capture the feeling. A faint aroma of meat drifted through the sensors to the viewers' terminals, and suddenly the live chat filled with excited comments. Most of these people had come after reading Detective Shu's post yesterday, curious to see whether Jiang Qiuqiu was truly the military's rising star or simply a talented cook. At first, when they entered the stream, they only thought her voice was pleasant and her cooking seemed organized, but they stayed cautious, just watching. Then the rich fragrance of the braised pork spread, and the chat instantly boiled over. It really smells amazing. This feels different from other streamers. I thought this dish couldn't be made tasty, but the way she's handling it looks great. What's the next step for the braised pork? Can we eat it yet? Jiang Qiuqiu had just drained the pork belly and was preparing the spices. Looking up at the flood of comments, she made a slightly embarrassed face. Does it already smell that strong after just blanching? She bent down to sniff, only a faint meaty scent. She sighed with a smile. Everyone's sense of smell is really sharp. Actually, this dish is delicious in many ways. Whether it's made into cutlets, braised, stewed, or steamed, each method has its own flavor. The braised version takes a bit longer. We're only at the beginning, so please be patient. I prepared extra today, so more people will get a chance to taste it. With that, she heated the pan, swirled the spatula twice, and spread the oil evenly across the bottom. The viewers were stunned. Wait, this amazing smell is just the beginning? The dish hasn't even started yet? How can it already smell this good? Is the streamer exaggerating? At first, Terry was amused by everyone's surprise, but when he saw people doubting Jiang Qiuqiu, he quickly logged in with his account to defend her. Terry the wolf. Qiuqiu never exaggerates. If this is your first time watching, trust me, this little bit of aroma is nothing yet. Terry the wolf. And don't just talk about the smell. Wait until you win a tasting spot, then you'll know what real flavor is. His confident tone, as if he were the spokesperson of the stream, made Jiang Qiuqiu laugh. Thank you, Terry the wolf, for your support. I've noticed everyone here is very good with words. Reading your comments always makes me happy. Terry the Lone Wolf. Of course. I'm Choo Choo's most loyal fan, so when it comes to grabbing a spot today, can you give me a little shortcut? The spots are controlled by the system backstage. I can't change the settings. Terry the Lone Wolf. Size alright. While we were talking, the ingredients have already released a wonderful aroma. Now, add the drained pork belly into the pan. The meat sizzled with the garlic, and soon an even stronger fragrance filled the air, completely capturing the senses of the starry-eyed fans. They believed it now. The earlier aroma was just a small preview. Smells amazing. It looks so delicious. Before long, Jang Chiochio gracefully lifted her hand, pouring in bowl after bowl of seasonings. As she added them, she explained, "First, add some cooking wine to remove any strong smell. While stir-frying, we can add a little bee honey. If you like sweetness, add more. If not, just a little. Finally, we add some black mushrooms. This way, during the braising process, the meat will take on a beautiful reddish-brown color." 016 with new doubts. This sudden mix of so many ingredients left the audience puzzled. Wait, with all that added, is it even edible? Bee honey? Its taste is unusual, sweet with a hint of bitterness. Can that really go with meat? And black mushrooms? Adding that to pork? Many had never even heard of such a thing. These seasonings are so strange. The calm atmosphere ended the moment Jiang Chiochio poured a large amount of water into the pan. What is this? So confusing. Why add water to perfectly good meat? The aroma seems to have disappeared. It's starting to look unappetizing. Why do this? For the viewers, this step of adding water after frying was completely unfamiliar. The fragrance that had filled the air was suddenly washed away, giving the impression that the dish had failed. And when more people start talking, criticism follows. Some began to say, "Is the streamer getting overconfident now that more people are watching? Why not just stick to simple fried dishes instead of showing off? So young, and already choosing such a strange recipe. Not a good choice at all. Is that all you can cook, just those two dishes? If not, then so be it. Even if it's the same as yesterday, we're still happy to watch." The comments grew faster and stranger. Lying in his dorm watching the stream, Terry was annoyed. Had these people even seen Jiang Chiochio's past streams? Had they ever tasted her food? Could they even cook? Yet here they were, giving orders from behind a screen. Ridiculous. Unhappy, he sent a message into the chat, arguing with the clueless viewers. One of them arrogantly challenged him to meet in real life. Terry chuckled and quickly gave his work address. Terry the Lone Wolf, Mercenary Hall of the Federation. My name is everywhere. If you want a duel, you're welcome anytime. Smiley face. The challenger thought he was bluffing and was about to reply, but after checking Terry's profile, he quickly backed down and went silent. Meanwhile, Chongbei and Xiaodao were watching together, and Chongbei was restless. Why, Xiaodao, why? She already finished cooking. Why add so much water? It'll taste bad. Too soft, too mushy, and it'll smell strange. Should I type something? I feel so uncomfortable that I suggest you don't. Xiaodao flicked his tail. You're not her assistant. Someone who's never even touched a pan, trying to lecture Miss Jiang, who has already made amazing dishes. Don't you think that's like a rookie soldier challenging you to a fight without reason? You might be right. And don't repeat your last mistake. Last time, he had criticized her cooking while secretly eating it with tears in his eyes, moved by how good it was. That had been embarrassing enough. Remembering his own blunder, Chongbei quickly fell silent. The chat was so lively that Jiang Chiochio couldn't ignore it. After adding water, covering the pot, and adjusting the heat, she stepped back and sat down. From the side angle, the camera caught her delicate jawline, reminding everyone clearly that she was indeed a young girl. All right, I hope everyone can stop arguing. This is a cooking stream, not a debate stream. Jiang Chiochio smiled. Shouldn't we wait until the dish is finished before judging whether this method works or not? She told everyone clearly that the braised cuckoo meat would be ready in 20 minutes. For food debates, It's better to taste first before talking, she added. Her confidence in her own cooking almost overflowed from the screen, but it was exactly this confidence that made her so charming. 017 A million star coins for catching stars. While the braised meat simmered in the pot, Jiang Qiuqiu took out a grain-like plant she had prepared earlier and began washing it. Is the streamer making 2 dishes today? This one isn't really a dish, Jiang Qiuqiu explained as she prepared to steam the rice. She had read up on ancient Earth history in the Federation, and now she shared a little knowledge with her viewers. This is a staple food recreated by the Agricultural Bureau from ancient Earth's Huaxia people, rice. Staple food? Does that mean the main kind of food? You could say that. It's usually eaten with other dishes, and it has a light, natural sweetness. Just thinking about eating rice today made her mouth water. Jiang Qiuqiu's mood was bright. All right, first we rinse the raw rice twice, then put it into a container, add the right amount of water, and start cooking. The rice and the braised cuckoo meat will both be ready in about 10 minutes. Then we can enjoy them together. Someone asked if the salty braised meat and the slightly sweet rice would taste strange when eaten together. Of course not. The sweetness of rice is different. It's not sugary, but more like a gentle aftertaste when you chew. After answering a few more questions about rice from the chat, Jiang Qiuqiu rubbed her wrist and sat back on a stool by the kitchen. The live stream camera shifted, showing more of her in the frame. Since the next 10 minutes would be quiet, she decided to take the chance to chat with her new fans. As soon as she said that, a highlighted comment popped up. Qiuqiu, are you the little princess of the Federal Legion? Jiang Qiuqiu almost choked. What princess? Fans who had come from a detective forum quickly explained the rumor in a few words. Jiang Qiuqiu moved the camera around a room with a small smile and explained, No, I'm just an ordinary citizen of the Federation. Someone then asked where her cooking skills came from. I learned them slowly from my family's recipe book. It was quite interesting. When the original owner traveled from a lower star to the Federation, she did bring along a recipe book. But since she wasn't very good at cooking, the book was eventually lost. That missing book, with no way to prove its existence, actually gave Jiang Qiuqiu a convenient excuse. After answering a few casual questions, 7 or 8 minutes passed. Jiang Qiuqiu stood up, ready to wait by the pot, when suddenly a golden, sparkling message with special effects floated across the screen. A level 15 supporter, someone who had tipped over 100 million star coins, appeared and asked, What made you choose to stream on the Federation net? She happened to see the question and instinctively replied, because in terms of popularity, credibility, and streaming rules, the Federation net is the #1 platform. In fact, if you search for food streams, the top 10 results were all from Federation net. Only after that would smaller platforms have a chance to appear. Since Jiang Qiuqiu was streaming to earn money, of course, she chose the biggest platform. Just as she finished speaking, her stream suddenly lit up with a burst of white light. One after another, mechas soared across the screen. That level 15 supporter, Picking Stars, had directly sent her a flashy mecha gift package worth 1 million star coins, without even tasting her food. In an instant, the entire chat exploded. The big boss is here. It's Picking Stars. Wow, he's throwing money around again. Right then, a flood of new viewers poured into Jiang Qiuqiu's stream. The announcement had barely gone up when her follower count broke 10,000, instantly promoting her to a 2-star streamer. Jiang Qiuqiu. 018 The tempting aroma on Federation net. Picking Stars was a well-known wealthy supporter. He had once spent tens of millions in a single night to boost the ranking of his favorite streamer. For him, 1 million star coins was nothing more than a few days' pocket money. According to insiders, in real life, Picking Stars was the sole heir of a famous Federation consortium. He came from a privileged background, had striking looks, and was considered a true prince figure. So, on the Federation's network, many casual fans and small streamers had started paying attention to him. Some wanted to watch a rich young man spend money, while others dreamed of a perfect encounter with the heir of a wealthy family, just like in the novels. Recently, Star Picker hadn't shown up for a long time. People on the Federation's live streaming platform were even discussing whether he had gone home to inherit his family's business and become too busy to watch streams. But just as the topic was heating up, he suddenly appeared. And not only that, he showed up in the live room of an unknown food streamer and dropped a flashy mech gift. The effect of fame was overwhelming. In just a few seconds, the viewer count broke 10,000, and then it kept climbing 10K, 20K, all the way to 530K before it finally slowed down. Even though she could only see the numbers and not the people, Jang Chio felt like her live room had suddenly become crowded. With so many people, the comments flooded in like a dark wave. She couldn't read a single word, so she simply turned them off. The timing was perfect. Just as the new viewers entered, the dish was ready. With slender hands, she lifted the lid of the pot. The rich aroma, trapped inside the iron pot, instantly spread out. Unlike the straightforward smell of fried meat, the braised dish carried a softer, more delicate fragrance. It slipped gently into people's noses, stirring up long-suppressed cravings and making throats tighten with hunger. The noisy chat suddenly went quiet. A moment ago, everyone was questioning why Star Picker would spend so much on a faceless streamer. Now they understood. What is that smell? Is this a real food channel? Someone said it's braised cookameat. Is that really made from cookameat? You can cook with cookameat? Because cooking skills were rare, every wave of newcomers asked the same questions. Some longtime viewers typed back, "Yes, you can. It's delicious." When the lid was fully lifted, the glossy red braised cookameat came into view. Unlike the breaded fried cutlets, this dish looked far more beautiful in the eyes of the Interstellar audience. The fat that everyone usually disliked turned into a glossy sauce after going through each step of cooking. Under the light, every small square of pork belly was wrapped in rich glaze, looking so tempting that it made people hungry just by seeing it. Today, Jang Chio tried the dish herself first. She tasted it. On screen, people only saw a pair of silver chopsticks pick up a piece of meat and disappear. Then, the soft sound of chewing, a small sigh of satisfaction, and a few muffled hums quickly blended into a kind of symphony of appetite. This sounds so delicious. I want some too. I tried it for everyone first. The texture is soft but not mushy. The flavor is rich, and today I didn't add much sugar, so it's slightly savory. In front of the screen, the sound of people swallowing their saliva seemed almost real. Quick, let us try it too. Stop describing it, I want to eat it myself. Alright, I know everyone must be getting impatient. Even without reading the comments, Jang Chio could guess what they were saying. But please wait just a little longer. Let's take a look at the perfect partner for braised pork, white rice. When the lid of the rice cooker was lifted, a gentle fragrance, completely different from the meat, spread out. Watching this kind of live stream at 9 o'clock at night, it was simply a food attack. 019A screen full of reviews today. The food was served on a large platter. She first scooped a small bowl of rice, then flipped the half-sphere of rice onto the plate. Using a ladle, she poured a spoonful of braised pork with its thick sauce over the top. The savory sauce seeped into the rice, tinting the white grains with a delicious color. Finally, she sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. The dish was complete in color, aroma, and taste. She repeated the process a few more times, and soon a row of braised pork rice bowls appeared before everyone's eyes. By now, Jang Chio was very skilled at the tasting and sharing process. Once the food was ready, she placed it under the scanner and pressed the confirm button. Today, she had prepared about 10 servings. Originally, she planned to select 100 lucky viewers, but because her stream had been promoted, the tasting slot suddenly increased to 1,000. With so many people watching, it was impossible to satisfy everyone's taste. Although Jang Chio was confident in her cooking, she still felt a little nervous. So instead of ending the stream right away, she said, "This is my first time making a braised dish. I hope those who got a tasting spot can give me some feedback after trying it." It's good to let her see the hobbies of interstellar people, so she can gradually make some adjustments. However, at this moment, only those who didn't manage to grab anything are speaking up.
Wow,
I was just a little too slow. It's so hard. I smelled the delicious aroma and was drooling, but I still didn't get a chance. I wasn't late, but I want to hear from those who ate it. Was it really tasty or just smelled good? Terry the Lone Wolf. I didn't get it either. Terry the Lone Wolf. I'm going crazy. How did I fail to grab this? Terry was about to do a 360-degree spin and howl in his dorm. He's been single for years, lifting weights with his wolf claws, yet he couldn't get this opportunity. He also didn't manage to get it. Jiang Qiuxiu paused for a moment. But making braised dishes takes more time and effort than frying. Recently, Jiang Qiuxiu found that after live streaming cooking, she needed a long rest to recover her energy. After chatting a few words with the little fans in the comments, soon, lucky viewers who ate big bites of meat appeared at the front. I just can't find the words to describe it. It's so delicious. The feeling of the meat bursting in my mouth. This sauce is so good. I feel so happy. And the rice too. It's the perfect match. This barrage of comments seemed to have hired fake fans, as not a single comment called it bad. Jiang Qiuxiu lowered her eyes with a gentle smile. So, does anyone think this dish could be improved? Feel free to speak honestly. Nope. It's perfect. So delicious. Even compared to top star chefs, it's high-end quality. I never expected to find such talent in a live stream corner. You're truly underrated. After a series of glowing praise, finally, someone spoke up with criticism, sparking a large group to agree with that view. No dish is perfect. I think this dish has a fatal flaw. Terry the Lone Wolf. What's the flaw? You got a tasting spot and didn't cherish it. If you don't like it, next time, don't take his spot. Before Terry could finish, that carefree 14th level expert spoke again. Did the host consider the feelings of the big mouth person from the Federation? This small portion of food is gone in one bite. Poor review. Can't you just serve half a pot? My 49-meter-long sword has already pierced you to death, but I agree that this deserves a bad review. Bad review 1, bad review 10,086. Despite all the bad reviews, they are the highest praise for Jiang Qiuxiu. 20 newcomer rankings number 1. I thought about this portion size, Jiang Qiuxiu said. But many viewers are watching, and if I serve too much at once, fewer people will try the food. Having too few people try it can hurt popularity. So, I have to reduce the portion size but increase the number of servings so everyone can have a taste. This is a tough spot for small streamers. They simply don't have many tasting spots to open. When a level 14 expert heard this, they nodded in agreement and said it made sense. Later, they recharged and also bought a cool mech package. That's true, being low level is frustrating. So, brothers, how about we all join in and help the small streamer climb the rankings? Recently, Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream has attracted many loyal fans, especially those who have received tasting opportunities. These are true diehard fans. Some are regulars from the food live streaming community, some are high-ranking military officials, and others are second-generation members recruited by Star Picker. People in the same circle are not short of money. They just need a chance to make a big splash and attract attention. The level 14 expert took the lead, helping Jiang Qiuxiu climb the rankings, gain more fans, and reach star level, becoming a top streamer so every fan can get a chance to try the food. Are you still worried about missing out on tasting opportunities? Complaining that the amount you get each time is too small? Join this ranking boost event, help Jiang Qiuxiu reach new heights, and become a popular streamer. Let's start a wonderful era of endless tasting opportunities. After the first cool mech package was showcased, Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream became lively. Everyone isn't super rich, they can't afford $1 million, but spending a little pocket money like 150 or 500 isn't a problem. Those with jobs can give more, and with collective effort, the popularity of Jiang Qiuxiu's stream suddenly soared. On the Federation Star Network streaming platform, streamers who have been live for less than a month are called newcomer streamers. The food section has a special ranking for new food streamers. Jiang Qiuxiu initially had few fans and stayed outside the top 100. Today, with 2 waves of donations, she was quickly pushed into the top 20. As more people watched and tipped, her ranking kept climbing. Many newcomers kept joining, asking what kind of live stream this was and why the title was so flashy. When they saw the screen was empty except for a confused face, they left. This wasn't good. Even with rising popularity, she needed to keep viewers interested. Cooking was too slow, so she decided, looking at the delicious-looking braised pork rice on the table, she chose to do a quick eating show. Donations kept coming in. Soon, a silver border with the number 9 appeared in the top left corner of Jiang Qiuxiu's stream. It rose over time, and the text shrank. Jiang Qiuxiu also started eating her dinner. When new viewers came in confused, they could smell the still warm but fragrant meat, and the host's unique comments. Braised pork is rich, but not greasy. The rice absorbs the sauce and adds a fresh taste. I suggest taking big bites, 1 spoonful of rice, 1 piece of meat, so delicious. Then, the sounds of eating filled the stream. The new viewers, although they couldn't see her face, they felt the food looked very tasty. Isn't this the food section? Shouldn't eating be in the entertainment zone next door? Did they join the wrong place? No, she just finished cooking and started eating. Oh, so she finished cooking. Why not do a tasting session? She's done eating. Will the host cook this dish tomorrow? I'll come back then. No, I won't, Jiang Qiuxiu said between bites. I'm developing a new dish tomorrow. Wait, so the tasting session was yesterday? She's not making this tomorrow, but she's still doing eating streams. Is she teasing us behind the scenes? There's no such thing. I was just hungry. Jiang Qiuxiu honestly hadn't planned to tease anyone. But if everyone really wants to try braised pork again, I can make it once more. Luckily, she hadn't decided on a new menu yet. No new dish had appeared, but the already impressive white moonlight dish made fans excited. Hearing that she'd cook it again tomorrow, they were thrilled, and their enthusiasm surged. With everyone's support, Jiang Qiuxiu directly became the number 1 new host in the food section ranking. After ending her live stream, Jiang Qiuxiu rubbed her small face. Her popularity grew faster than she expected. Today's earnings from the live stream were impressive. Even after the platform took its share, she still earned over 1 million stars, enough to change her future plans. Maybe she could speed up her move to other areas of the Federation. But what surprised Jiang Qiuxiu most wasn't the money, but a message from the backstage team. The Federation's live streaming platform finally reached out to her with an offer. Mingmei is a new editor at the platform. Since the company has been around for many years and has become a leader in the industry, different factions have formed within the company. Especially in the editing department, which is closely linked to the company, there's a clear hierarchy. Top editors with many years of experience manage popular hosts with millions of fans. Although many people watch the streams, everyone's time is limited, and the market eventually becomes saturated. In a market full of many options, new hosts and new editors find it hard to stand out. Mingmei works very hard. Unfortunately, good opportunities rarely come her way. The hosts she manages are often mediocre, with unstable streaming schedules, and even those with potential are hard to find. Day after day, week after week, she has yet to find a promising new talent. Mingmei begins to feel resigned. Is she only able to accept reality and settle for being a mid-level editor, just earning enough to get by? But all her sadness disappeared the moment she saw the rising new host, Jiang Jujui. This new streamer's live show was very eye-catching. Mingmei immediately gave her a high score for her channel name. When she checked it out, Jiang Jujui didn't show her face, but even so, the cooking scenes were very beautiful. Mingmei rated her highly, thinking she must be a beauty. As a food streamer, her cooking skills are excellent, and she uses very good tools. Mingmei's opinion of Jiang Qiuxiu kept rising. She believed Jiang Qiuxiu had the potential to become popular. Then everything ended, and the tasting began. As an editor, even though she was just a junior one, Mingmei still had a bit of privilege. She used it to secure a spot for the food tasting. A plate of perfectly cooked braised pork was placed in front of her. The moment she took a bite, her casual attitude vanished. Mingmei instantly became alert, her professional instincts kicking in. She quickly judged. This dish was even better than the grand banquet she had at the annual company party. The The flavor was top-notch, and braised pork with rice was simply the perfect match. This girl had incredible cooking talent. She was funny, knew how to keep things lively, and her food streaming style was unique. She had the potential to become a star. Her colleagues in the office saw her suddenly jump to her feet and asked, "Mingmei, what's wrong? Why do you look like you just got shocked?" "It's nothing." Mingmei quickly hid her expression and said softly, "It's almost the end of the month. I was just thinking about my performance targets." "Oh, I see." They thought it was just work stress. Her coworkers exchanged glances. Now she was worried about targets? Earlier she refused to compromise, and now her results might end up at the bottom. But Mingmei didn't care about their silent judgments. She had only one thought in her mind. She had to sign Jiang Qiuqiu before anyone else noticed her brilliance. 022. She has thoughts about the contract after Jiang Qiuqiu ended her live stream. Her ranking on the leaderboard slowly dropped, soon falling out of the top 10. Mingmei entered her backstage page and sent her a message about signing a contract. "Mingmei, hello, Jiang Qiuqiu. I'm Mingmei, an editor from the Federal Star Network's livestream department. After watching your streams and recordings, I believe you're a very promising new streamer. I'd like to discuss signing a contract with you. If you're interested, please add me as a friend at XXXX so we can talk in detail." Right after sending the message, Mingmei received a friend request. She steadied herself and quickly accepted. The negotiation between editor and streamer began at that moment. "Jiang Qiuqiu, hello." "Mingmei, hello." "Jiang Qiuqiu, you've already seen my streams and recordings, and I believe you've also tasted my cooking. I am interested in signing, and I've looked into the Federal Star Network's contract standards. I'd like to see the agreement." When Mingmei had watched her live stream, Jiang Qiuqiu's voice had been soft and sweet, so she assumed the girl would be shy and gentle in private as well. I didn't expect her to speak so directly and clearly. But thinking carefully, her attitude in the live broadcast room when handling matters and conversations also shows some decisiveness. Jiang Qiuqiu waited for the editor to reply. The contract with Federation Star Network isn't a secret. Soon they sent a standard contract template. It's a normal upgrade contract, starting from F level, signed annually. The more revenue the platform earns, the higher the regrading level, up to S level. Once reaching S level, she would become a top streamer on the Federation Live platform. This contract is quite similar to what Jiang Qiuqiu knew, and it's fairly fair. She didn't have any special opinions about the contract itself, but she had ideas about the profit-sharing clause. "Mingmei, you can take your time to read the contract and give me your answer tomorrow." "Jiang Qiuqiu, I can give you an answer now. I have no objections to the contract, but I hope the profit split for the first year can be changed." "Mingmei, you probably know the rules. Usually, contracts can't be changed, Jiang Qiuqiu, but I am not an ordinary case." She wasn't arrogant, just had predictions and plans for the future. "I believe I won't only be on the top tonight on Federation Star Network." She said that as her level increases, her loyal fans will also grow. Mingmei agreed. Many fans in Jiang Qiuqiu's live room kept asking for spots, but because there are many fans and limited spots, they could never get one. Not having tried something before, seeing others' comments and feeling genuine can create a barrier in the heart. But once experienced, it's different. Once you've tasted the food Jiang Qiuqiu makes, you'll never forget that feeling. It's like the old saying, once you've seen the great ocean, water is no longer enough. Only the clouds over Mount Wu are worth mentioning. She paused for a moment and said, "Since we're talking about profit sharing, Mingmei, you're new too, and I just started my position. I can tell you that the maximum ratio I can negotiate is 6-4. Jiang Qiuqiu gets 6. Mingmei, that works." Everyone is honest. Without saying much when it comes to the contract, they stick to the facts. Soon, they reached a common goal. Jiang Qiuqiu signed the upgrade contract with a 6:4 split, and her account was under Mingmei's name. Ming smoothly handled the contract matters and began planning Jiang Qiuqiu's next live broadcast. Everything was going well on Ming's side, but in an unknown corner, the flower peacock was so angry it made a chicken-like sound. 023 Flower peacock. Cluck, 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 angry chicken sound. During the live broadcast, Merlin was still able to stay calm, using her somewhat deceptive face to show a graceful princess expression. She slowly and steadily introduced today's dishes on the screen. But as soon as the broadcast started, the young lady exploded. The food on the dining table was pushed to the ground. She sat on a delicate leather chair, looking proud and aloof. "Butler, did you see that? Just now, I was in the top one." As the eldest daughter of the Deus family, Merlin often boasted that she was the #1 socialite. In the socialite circle, not being the top is already bad, but now, falling to this live streaming zone, she wasn't even the top here either? Even worse, when someone below her surpassed her, the app would pop up a message saying, "Host Jiang Jijui's popularity has caught up with you. Miss Merlin, this was just an accident." The butler frowned. He was also annoyed with Jiang Qiuxiu, whom he had never met. Who is she? Does she have to stream at such an inconvenient time? Everything was ready, but she just had to interfere, making the young lady explode again. "An accident," Merlin snorted. "You said the previous post was an accident, and now, during this live, you say it's an accident again. As a top socialite streamer, I won't have any accidents. I don't care what you do. Anyway, I don't want to see her name on the Federation Star Network anymore." With just a light sentence, the young lady decided the fate of the lower-class ants. The butler didn't want to persuade her. A decisive action was the best way. Kick her out of the streaming zone, and there would be no more unexpected trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuxiu was happily rolling in her bed. Today was another day she was about to become a top food streamer. She was so motivated. Because today she planned to cook braised pork again, Jiang Qiuxiu ordered a lot of chicken and rice. Rice was still very expensive, but Jiang Qiuxiu had already withdrawn some money from her streaming account. So, she was now half a wealthy person, and buying rice didn't hurt so much anymore. She hummed a song for a while and then started busying herself in the kitchen. She used leftover rice and chicken to make a plate of rice rolls. She steamed them through water, drizzled a special sauce on top, and the aroma of rice and meat sauce blended perfectly. Jiang Qiuxiu sniffed it, and her eyes lit up. This was exactly the flavor she wanted. Before eating, she used her sensor to copy the dish and privately sent it to Terry. She added a note. "Thank you for supporting me in the live stream. You are my first fan." Meanwhile, the Federation Star live stream editing team also entered their busy period of the day. It was time to start work, so everyone gradually moved from home to the office. Some people were yawning, others chatting, and some were searching online for promising new talents. Mingmei had already taken her materials into the supervisor's office. In the Federation live stream department, editors have the right to make some changes when signing contracts. This privilege is usually used for signing new stars with great potential or top streamers recruited from other platforms. Senior editors have more power, junior editors less. Mingmei was a junior editor, so when she used her authority to change the first-year revenue share for Jiang Qiuxiu, she had to ask her supervisor for permission. The supervisor was busy. He casually glanced at the contract Mingmei handed over and asked, "You only have one trial opportunity per year. Have you chosen someone?" "Yes, I hope they perform well in the year-end review." "Thank you, supervisor. I will do my best." Mingmei felt confident this time. She believed Jiang Qiuxiu would definitely become popular. 024. Do I look so honest that I don't even care about money? Mingmei excitedly told Jiang Qiuxiu this good news. It was a win-win situation. For Jiang Qiuxiu, her request was approved. For Mingmei, she finally had a streamer who could stand her ground. Her starry sea was about to set sail. Mingmei, the process in the back end will take another 2 or 3 days. Please wait a moment. Jiang Qiuxiu, I'm not in a hurry. It's okay, take your time. You're not in a hurry, but I am. She was very worried someone might discover her little secret before everything was settled. Mingmei, by the way, I saw your live stream announcement. Are you going to continue making braised chicken today? Jiang Qiuxiu, yes, I promise my fans. Right? You just became a 2-star host yesterday, so you probably haven't had a chance to see the new features in your live stream room. Are there new features? Jiang Qiuxiu asked curiously. Bright? Yes, There's a new option in the tasting segment that allows you to directly give each of the top 100 fans a gift. There's actually such an option? Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled softly, feeling a bit helpless. Doesn't that imply encouraging fans to spend money? No matter how nice the explanation sounds, the main idea is to encourage user spending. But Bright thinks this feature isn't shameful. However, she believes whether it's shameful or not isn't important. It only matters if Jiang Qiuxiu thinks it's shameful. To prevent her from resisting, Bright explained, the top 100 fans' benefits are like an auction. You auction off the top 100 fan spots, and those spots come with continuous rewards. Fans who support you with their money are like auction house owners. They bid to win the prizes. The only difference is, in an auction, they buy items. Here, they buy your affection. The concept isn't very different. After sending this message, seeing Jiang Qiuxiu not reply immediately, Bright worried she might find it inappropriate and added, our Federation Star Network has strict rules to prevent minors from giving tips in live streams. No children are allowed among the tipping viewers. Everyone is an adult responsible for their actions. Bright, Qiuxiu, are you there? Jiang Qiuxiu. Yes, I am. The robot delivery just arrived. She put the ingredients into the temperature-controlled box. The device kept beeping. She glanced at Bright's message, frowned slightly, and asked, do I look so honest that I don't care about money? What does that mean? Bright, you're gentle and considerate of your fans. Jiang Qiuxiu sighed and edited her message several times before finally replying, I won't tell my fans to recharge for me with words, but if they do, I won't be unhappy. I'll be happy that someone likes and supports me. Recharging is just another way of showing love. If she gets recharged, she'll be happy too. Some passionate fans might even go broke to support her. She probably doesn't have that kind of charm, right? After chatting with Bright, Jiang Qiuxiu took a short nap to recharge herself, waiting for the tough night ahead. At 8 o'clock, the same routine, the same flavor. As soon as the live stream started, food lovers tuned in. Many comments focused on the dish called Gugu meat. Jiang Qiuxiu used the new feature of giving gifts to fans for the first time, which caused a small boost in donations. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't have any special treasures to give to her fans. She quietly extended the live stream, making many bowls of braised pork with rice, gently sharing her delicious food with more people. The longer live sessions made Jiang Qiuxiu more popular. With support from tips, rankings, and her tasty dishes, her followers nearly reached 1 million for the first time, and she advanced to a 3-star host. Mingmei watched the rising follower count, feeling like a star was shining brighter. 025 Dark Cuisine, intestines and rice noodles. As the live stream neared the end, Jiang Qiuxiu smiled and said goodbye. Today's braised gugu meat over rice is finished. Yes, I am announcing tomorrow's menu. Someone asked if it would be another braised dish. No, recent menus have been meat dishes. Tomorrow's dish is a bit special. Terry, how special? Well, she teased, grabbing a handful of white rice. The main ingredient for tomorrow's dish is this. After saying that, Jiang Qiuxiu ended the stream. Everyone was curious. What kind of dish has rice as the main ingredient? Is it braised rice, fried rice, or boiled rice? Since food history is quite limited, no one could guess exactly. But after Jiang Qiuxiu uploaded the recording, she added a little surprise at the end. Softly and with a smile, the host said, I forgot to mention the name of the dish earlier. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., join me in the live room to taste rice rolls. A post about Jiang Qiuxiu's menu for tomorrow quickly caused a buzz in the Federation Star Network live streaming community. People didn't know what rice rolls were, but they all knew what rice and intestines were. Is rice rolls really a dark cuisine? In the circle, I just left the live stream and really want to know, how can a dish made from intestines and rice be called rice rolls? Laxative? I think it's just intestines filled with rice flour paste. Whoa, what are these guesses from the person above? I feel like the dish name itself might have a flavor. Ugh, no way. I don't believe my adorable host would do such strange things. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Let's think differently. Maybe grinding intestines into powder, mixing it with steamed rice and rolling it into strips? Like rice rolls? Can meat also be turned into powder? Maybe it needs to be frozen with liquid nitrogen first? What if the final product turns out to be a bit yellow? How can there be yellow ingredients that make it turn yellow? Wait, what? From then on, the post took a strange, bizarre turn. After reaching over 800 comments, most people said, "I believe it will be cleaned properly." I believe it too. Hope it gets cleaned well. 100001 Mingmei shared this post with Jiang Qiuxiu and asked, "Do you want to try making extreme dishes? You're still rising, but I advise you not to do that." Mingmei was worried. "You're a talented food host. You don't need these things to attract attention." Choo, are you there? She didn't quite understand Mingmei's meaning, so she said, "Wait, let me look at the post first." Then, Jiang Qiuxiu sneaked into her fan's little corner and burst out laughing. Lying on the bed, she almost laughed herself breathless. "No way, sir. Someone actually thought in that direction? That's so strange." No wonder Mingmei felt scared. "Jiang Qiuxiu, rice rolls are completely different from what's in the post. It's just a light, simple dish." "Mingmei, that's good. You're my most promising host. I will do my best to help you reach the top. If you decide to do anything, be sure to tell me." "Jiang Qiuxiu, I will." "Mingmei, keep it up. Tomorrow, take another step forward." After a passionate chat with the editor, Jiang Qiuxiu checked her earnings. After paying off this month's bills with some of her star coins, she thought, once she signs a contract, she'll move somewhere else. This place is just too cramped. Just like before, with a front yard, backyard, garden, and vegetable patch, that would be perfect. 026 Sudden change the next day, Jiang Qiuxiu woke up early. Today, she planned to make rice rolls and needed to test the rice batter first. She had found substitutes for rice and wheat in this era, but she hadn't started experimenting yet. In the interstellar age, tools are actually quite advanced. However, for various reasons, people have gradually lost the ability to master how to use these tools. Jiang Qiuxiu's expression changed, and she slowly focused her mind, preparing to cook. She ground rice into powder, used wheat flour as a clear noodle, and added a little cornstarch, then mixed it with water slowly. Unlike the pure white rice batter on Earth, the batter here is beige, probably due to slight racial differences. Once the batter was ready, she steamed it. Since there was no special steaming basket at home, Jiang Qiuxiu found a slightly deep iron pan, brushed some oil inside, poured in the batter and various pre-prepared seasonings, then placed it in boiling water to steam. The batter was compatible with high heat and reacted quickly. It turned white and solidified fast, blending with the egg, and was fragrant with bits of meat and vegetables. The flavors mixed together, harmonious, but not complicated. The main aroma was rice, which smelled especially tempting. To her surprise, it was a success on the first try. Jiang Qiuxiu's eyes lit up. She pushed the rice roll onto a ceramic plate, drizzled it with rich sauce, and picked up her chopsticks to taste. The first thing that hit her taste buds was the savory sauce. Before her tongue could react, the soft batter, with a fresh aroma of lettuce, invaded again, followed by bits of meat. Chewing it, she found the flavors layered and the texture very rich. This was the kind of breakfast people should eat. With this perfect ratio, Jiang Qiuxiu hummed a few songs and kept ordering rice and wheat ingredients from Taodao Fresh. Her preparations were almost done. She was about to rest, but before sleeping, she glanced at the background and saw Mingmei had sent her a message. After chatting so many times, Mingmei always used text to describe contract details or live broadcast plans. She had never sent a message directly to herself before. Why did she suddenly send a message now? Did something happen? An inexplicable premonition arose in Jiang Qiuxiu's mind. The Federation Live Broadcast Department. Mingmei, who had been in a good mood, was called to the office by her supervisor. She thought that the legal department should finish the contract today. Tomorrow, the contract would take effect, and Jiang Qiuxiu would soon become a key member under her wing. She thought they should meet in person. Face-to-face meetings could help build trust and strengthen their relationship. She wanted to be Jiang Qiuxiu's only editor. But the bright future was suddenly cut short. After hearing the supervisor's words, she felt overwhelmed. "Supervisor, why can't I get approval for Jiang Qiuxiu? I haven't used my privilege this year. The supervisor slightly turned his head. That's normal. Maybe the higher-ups think she doesn't have enough potential and refuse to pay more in sharing profits. That's impossible, Mingmei firmly argued. This streamer only asked for a share of last year's earnings. Such a request isn't unreasonable for a newcomer in the editing department. I also included her live data in the upload. You, as a supervisor, have worked with many newcomers, so you should see her potential. She was confident she could secure this contract. Everyone knew this was obvious. Even without looking at the data, it was clear. Mingmei, do you really have to be so blunt? She can do it, so what? Is signing her really necessary? 027 Joju was banned. Mingmei walked out of the supervisor's office feeling lost and hopeless. She wanted to become a new generation editor in the department, working hard to discover talented streamers, but an invisible hand seemed to block her path. Isn't the Federation Live platform supposed to be the fairest? Why did such things happen? The supervisor clearly said Jiang Chi had potential, but he still refused to sign her. He wouldn't say the reason for the rejection, but Mingmei could guess. Her suspicion was confirmed in the company break room. She was sitting in a cubicle, lost in thought, considering whether to message Jiang Chi. Suddenly, she heard familiar voices from the next room. They spoke loudly and boldly, not caring if others could hear. Why does that new girl look so down today? She's really lost her spark. Probably because she's still so young. Huh? What do you mean? The woman chuckled casually. She just found a streamer who only cares about live streaming, and she's not very lucky. She blocked the young lady's path. Then her year-end performance review will probably be at the bottom again. Maybe, but we'll just talk about her this year. If she's at the bottom again, she'll be out of the game for good. No one in the department will remember her. The two women next door laughed loudly. Mingmei clenched her fists tightly. The company was unsafe, so she took a short leave and went back home. She sent a message to Jiang Qiuxiu, but Jiang Qiuxiu didn't reply. She guessed Jiang Qiuxiu might be cooking now, so she didn't push further and waited for a response. At noon, her device rang. A clearer voice than in the live broadcast filled her ears. Mingmei, with her professional instinct, analyzed the sound again. It was soft and gentle, suitable for a bedtime story live stream, and might also appeal to children. Hello, is this editor Mingmei? Yes, it's me. Are you Jiang Jujui? Why did you suddenly send a message? Is there something wrong? The story was complicated, so Mingmei stayed silent for a moment. Jiang Qiuxiu's heart sank a little, and she asked, is there a problem with the contract? Yes. From your tone, it seems the profit sharing isn't the issue. I think you might not be able to sign with the Federation live streaming platform anymore. Jiang Qiuxiu noticed that Mingmei didn't say, you can't sign with me, but you can't sign with the platform, so she asked, what happened? Mingmei explained how she offended the young lady, saying, it seems you blocked someone who is competing at the same time. She has blacklisted you in the editing department. Blacklisted? Jiang Qiuxiu was surprised. She had never heard of anyone being blacklisted like that. And that person had a lot of power. Mingmei originally wanted to help Jiang Qiuxiu by finding a better editor, so she contacted her senior, a very influential editor on the platform, hoping to help Jiang Qiuxiu. But after reviewing her file, the senior immediately rejected her, saying, this streamer is a pity to lose. It was obvious that the young lady was not an ordinary noble. Not just a minor noble. Someone with such influence was definitely a top noble. Mingmei, an ordinary interstellar freelancer, couldn't compete with such a noble. She could only accept it. She also advised Jiang Qiuxiu to give up and said, the nobles are involved now. You can't stay on this live platform. After the call ended, Jiang Qiuxiu felt cold for a while. But soon, she regained her fighting spirit. There are many ways to reach her goal. If one doesn't work, she'll try another. She decided to change. The Federation live streaming platform was too prestigious. She didn't belong there. She would move on to the next opportunity. 028 Federal Star Network live broadcast at 8 p.m. Jiang Qiuxiu did not open the live stream early, as usual. Instead, she waited until 5 minutes past 8 before slowly opening the chat room. As soon as the stream started, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in. Why is Choo Choo slower than usual today? Wow, it's not exactly 8 o'clock. The host is late for the first time. But it wasn't long before she was on time again. Everyone was just joking around, so no one was upset. Jiang Qiuxiu's voice was soft. She apologized to her fans, saying, "Sorry, I was busy with something earlier. Welcome everyone to my live stream. Today's menu, rice rolls." She placed a row of ingredients on the table. Yesterday, I saw the buildings everyone built in the live chat, and many fans guessed that rice rolls are made from sausage and rice noodles. That's not correct. Today, let's explore the secrets of rice rolls together. First, she used a blender to grind the ingredients into powder, which everyone can do. Next, she mixed rice flour and a little wheat flour in a big bowl, added water, and used long bamboo chopsticks to stir everything into a rice batter. Before cooking, this dish has no smell and looks quite plain. The viewers' minds were full of questions. But since those who doubted Jiang Qiuxiu before were often surprised by how good her dishes turned out, everyone patiently kept watching. Once the batter was ready, she took out a square metal tray, placing pieces of meat, lettuce, and bird eggs on one side. Her hands moved quickly. She scooped a spoonful of batter onto the tray, gently shook it, and the batter spread evenly. Making rice rolls is actually quite simple. After the live stream, I will upload a recording with the ingredients and steps. Fans interested can try it themselves. Jiang Qiuxiu added bird eggs, lettuce, and meat pieces. Suddenly, a comment asked if she could skip the bird eggs and use meat slices instead. She paused for a moment. Rice rolls are very flexible. You can add almost any ingredients you like. But the size and type of ingredients will affect how well the rice rolls steam, so you'll need to control that yourself. When she mentioned control, the comments immediately started to complain. Eating nonstop. If I could control it myself, I wouldn't be watching this live stream, sob. My brain tells me I can do it, but I slap myself for thinking so. I can't do it, I can't manage it, I don't know how. I can't get the timing right. Everyone looked quite funny, and Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled twice. Alright, the water is boiling now, so we can start steaming. When Jiang Qiuxiu began steaming the rice rolls, in Terry's dorm, the three mixed-race friends sat at the table watching 3 screens live. Terry watched the rice batter Jiang Qiuxiu put into the pot, smelling a familiar scent, while listening to his 2 friends constantly talk. Chongbei, why make this kind of food? It has no meat at all. It doesn't look tasty. Chongbei, they should add a big piece of meat, then it would be more chewy. The tough guy was speechless. Chongbei, adding a big piece of meat might make the batter fall apart, and the meat wouldn't be cooked. Terry sighed helplessly. Chongbei nodded and said confidently, "So, we shouldn't make this. The best is just to make big pieces of meat." "You don't understand," Terry spat. "This rice roll is very delicious. It has a special flavor, not much meat but very fresh and tasty. It's translucent, smooth and tender to eat, with eggs and bits of meat, and even the lettuce has a fresh, watery taste." As he spoke, some juice suddenly overflowed. "Wow. 5,000 spots available?" He spoke enticingly, as if he had already tasted it himself. But this was the host's new dish. How could he have tried it? Chongbei teased him, saying he was Jiang Qiuxiu's #1 fan. "Your imagination is so vivid, but you haven't even tasted it, yet you can simulate the flavor." "Who said I haven't tasted it?" "Are you saying you've tried it?" "Yeah." Terry, who had been knocked down, defended Jiang Qiuxiu, keeping order in the live stream, then privately told himself about the new dish. Chongbei, wow, a star with big eyes. While they were chatting, the first batch of rice rolls was already out of the steamer. The aroma of the rice product wasn't as overpowering as the big meat earlier, but its soft, gentle scent was very tempting. Especially after Jiang Qiuxiu drizzled a special sauce over it. The translucent rice rolls absorbed the fragrant aroma, and the comments section exploded again. This time, it was the audience's turn. Although the meat is delicious, finally, it's not all meat anymore. I am a descendant of the Gugu tribe. A few days ago, I ate Gugu meat with tears in my eyes. Today, it's finally not the main focus of Gugu meat. Oh, I feel so happy. Wait, that person upstairs eating with tears. crying and eating at the same time, and still praising how delicious it is? Wow, that creates a vivid picture. Why are you guys talking so much? I just have one question. Is Chiochio going to start a tasting event? One that's the main point. Yes, 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 tasting event. I'm warming my hands now. Are there any special offers today for the first 100 viewers? A random fan ranked 99th on the fan list asked. On the live screen, there was no face of Jiang Chiochio, only her delicate hands moving quickly. She already had a plan. If everything went well, today might be the last time she cooked live on the Federation platform. The last time. She softly said, making rice rolls is pretty simple. Since I was late today, to make up for it, I will open more tasting spots. Someone asked how many more. Jiang Chiochio, now a nearly top-tier streamer, could open up to 1,000 tasting spots for one dish. Today, there will be 50,000 spots. I believe all the fans watching the live stream can get one. Wait, did I hear that right?
No, you didn't.
We both heard it wrong. 50,000? She's just a nearly top-tier streamer. To offer 50,000 spots, she'd need to prepare 50 dishes. Will Chiochio be overwhelmed? Maybe she doesn't need to open so many spots at once. I have something to tell everyone, so I'll give out some small benefits first. Alright, let's get started. Today, we won't open the top 100 fan benefits, but the top 1,000. When a real chef works quickly, nothing can stop her. Only her tools can't keep up with her speed. She handles the batter, spreads it, controls the water temperature, arranges the plates, sauces, and iron trays. She steams each rice roll one after another, smoothly and effortlessly. Fresh rice rolls come out one after another, their fragrant aromas spreading and slowly settling. The flavor, which was just okay before, now feels rich and full. Late at night, everyone suddenly feels hungry. Nighttime is the main stage for the children of the Federation's wealthy elite to reach for the stars. Tonight, he called a few childhood friends together for a gathering. In the party room, various bottles of alcohol were spread out on the table. A group of second-generation heirs sat around, all watching the large screen projection with interest. Upon closer look, it was Jiang Chiochio's food live stream channel. 030 Jiang Chiochio. I want to leave the Federation live streaming stargazer sat at the head of the table and introduce Jiang Chiochio to everyone. This is the newest food host I found on my home streaming platform. I feel she might change the way our top streamers are ranked. Stargazer's real name is Qian Xingxing. He is the only son of the Qian family, a wealthy family in the Federation. He is the designated heir of the Federation's Star Network streaming company. Last year, he graduated from the business school of the Federation University. He has been studying the Federation streamers, collecting talented hosts, preparing to promote a new generation of streamers when he takes over, bringing fresh energy to Federation live streaming. Jiang Chiochio is the most promising streamer he has discovered before stepping into his new role. Most of the people I invited today hold some shares in our streaming company, he said excitedly. I just can't help sharing this with you. People say food is heaven, and interstellar people pursue the ultimate delicacy, nutritional liquids that are almost like food itself. Few can make good food. The top chefs in the Federation are mostly gathered in top restaurants or high-level food associations. Few are willing to go live and entertain the public. The few who do. Some top food streamers are too proud, and those willing to lower themselves to cook are just average. Until I found her. Look at the screen. Qian Xingxing was very excited. Can you smell the aroma? Her dishes taste even better than they smell. She has extraordinary skills and talent. Plus, she works very hard. She makes 5,000 dishes and interacts with fans, and from her first day of streaming until now, she has hardly repeated a menu, and her cooking methods are diverse. She is definitely a culinary artist with a heritage. He spoke passionately, but no one here had tasted Jiang Chiochio's food. Someone questioned, is she really that good? If she's that good, why still stream? Why not join a prestigious food association for status and wealth? Forget it, I won't talk to you guys anymore. Let's continue after we finish eating. At this moment, Jiang Chiochio had already quickly finished dozens of rice rolls. Sweat slightly dripped from her temples, and her eyes were a bit blurry. Jiang Qiuxiu quickly scanned the rice rolls and then started tasting them. Thousands of spots were snapped up in an instant. For the last plate, she gave it to the top 1,000 fans on the fan list. Qian Xingxing brought the accounts for this gathering, which were all the ones that had received generous rewards in Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream. So, when the fans' benefits appeared, each young master saw a bowl of tempting, crystal-clear rice rolls. They used the best sensors, tasted the finest flavors, and the food emitted the most alluring aroma. The smell was so tempting that everyone picked up their chopsticks almost at the same time. Qian Xingxing smiled knowingly, waved his hand, and said, "Eat up. Once you do, you'll see that what I said is true." Then he started eating himself. He finished one bowl and then ate another. This crazy young master used his privileges to create 2 accounts for himself. When it comes to delicious food, no words can compare to actually tasting it. In just 2 minutes, everyone finished a small bowl of rice rolls. Do you believe what I just said now? She has the ability to rewrite the history of live food broadcasts in the Federation. Look at us, used to eating delicacies and top restaurants, yet when we taste her dishes, we still instinctively praise them, still go crazy for the delicious flavor. And those who have been drinking nutritional liquids, no one can resist such fine food. I decide that after I join, I will help her reach new heights, letting more people use Federation live streaming and truly elevate the Federation's streaming industry. The second-generation attendees clapped enthusiastically. Qian Xingxing continued to express his grand ambitions. As he spoke, he suddenly felt the streamer behind him also started talking. He listened for a moment and heard Jiang Qiuxiu's clear voice coming from behind. Today, I didn't go offline or speak much. There are indeed some personal reasons. Jiang Qiuxiu kept her emotions well under control, not appearing too sad, though there was a hint of sympathy. She was somewhat more subdued than usual. I mean, if I stop doing cooking on Federation live streams and switch to another platform in the future, will you all come with me? Her voice was low, with a tempting tone, like a captivating enchantress. In front of the large projection screen, Qian Xingxing froze completely. She wanted to leave and take her company's users with her? 031. Could it really be that the management's brains have turned to mush? Jiang Qiuxiu intentionally released many tasting spots. Human nature is to chase after what they haven't had. No matter how good others praise something, people still doubt it deep down. She is confident in her cooking skills, but most of her fans outside the live stream are probably loyal users of the Federation's platform. She wants to switch to a new platform and doesn't want to start over. Taking her fans with her is the best choice. Jiang Qiuxiu even thought further ahead. If she hadn't been banned after trying to take advantage of the Federation Star Network, she could have done more live streams to attract more followers for her future company. Sure enough, after Jiang Qiuxiu announced she wanted to change platforms, her most loyal fans were the first to turn against her. No matter where Juju goes, we will follow. Where Juju's kitchen is, that's where we food lovers will be. Some more neutral fans asked, "Isn't Federation Live good? Why suddenly want to leave? It will be hard to get used to switching platforms." Yeah, we're used to Federation Star Network. Juju, don't go. I also want to stay here. Jiang Qiuxiu honestly explained her situation. This is my first live platform. I met everyone here and gained many fans. Of course, I don't want to leave, but... Jiang Qiuxiu sighed slightly. Sometimes just wanting to stay doesn't mean I can stay. She sounded a bit emotional at this point. Meanwhile, Qian Xingxing, who was watching Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream at the main venue, almost jumped up. What does this mean? Why is it that wanting to stay means she can't? What is she doing? She has such good data, such great potential, and such solid skills. Which company leader in their right mind wouldn't sign her? Qian, have you thought about? Maybe she's not just an amateur? Maybe she's a corporate spy brought in by another platform? A wealthy second-generation kid with big eyes interrupted. Someone specifically sent here to attract fans. When this was said, others nearby nodded in agreement, saying it was possible. With such good cooking skills, why would she be working as a civilian? Looking so poor, maybe she's an actor hired by another company, sent here to steal fans. Qian Xingxing immediately denied this claim and rolled her eyes. Who would be willing to use such a talented food master just for acting on their live platform? Also, I've been watching the streamer from the start of her broadcast. She doesn't seem like someone who would do such things. After saying this, Qian Xingxing hesitated for a moment. Well, Zhang Qiuxiu doesn't seem like the type to do such things. Her words are probably somewhat trustworthy. Could it be that her company's management has actually hired a foolish person who doesn't think clearly and didn't sign her? No way. Qian Xingxing thought for a moment, then slammed the table. I need to talk to her. When Qian Xingxing decided to speak with Zhang Qiuxiu, she had already given her instructions and was about to end her live broadcast. To prevent her from simply shutting down her device after going offline, Qian Xingxing sent her a message through the admin backend. This way, she would definitely see the message when she logged out. While waiting, she also told the second-generation team to disperse. You guys go home early. I'll handle this myself. Then, Qian Xiao, we're leaving. All right. Qian Xingxing held her device and sat down on a soft sofa. 032 New opportunity. When she ended the broadcast, Zhang Qiuxiu looked visibly exhausted. She took a deep breath, ate 2 bowls of rice rolls, and finally felt a bit more energized. Just as she was about to turn off her device, a bright red admin message popped up in the back end. Admin 02, are you there? Seeing the words, admin, Zhang Qiuxiu felt a moment of guilt. Could it be that the monitoring system is so strict? She, a small streamer lost in the vast sea of people, casually mentions switching jobs, and suddenly an admin appears? She decided to pretend she was offline and refused to reply. But this admin clearly wouldn't give up easily. Admin 02, you're online in the back end. Why aren't you talking? Admin 02, I am an administrator from Federation Star Network Live Company. After watching your recent broadcast, I want to understand a few things. This admin's language is quite polite, not seeming to come to accuse or question her. Zhang Qiuxiu replied, Zhang Qiuxiu, may I ask what you want to know? When Qian Xingxing received the reply, he immediately became excited. Why did you give up the Federation live streaming platform and choose those unknown platforms instead? Admin 02, from your tone, it seems something unfair has happened. This language, this tone. It sounds strangely childish, not like what a seasoned administrator should sound like. Who is on the other end? Jiang Kikyu. Are you a senior executive at the Federation company? If yes, we can continue talking. If not, forget it. Admin 02, you're connected with the higher-ups? Admin 02, you can tell me everything, and I can take responsibility. It seems like someone with real power or authority. Jiang Kikyu explained how she signed a contract with Ming Mei and was rejected because she didn't meet the contract conditions. Admin 02, how could you not meet the requirements? Is that supervisor blind? Jiang Kikyu, I am confident in my abilities, but I don't know your company's standards. I only know that I and your company are being asked to leave. Jiang Kikyu, that's pretty much what happened. For more details, you might need to investigate yourself. Qian Xingxing knew his company had been in the top position for too long, so everyone was a bit relaxed. But he didn't expect there to be such a dishonest troublemaker in the management. Admin 02, someone from the company will look into this. Thank you for cooperating with my investigation. Jiang Kikyu, it's just a small effort. Jiang Kikyu, I'm logging off now after understanding everything.
Admin 02, wait.
Admin 02, I will handle this matter. Can you hold off on switching platforms for now? You're an excellent streamer. Regarding this, I will give you a satisfactory answer. This person is surprisingly easy to talk to, almost like a kind businessman. Jiang Kikyu replied with okay, then logged off from Xinguang and contacted Ming Mei through the terminal. She asked Ming Mei if there was a senior executive at Federation who was inexperienced, spoke naively, had a good temper, and came from a good family. Ming Mei, are you talking about our little Qian? Jiang Kikyu, little Qian? Ming Mei, that's the young boss's son. Jiang Kikyu, no problem, I'll ask. So, it's him? Ming Mei, I watched your live stream today. Are you planning to switch to another platform? Ming Mei feels sad that such an excellent host like Zhang Qiuxiu might be giving up. She inquires about some reputable platforms among her colleagues to give Jiang Qiuxiu more options. But then, suddenly, the other side sends a message, Jiang Qiuxiu, maybe I won't switch platforms after all. It seems like there will be a new turn of events. Mingmei. What kind of new turn? The new development comes so quickly that it surprises everyone. Even though Jiang Qiuxiu guessed that things might change with involvement of the small boss, she didn't expect the change to happen so fast. It was just one night. When dawn broke, Jiang Qiuxiu got out of bed, and her device kept ringing non-stop. She sleepily looked at the messages. Mingmei's excitement almost overflows from the screen. Mingmei, Qiuxiu, are you awake? If you are, please send me a message. Mingmei, you're amazing. How did you know there would be a new turn? I really admire you. Mingmei, you don't need to switch platforms anymore. Several messages flooded in quickly. Mingmei, Qiuxiu, are you awake? Please send me a message. Jiang Qiuxiu sent this message from her bed. Hello, is this Qiuxiu? Yes, it's me. What's going on? This morning, right after the editorial office opened, someone from headquarters came. Anyway, there's been a change. The manager handling the contract is no longer here. Xiao Qian from the editorial office has taken over. He said he wants to clean up some issues in our branch. Details are confidential, so she can't say more, but he specifically mentioned your contract and said there will be a small meeting in a few days to discuss it. Xiao Qian also said she should talk with Jiang Qiuxiu, so after all the back and forth, Qiuxiu will still be under her own team. That's great. I suggest you take a 2-day break from streaming, relax, and start again after everything is settled. The federal streaming company will definitely announce the change in leadership. Once that happens, everyone will understand that Jiang Qiuxiu is a victim of power struggles among the capital forces. This also avoids the need to explain why she left and then returned. Jiang Qiuxiu happily accepted Mingmei's suggestion. After ending the call, she took a 2-day break from her live stream. After taking a day off, Jiang Qiuxiu slowly got up, washed up, and then sat in the living room for a while. Once everything was settled, the number of steps she needed to take was much fewer. She put down her burdens and suddenly felt a strange sense of leisure. Forget it. Since she could continue her live streaming work, she decided to use these 2 days of holiday to go outside, explore the city streets of this era, and look for a new place that met her needs. Qian Xingxing acted very quickly. There was nothing much to say about this. After learning what happened, he went to the company to retrieve the files. He thought there might be some obstacles, but he was surprised that the managers were so arrogant. They openly admitted what they had done. When a few people were questioned, they all claimed to know everything. There was no point in talking further. Qian Xingxing immediately took action, pulling up the file of this manager overnight and digging through his information on the internal network. He was shocked when he saw what he found. The small spark that almost ended Jiang Qiuxiu's career was just one of many things he had done. Could such a person still be kept? That night, he kicked out the manager and used an official order to transfer himself into this editing department, becoming the new supervisor. Then he made bold moves to review contracts, clear up misunderstandings, and bring Jiang Qiuxiu's contract files to the forefront. Everything was in order. Qian Xingxing felt he had done everything very well. He happily returned home, only to be called to the study by his father, Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo was a successful businessman. When the Federation's live streaming company was first founded in his father's generation, it wasn't the leader. Under his leadership, the company gradually gained a large market share and became a true powerhouse. Qian Xingxing had grown up hearing stories about his father's entrepreneurial journey, about his father's dream to make the Federation live streaming company the biggest, so that all the people across the galaxy could use Federation live streaming. Although young, he was tirelessly working toward his father's dream. 034 He is the shining star of the Federation. Xingxing, I heard you took over an editing department?
Dad, you know.
Qian Xingxing was very lively in front of Qian Duoduo. Our company has been around for so long. That's why there are so many rotten apples. They secretly blocked many talented streamers. Qian Xingxing clenched his fists, full of righteous anger. Compared to him, Qian Duoduo was more restrained and diplomatic. But he also promoted many famous streamers. But Yu doesn't hide her flaws. She simply made a mistake. Dad, do you think I went too far? Young Master Qian originally thought he would be praised when he came home, but instead, he was met with a cold shower and he felt sad. No, I just want to ask Xingxing a question. If a top-tier federal noble asks you to ban a talented streamer, how would you handle it? I would refuse, Xingxing replied without hesitation. Rules are important. Our company has its own rules, and everything must follow regulations. When a streamer is innocent, we must protect them. His voice was strong and firm, very different from his usual playful attitude. Qian Duo was surprised and smiled slightly, with a calm look in his eyes. It seems that Xingxing is the most honest person of our generation. Honesty was the best compliment for Xingxing. He looked at Qian Duo with admiration. But after turning around, Qian Duo's face lost its expression. This was not something a successful businessman should have. The weather was just right. Jiang Qiuxiu had finished packing and was ready to go out. When she opened the door, she felt a strange nervousness. Since coming here, she hadn't gone out for a walk yet. After organizing the memories of the original owner, she took her terminal and went shopping. They were in the slums of the Federation. Although robots came daily to clean, the streets still looked messy. The area was crowded with many small houses and uneven buildings, making it look small and cramped. Some old, faded structures added to the worn-out look. But to Jiang Qiuxiu, everything was new and interesting. She had never seen houses with metal exteriors like these. On the roads, everyone traveled in floating cars. Those with better conditions had semi-reclining floating cars, like small boats flying in the air. Jiang Qiuxiu looked around curiously. Following the terminal's advice, she rented a small foot-powered flying device from a nearby rental station and flew toward the city center. There, she could find a proper agent to help her find a suitable house. She set the flying device to low speed, partly because she was a bit afraid of heights, and partly to enjoy the scenery of the main city of the Federation. After flying for over an hour, she finally reached the bustling business district. The main city area of the Federation is a no-fly zone, so Jiang Qiuxiu had to use ground transportation. Soon, she arrived at her destination, the Federation Building. This is truly a busy and lively place. The building is made of various crystals and unknown materials, combined into a grand structure. It looks similar to modern glass buildings, but upon closer inspection, it feels more majestic and tall. While Jiang Qiuxiu was examining the building, suddenly, a line of words appeared on the building's surface. Happy birthday to General MOC of the Empire's Blade. Then, the Federation Building, which looked like a giant screen, started playing a video. It was a scene she had only seen in science fiction movies. Shiny silver mechs and strange creatures with many eyes and horns fought together. In an instant, a mech leapt into the air, drew a hidden electric sword from its arm, and stabbed downward, piercing a creature. The building flashed with images of these silver mechs fighting. Jiang Qiuxiu knew from her memory that these were the real heroes of the Federation Empire, piloted by MOC. She snapped back to reality and saw many people around her stopping to watch the video. Finally, the move was complete. The Federation's real estate agency was about 300 meters from the Federation Building. The sign was large, and Jiang Qiuxiu easily found the place. Inside, the company used the latest human temperature control technology, keeping the temperature and humidity at levels most comfortable for people. When Jiang Qiuxiu pushed the door open, she immediately felt the difference. The door opened, and a receptionist quickly greeted her.
Hello, Mom.
Are you here to inquire about renting or buying a house? I want to rent a house. Please, this way. The receptionist smiled kindly and led Jiang Qiuxiu to look at available properties. Could you tell me what kind of house you're looking for? Your preferences? A wide variety of house options appeared in front of her. Jiang Qiuxiu looked over them briefly and asked, May I look at the options first? Of course. Jiang Qiuxiu planned to rent a house directly this time, wanting to move once and for all to avoid future trouble. It is best to live in the main city area of the Federation, where safety is better. A standalone house with a garden is ideal, and she can try growing some vegetables there. After filtering through a few options, there weren't many houses left in this area. Jiang Qiuxiu carefully compared for a while and finally chose a villa community called Starry Sky Stroll, which has a lovely name. Have you found a house you like? Yes, this one. How much does it cost per month? Although the receptionist is a trained salesperson, Jiang Qiuxiu spoke so confidently that she was a bit surprised. She was dressed in clothes that didn't look very expensive, and she didn't seem wealthy, yet she was able to decide on a house in the Starry Sky Stroll community. Renting this place would cost at least 100,000 star coins a month. Hearing the number 100,000 made Jiang Qiuxiu wince, but thinking about her future good life, she decided quickly. Is the rent paid monthly or yearly? This house is paid for in 3-month installments. With money in her pocket, discussing this was easy. Less than 15 minutes after entering, Jiang Qiuxiu had settled a major life matter. Because she paid a high rent, the agency group gifted her a robot moving service. Moving was very fast. Luggage was scanned, packed, and delivered by a Federation super robot, quick and efficient. You deserve this. Since Jiang Qiuxiu's previous house was also rented, she saw her new home before it even got dark. The layout mimics a traditional Chinese courtyard house, with gray-blue tiles and off-white walls, and a grid structure that looks antique. Outside in the yard, there are realistic-looking trees, willows in front, poplars behind, full of poetic charm. Only such a small villa could justify a rent of 10,000. Excited, Jiang Qiuxiu rushed into her little house. The exterior has an antique look, but inside is full of futuristic technology. Robots clean the house, everything moves at her command, and there is a very large kitchen. Behind the back door is a small yard filled with flower pots and soil, a place for the owner to relax and enjoy. Looking around, Jiang Qiuxiu was very happy with her new home. Then she took out her live streaming equipment. The dull sensors and projectors looked out of place in her new home. Jiang Qiuxiu watched this scene for a long time before silently opening Taobao. If you're going to splurge, do it all at once. Go, go, go. Got a high-end sensor. She replaced all the missing or faulty items in one go. Standing in the courtyard of this traditional house, Jiang Qiuxiu reached out to feel the breeze. Closing her eyes to relax, she thought. She just took a quick look at the starry sky over the small villa. Starting at 100 million star coins, she needs to work harder to stay in this era. Cheer for herself. The customer service phone was almost overwhelmed with calls. Suddenly, it was already 8 o'clock. Since she wasn't live streaming today, Jiang Qiuxiu felt a bit lost. Like her, some fans who had recently developed a good habit of watching her streams also felt unsure. Her stream was off, and a group of people started guessing what was happening. She's on leave, but she didn't say. Why could she be moving to a new platform? Ugh, I still feel a bit headachy. Why did Qiuxiu leave for another platform? Didn't she say? She must have been bullied by the federal streaming company. How could they be so cruel? Qiuxiu looks just barely an adult, from a poor family, a hardworking girl. Why would they bully her? The topic gradually shifted to why the federal streaming company would target Jiang Qiuxiu. People familiar with fantasy stories use their wild imaginations. Maybe it's because Qiuxiu is too beautiful and during signing, she got caught up in this? The federal company is so beastly. Or maybe they see her talent and strength but no background and want to force her into an unfair contract? A 90% cut? Not giving the girl enough? Ugh, the federal company is so heartless. Or perhaps some high-up discovered Qiuxiu's cooking skills and want to push her into a corner, then make her a private chef? How can there be such shameless people? As the reputation of the federal streaming company was damaged and everyone was filled with righteous anger, someone suddenly suggested, if you really want to know, why don't we call the federal streaming company and ask? As more people made calls, Qiuxiu's fame grew, and the company paid more attention to her. Maybe she could start broadcasting again soon, and she might not even need to leave. Good idea. Great plan. So, the message came through. Very quickly, a caller from the public sent the contact number for the Federation Live Broadcast Company's customer service. The post was updated to show this, with a note. You beep, I beep, Choo-Choo's future won't be let down. At the same time, inside the Federation Live Broadcast Customer Service Department. They are a big company now. Most user questions can be answered by smart robots, and only a few users call the customer service line. Usually people call about small personal issues. As long as they respond politely with, okay, yes, and say they will try to improve and provide better service, the caller's frustration is usually vented, and that's enough. Beep, beep, beep. New info communications. New info communications. At night, the customer service agent answered the first call from the forum. Hello, how can I help you? Hi, I'm a user. I want to know why your company doesn't sign the food section streamer Jiang Choo-Choo. Customer service? What kind of question is that? Is this some troublemaker hiring someone to cause trouble? That, even the strangest questions are answered with a smile. We will ask the editorial team about this and reply to you later. I need to record your personal information. Record information? The caller paused. Thinking they might be scared, the customer service agent thought, if they don't sign her, it's probably because her skills aren't good enough. Do I even need to ask? Are you still there? What information do you need? Name, age, contact details are essential. For investigation purposes, knowing their workplace, membership level, and other details would be best. You never know what you might find out. The customer service agent was shocked when they asked, Can you repeat your workplace? Federation Army, 3rd Division. Okay, I got it. Please wait for a reply. After hanging up, the customer service agent wanted to share with colleagues that someone from the Federation Army was asking why they couldn't sign a popular streamer. But before they could, they saw everyone else was already on the phone. The entire customer service department was filled with the sound of ding, 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 new news communication. New news communication. Okay, we will reply to you as soon as possible. Receiving inquiries is not scary. What's frightening is handling so many at once, with so many people asking about one person, and these people are simply overwhelming. Could you please repeat your employer? Expedition Army Group 1. Oh. Okay, we will reply to you soon. What is your membership level? Level 15. Okay, we will reply to you soon. Are you a member of the Senate? Member level 14? Suddenly, all the customer service reps were shocked but still responded politely. Okay. We will reply to you soon. Amidst their surprise, curiosity also grew. Who exactly is Jiang Choo-Choo? The supervisor of the customer service department was a bit confused. It was the first time she saw such a large number of service calls coming in, and the identities of the callers were all impressive, either military or political figures or wealthy individuals. She worried that someone might be causing trouble or that this streamer, Jiang Choo-Choo, was trying to get famous through some scheme. After all, the information provided might not be true. Just then, her own communication device buzzed. Ding, ding, ding. Encrypted communication calling you. Please answer quickly. Ding, ding, ding. Encrypted communication. She was startled and quickly rushed back to her workstation. In the Federation, only a few specific groups could use encrypted communication: top officials, imperial figures, and members of the parliament. Do these people even watch live streams? Wow. People like that watching a live stream and calling customer service? They should just go see the boss. Hello, how can I help you? Despite feeling overwhelmed, the supervisor kept her tone friendly and warm. Jiang Choo-Choo, the host of the food live stream section. Why doesn't your company sign her? We will ask the editorial team about this and get back to you as soon as possible. There was a moment of silence on the line. The supervisor didn't know what to say, and then the other side asked proactively, Do you need to register? No, just send us a contact method, and we will reply to you as quickly as possible. The call ended, and the supervisor felt her heart pounding very fast. A customer service representative just finished a call and asked, Manager, why are you asking about encrypted calls? It's about that host. I suspect that the information we registered for these people might actually be real. She took a deep breath, realizing this was a big deal. Keep handling communications politely. I will call the editorial department to ask about this. The manager quickly pulled up the records and found the regional editorial office, where Jiang Choo-Choo worked. The new manager was a young master, someone they couldn't afford to offend. She immediately made a call to the deputy manager. The deputy's voice was lazy and a bit sleepy, clearly having already gone home for the day. "Are you the customer service manager? Why are you calling at this hour? Your live broadcast area had a big issue. How can you still be sleeping?" The customer service manager quickly handed over the details of today's inquiries and the people who asked questions to the deputy. He still sounded lazy. Haha, how could so many expeditionary forces be sending messages? Everyone knows they're busy training. The first and second groups, how could they have time to watch the live? The customer service manager sneered. Really? I just received a secret encrypted message, and that person was asking about this too. There was a strange silence on the line. Then there was the sound of someone dressing. The deputy's voice became serious and formal. What's going on? Tell me everything in detail. Despite the busy day, the number of people sending messages and waiting in line kept growing. The entire customer service team seemed to be working just for Jiang Qiuxiu. Everyone was registering information more and more mechanically.
Wow.
The expeditionary forces are watching our live. The Senate is watching our live. Interstellar pirates are using our live. Who said our audience isn't broad? It's definitely very wide. As more people arrived, the inexperienced customer service staff started to get confused. Jiang Qiuxiu's fans were polite and calm, but with everything happening, those who wanted to complain got even angrier after waiting in line. The whole space became noisy and chaotic, feeling like it was operating beyond its capacity. The deputy manager of the division has now woken up. He is the host responsible for the game mecha division and doesn't know much about Jiang Qiuxiu's situation. He only remembers that young Master Qian mentioned this host briefly after his arrival. After hurriedly putting on clothes and taking a hover car to the company, he looked through the pre-review materials from the editing department and saw the full picture. We already sent the signing information to this host before. So, are so many fans just asking for nothing? Because the previous manager blocked it. Now that there's a new manager, the signing process is underway. You need to explain this to those people. How can I explain that? Calls kept coming in nonstop. After finishing one, another would follow. The messages were not coordinated. The best solution is for you to contact this host quickly, ask her to start streaming and show her face, and explain the situation. This way, it can clear things up and calm down the anger. You're right. I'll contact her immediately. Do it quickly. Our communication channels are overwhelmed. Later, in the quiet of the night, Ming Mei, who was already asleep, was awakened by a call from her supervisor. Are you still sleeping? Something happened. Hurry and contact your subordinate, Jiang Jujiu, and ask her to start streaming. Her fans are calling the customer service department with questions. There are too many calls, affecting the department's work. I understand. I'll contact her right away. Yes, quickly. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuxiu, who was lying in bed pondering life, was soon called by Ming Mei. Ming Mei, urgent, urgent, urgent. Thank goodness you answered. Ming Mei's voice was a bit anxious. Jiang Qiuxiu's mind clicked. What's wrong? Is there a last-minute change? Is the situation changing again? No, it's your fans. What about them? Ming Mei explained how the fans had stayed up late to visit the customer service department, feeling a bit helpless. Originally, we wanted you to rest for a day and resume streaming tomorrow, letting things settle down a bit, so no one would say you were self-promoting. But unexpectedly, Jiang Qiuxiu was surprised that her fans were so supportive. The higher-ups want you to start streaming again today, explain the signing situation, and help calm everyone's mood. It seems that everyone isn't just briefly fond of her. Qiuqiu? Is the ingredient not prepared well? It's okay if you don't want to cook today. You can just chat with everyone. No, I'm fine. I'm okay now. I'll start the live stream right away. The star was quick. She logged into the back end, entered the live broadcast, and opened the chat room. Tens of thousands of followers surfing the internet in the Federation received a message. Your favorite host Jiang Jujiu is now live. Click the link to join the chat and support the host. Suddenly, thousands of people flooded in. 039 sweet cake for a sweet you. Everyone arrived so quickly. Jiang Qiuqiu was still adjusting the camera.
I'm Jiang Jujiu.
Welcome to my live stream. Jujiu is finally here. Is this the message effect everyone sent at this time? Juju is online now. Is she going to talk about switching platforms or continuing to stream in the Federation? Many questions came in. Jiang Qiuqiu told her fans not to worry. I'm live now to explain these things clearly. Don't worry, everyone. Let's wait a little while for the fans who haven't received the message to join, and we'll talk slowly. If you've organized activities in forums or groups, you can ask everyone to pause those and come to the live chat. Someone quickly switched to a post and left a message. Stop sending messages. Just tell us where the live chat is. Juju is online. After waiting nearly 5 minutes, the number of viewers gradually increased, reaching about 100,000. Jiang Qiuqiu thought this was enough, and then she started explaining. Earlier, the editor sent me a message about the questions you asked in customer service. Thank you very much. Jiang Qiuqiu slightly bowed, her lower face flashing in the camera. Her youthful face. So pretty. No need to thank me, Juju. You're so humble. It's not about politeness. It's about gratitude. Thank you all for standing up for me. Since everyone is involved, you have the right to know what's going on. I won't hide anything from you. The matter was simple. She had offended someone and was blocked from her contract. My previous contract was canceled. Will your contract also be canceled? That's so unfair. I was originally planning to change platforms, but I upset some people. Just these past few days, my branch got a new manager who fixed the corruption issues left by the previous one. My contract was also approved smoothly. So, does this mean Juju will continue live streaming on Federation? Yes, I stayed. That's great. I can't wait to support Juju every day. I'm already getting familiar with the streaming apps for those dishes. Staying is the best choice. I've used Federation Live for over 10 years, so I'm very comfortable with it. You guys are the best fans. Jiang Qiuqiu sat down, not facing the camera directly, glancing out the window. I didn't expect that just cooking a few dishes could make so many people like me. What did this person just say? What does just cooking mean? Be more confident. It's clear that your cooking is delicious and has won over us food lovers. Juju's food brings happiness. Since I started watching her streams, my mood has improved, really. Yeah, after training, watching her stream makes me feel better. If I'm lucky enough to get a taste test spot, all my tiredness disappears. Juju is my source of happiness. Source, and everyone started praising Jiang Qiuqiu, saying she's an excellent cook and brings endless joy. Their compliments kept coming, making Jiang Qiuqiu feel touched. She softly sighed. People really say the nicest things. I wasn't planning to cook today, just wanted to rest for a day. Then go rest. You're still young. Staying up late isn't good. Even though I can't eat today and I feel a bit sad, I'm happy knowing I can eat tomorrow. No, since I came and the stream is on, I can't let everyone come all this way for nothing. Today's not a menu, it's a dessert. Cake. After saying that, Jiang Qiuqiu turned off all paid features of the stream, smiling as she said, tonight's all activities are free. Sweet cake for all of you sweet people. Then she went into the kitchen. The chat suddenly flooded with excited fans. I love this. What a divine Juju. Choo is so great. 040 is making a cake. This really is the personality of a little sister. She feels helped and wants to give back. She must be very young, starting a live stream career at such a young age. Oh, I feel sorry for her. Our group will always support you. Then I'll thank everyone in advance. No need to be so sentimental. My life is pretty good. Look, isn't today's kitchen different from usual? Someone in the comments reacted. I've moved to a new place, living in a very nice neighborhood. I love cooking, and streaming helps me meet more people. I'm not tired at all.
So don't worry about me.
Finally, I'm an adult now, not a little sister anymore. But your face. My sister often says she's an adult. My brother, my nephew. Everyone is joking and playing along. Jiang Qiuqiu gently snorted. Let's stop talking about that. Let's get back to today's dessert. Making a cake is actually very simple. We need some bird eggs, leftover flour, oil, and the most important ingredient, sugar. In this era, sugar is a kind of rough crystal. Jiang Qiuxiu had wanted to make a cake before, so she pre-treated the sugar here and purified it a bit. I know everyone might find the ingredients strange, but it's okay. No matter how strange something is, as long as you find its pattern, it can turn into something delicious. Jiang Qiuxiu took a bowl and put in flour, oil, and sugar, then stirred carefully. Soon, the grains of flour and sugar disappeared, and the orange-yellow oil mixture became very smooth. Jiang Qiuxiu made a sound of satisfaction. Done. That's enough for now.
Can we eat it?
Is this dessert? At this moment, the viewers' minds were filled with 4 words. Dark cuisine. Can I choose not to eat the dessert? I don't want to drink oil. What's going on? Jiang Qiuxiu smiled helplessly. This is just the crispy top of the cake. It's not ready to eat yet. Let's prepare the cake base first. Find a very large bowl, add all the eggs and the prepared sugar at once, then extend her hands and use this. Jiang Qiuxiu pointed to a cross-shaped tool in her hand to start stirring continuously. Eggs are a magical ingredient. Whether used alone or with other ingredients, there are many methods. As a base for desserts, they usually need to be whipped. The egg whisk spins quickly in the egg mixture, causing a wonderful chemical reaction. The batter gradually turns white. When it's ready, Jiang Qiuxiu lifts the cross-shaped whisk, which has batter clinging to it without falling, forming a small peak. At this point, we add the flour. When adding flour, she switches to a small spatula and gently folds the mixture to release the trapped air. The batter becomes smooth and fine. Then she adds vegetable oil and quickly folds again.
Done.
Now the preparation is complete. Ah, Juju's dish today doesn't smell good at all. Although I trust my sister, I feel like this isn't quite right. Chongbei, why only eggs and flour? No meat at all? Last time, the rice rolls had a bit of meat, and why is this sweet? Real men never eat sweet things. Sugar tastes bad. This brave person said a long string of words at once. Jiang Qiuxiu glanced over and thought his ID looked a bit familiar. Oh, that delicious warrior. Always saying in the live stream that he won't eat certain things, but after tasting, he gives the most sincere reviews. She cleared her throat. Desserts and dishes are different. During preparation, they don't emit much aroma, but once cooked, few other flavors can match their fragrance. Really? Even more fragrant than braised pork? These are different kinds of aromas. It's also a delicious sweet treat that even brave men find irresistible. Meanwhile, Chongbei rolled up his sleeves. Wow, is she implying something about me? Qiu Dao was used to his attitude and casually replied, Can you refuse? Why should I refuse? I'll definitely eat it first, then decide. Wake up. After you eat it, how many times have you actually refused? 041 for you, countless thousands. The molds were small bowls prepared in advance. Jiang Qiuxiu brushed ghee on the bottoms of the bowls and poured in the batter. To let more people enjoy the taste of the cake, we put only one small cake in each bowl. If there's just one, we pour a little more batter inside. The batter slightly rose, forming a small peak. Like every time before, Jiang Qiuxiu slowed down when making the first one, explaining as she worked. After finishing the first, her speed became almost like flying. With a quick flick and a few words, she poured the batter into 20 molds. For this dessert, we will use a new tool, the oven. This era has recreated the oven used in the past. Although the power and methods are a bit different, the function remains the same. Put the molds into the oven. Now, we can start to smell the aroma. At first, the smell was faint and light, barely noticeable. Only those with a keen sense of smell seemed to detect a slight fragrance. As time passed, the camera focused on the transparent oven window. Everyone could clearly see the batter slowly expanding and forming small bumps. The aroma grew stronger. The eggs and sugar combined, then blended with the flour. Under high heat, they reacted, becoming soft and fluffy. The rich, sweet smell wafted out of the oven. What is that smell? It smells so good. So sweet, this feeling. It's too sweet. I don't know why, but tears unexpectedly flowed from the corner of my eye. Now I understand why Juju said this aroma is completely different from but just as powerful as braised pork. This smell directly hits the brain, So tempting. But it's not the most fragrant part yet. 10 minutes passed. Cracks appeared on the surface of the cake, revealing the white belly inside through the caramel-colored top. Jiang Qiuxiu used tongs to remove the molds. The smell was simply mouth-watering. Outside the holographic screen, Chongbei swallowed hard. His eyes slowly turned into vertical pupils, and his orange pupils were full of longing. This batter suddenly looks so good. Is the cake's color similar to my eye color? Qiuxiu, it smells so wonderful. Autumn Knife flicked her tail. Everyone on the screen was praising how delicious Autumn's desserts looked. She thanked everyone for the compliments and quickly moved the cake to the scanner. Although I'm happy to hear your praise, it's getting late. Let's finish eating and get some rest. I'm a bit sleepy too. The first batch of cakes was quickly handed out. This time, it was a special giveaway, not based on fans' speed but on participation. Everyone could join, and the system would randomly select 10,000 lucky fans to taste the sweet and tasty cake. This time, she made 20 cakes, which could benefit 200,000 fans. Currently, over 700,000 people were watching online. Jiang Qiuqiu didn't say much and simply took out new molds. Congratulations to the lucky fans who have been selected. You can start eating now. Those who weren't chosen, please wait a little longer. I'll try to let everyone enjoy tonight's cake. She took out smaller molds and worked faster. One piece after another, the cakes were sent onto the scanner table. Jiang Qiuqiu grew more tired. After distributing to nearly 600,000 lucky fans, she had no choice but to turn off the live stream and go to sleep. 042 genuine comments, love you. Her live stream ended suddenly, and fans were still tasting the cake. As soon as the streamer disappeared, they quickly moved to the forum discussion area. What happened? Is she too tired? Maybe. Juju said she's only an adult now, and it seems she moved again today. She might have gone to bed late and was woken up for the stream. After making so many cakes, it's normal to be tired. Too sweet. Juju I follow is as sweet as the cake. After eating, I feel energized all over. The bunny star person feels like her ears are going to droop after eating. Wow, it's really delicious. It's even tastier than what I've had at top restaurants in the Federation. This data hits the taste buds, and I feel like my soul is dancing. Omega to Omega, someone above is a rich person. But is it really better than the Federation's restaurants? A regular master can definitely do better, but I don't know about the level of a state banquet. After all, I haven't tried it myself. After a round of discussion, most people focused on the taste of the cake. Almost no one gave a negative review. Even those who said it was a bit too sweet thought it was just a matter of personal taste. Overall, everyone agreed it was delicious. This comment is contradictory. Suddenly, the topic shifts back to Jiang Qiuxiu. Someone suddenly said they really wanted to support Jiang Qiuxiu today. This is so delicious. I think this kind of tasty food is worth my effort. But today is a free event, so it feels like I'm just taking advantage. Yes, my sister's family isn't wealthy, and she even arranged a free event for us. Such a kind sister makes people want to do something for her. Giving money is too low-level. Jiang Qiuxiu already said it's a free event, so spending money seems to conflict with the fans' and hosts' views. So, can we write a review for Juju? I took a look, and after tasting, the review section was full of simple words like delicious or fragrant. All 5-star ratings and fragrant comments made us look like fake fans. How do you write a review? Can reviews be poetic? Yes. Someone surprisingly found an old, legendary compliment for Jiang Qiuxiu. The fried pork chop smells so tempting, with a scent that makes all meat lovers unable to resist. Biting into it, I felt my whole wolf spirit being conquered. I instantly bowed down to the fried chicken bowl. If you haven't tried this fried meat, all meat lovers have wasted their lives. This review. Was the fried chicken chop really that good before? I kind of want to eat it now. Can Qiuxiu come back for a show? A bear gene person and getting a bit too excited.
Did you see?
That's exactly the kind of review we need, to promote Juju and let everyone passing by know she's a top chef. Let's go. We Juju fans can't lose. The passionate comment section is so easy to get carried away. After everyone finished their cake, they started praising wildly, not knowing where to send their words. So they held an activity. Thousands of people picked up their pens and started praising. People with culture write soft, sweet, and fragrant words, lighter than clouds, with a crispy outer layer, sweet but not greasy, suitable for all ages. People without culture just say, "It's really delicious, super delicious." My whole family cried after eating, boo-hoo. My brother loves it, my sister loves it, I love it, my mom loves it, and even my dad loves it. A practical estimate is that this cake is worth 10,000 stars, but in this treasure host's live stream, it sells for only 5 stars. Don't pass by, or you'll regret it. Come quickly. 043 Mysterious person. Brief appearance. A wealthy person might say this level of food surpasses the top restaurants in the Federation. If you can't visit such restaurants in real life, be sure to check out our Juju. Enjoy a master chef's cooking online and save money. Everyone's comments are varied, full of jokes and emotions, showing pure love for Jiang Qiuxiu and high hopes for delicious food. Late at night, the lively posting activity was in full swing. In a tall, prominent post, an unnoticed reply appeared. Omega, a wealthy person just appeared upstairs, but is it really better than the Federation's restaurant? An ordinary master chef can probably do better, but I don't know about the level of a national banquet. After all, I haven't tried it myself. The quality is excellent, with a unique flavor. Since the account was encrypted, there was no reply notification, so it remained among many comments. The next day, Jiang Qiuxiu woke up feeling refreshed. She tidied up her new home, ate breakfast, then went to the front yard to swing. In this era, swings move on their own without needing someone to push. It's convenient, but somehow less wild and fun. Playing alone feels a bit lonely. Fortunately, Mingmei sent a message soon after. She was reaching out about work. "Hey, Juju, are you awake?" "Yes, I am." "It's already this time. If I don't get up soon, it'll be afternoon. I thought you'd sleep in more after your live stream yesterday. You looked tired." Her disciplined and diligent nature was obvious. Her biological clock was always punctual. Even after doing a lot of tiring work, she still got up early. That's the kind of person Jiang Qiuxiu admired. "Today, I have good news to tell you. Did my contract get approved?" "Exactly. The legal department has finished reviewing the contract. Soon, we'll start the holographic recording and go through the contract process. You will officially become one of my hosts." Her voice was excited, clearly very happy. Jiang Qiuxiu cleared her throat. "Then I should congratulate both you and myself. Congratulations to Mingmei for becoming an excellent host, and congratulations to myself for having a supportive and assertive editor." A laugh came from the other side. "Is that even something to congratulate? By the way, did you go to your live stream room after you woke up today? What happened?" Hearing Jiang Qiuxiu say this, Mingmei knew she hadn't yet seen her fans' big achievement, so she smiled and urged her to check it out. "Your fans did something really impressive." Jiang Qiuxiu's head slowly formed a question mark. "You can go take a look first. I'm about to start a holographic signing channel. When you join, we can go through the process and then seriously discuss your future plans." The call ended. Jiang Qiuxiu curiously opened her live stream backend. The red notification and alert sounds kept ringing. She turned off the alerts and looked at the thousands of messages popping up on the screen. Her mind was a bit overwhelmed. The comments from fans looked like a circus act, each showing off their skills. Some praised the stream, and the main comments used to be about how delicious and satisfying the content was. It was strange. Jiang Qiuxiu admired the masterpieces her fans left behind. She muttered while smiling softly, her eyes filled with warmth. She scrolled down one by one until Mingmei sent her the link to join the holographic signing channel. Jiang Qiuxiu's future development plan. Due to the wide distribution of people in the Federation era, some hosts are separated by dozens of planets from their companies. Traveling by jump ship can be very expensive, sometimes enough to bankrupt someone instantly. So, years ago, the Federation live streaming company developed a holographic signing channel. This channel is only used for official signings. From the moment both parties enter, a holographic recording is made as proof of the contract, and the signed agreement is protected by Federation law. After Jiang Qiuxiu entered the channel, she walked straight toward Mingmei. Mingmei, who was still looking at the contract, looked up. In that moment, she was momentarily distracted. Jiang Qiuxiu reached out and waved her hand. "Editor, sit down." When she submitted her documents earlier, Mingmei hadn't carefully looked at Jiang Qiuxiu's photo. She only glanced at it briefly. She remembered that Jiang Qiuxiu had long bangs and looked somewhat thin, not particularly stunning. She guessed that this might be why Jiang Qiuxiu preferred to stay out of sight. Who is this person coming over just now? Jiang Qiuxiu just turned 18. Because she was malnourished as a child, she is not very tall. Later, she came to the Federation. Although she didn't attend school, she received aid from the Federation and was able to get by. Her nutrition was barely enough, and she is somewhat thin. Her life has been difficult. She worked in such a place, and to protect herself, she kept her rough, long hair, wore loose clothes, and kept her head down. She lacked confidence in photos, even though she was very beautiful, which was hidden. After Jiang Qiuxiu arrived, she gathered her hair at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead. Without fancy hairstyles, her features became more noticeable: almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and cute lips. She was so adorable, she could easily captivate both men and women in the Federation. When Jiang Qiuxiu approached, she felt the editor's gaze was a bit fierce. "Has the level on the contract been changed?" she asked, noticing that the Federation Live broadcast company skipped her internship year and directly assigned her a level. Her bright mind was a little distracted, and she nodded. "Little Qian thinks your popularity and talent are not something ordinary streamers can compare to. Even though you haven't been streaming long, your strength is obvious, so they skipped the internship year." She was directly assigned AD level. "Next year's evaluation can directly promote you to a higher level. I'm glad that the new little Qian always has good judgment," Jiang Qiuxiu said, leaving her genetic information on the contract. After the holographic channel checked it, the contract glowed blue, meaning the signing process was complete. Mingmei was the first to stand up. "Qiuxiu, there's holographic testing here. Let's switch channels and talk about your live room." This was a system developed by the Federation company itself. The company's editors all had their own small offices, and Mingmei was no exception. She took Jiang Qiuxiu to her small office and said, "If little Qian has seen how you look now, she would think your level is too low." "What do you mean?" Jiang Qiuxiu smiled and pointed at herself. "Are you praising my looks?" No matter the era, unique beauty is always a good advantage. "Qiuxiu, have you ever thought about live streaming with your face showing?" Jiang Qiuxiu understood what Mingmei meant, but "I don't want to show my face. Maybe I have other plans in the future. When I do live streams as my work, I don't want them to interfere with my other plans." She follows the wishes of the original owner and her own curiosity, and it's very likely she will attend school in the future. She wants to enjoy campus life and doesn't want to be recognized. Under the spotlight, she would face various praise and criticism, which she finds quite boring. She is firm and confident in her words. During this time, Mingmei has gotten a basic understanding of Jiang Qiuxiu's personality and knows that this matter probably can't be negotiated. Feeling a little disappointed, she says, "All right, I'll go along with whatever you decide. Don't be upset." "Mingmei, do you think I can't become a top streamer because I don't show my face?" "Of course not." Mingmei shakes her head. "You have enough talent." 045 Jiang Qiuxiu's future path to the issue of showing her face is temporarily settled. Although Mingmei isn't a professional editor, she has put a lot of thought into Jiang Qiuxiu. She straightforwardly offers a few suggestions. You can consider these. First, maybe you should reduce how often you go live. If you do it too often, you might end up repeating the same menu items. Some repetition is okay, but too much could hurt your reputation. Repeating dishes? Don't worry about that for now. Jiang Qiuxiu's mind connects to the most beautiful food cultures in the world, China's 8 great cuisines, which include stir-frying, boiling, steaming, baking, and more than 10 other cooking methods. She also has a wide knowledge of Western desserts, drinks, and sweets. It might take 3 or 5 years to fully master her skills. She speaks casually, but Mingmei is shocked. How many menus do you have? I can't give an exact number right now, but maintaining them for a year or two shouldn't be a problem. She looks at Jiang Qiuxiu from top to bottom. Is this person awakening memories from ancient Earth? So many recipes? She has to admit, she's right about one thing. Besides dishes, have you thought about expanding your live streams? As a loyal fan, she hasn't missed any unusual broadcasts. You've done 2 slow-paced cooking videos, rice rolls and cakes. I saw them, and they're not very difficult to make. Could you maybe create some instructional video series in the future? Combining cooking and teaching how to cook. Because once you reach 4 stars as a streamer, a summoning feature will be unlocked in your live room. You can connect with fans who are willing to show their faces. That way, your live content will be even richer. Sounds good. Jiang Qiuxiu understood clearly, saying, I will carefully learn about this activity. I believe in you. Jiang Qiuxiu, talented and easy to communicate with, was cheerful and thoughtful. She shared her final idea. If you have many recipes, you could make a series of videos. For example, these days, you could connect them together, focusing on the same type of food. That way, it will be more consistent. Combining videos like this can also attract more fans. Like a series on 100 ways to eat Gugu Beast, Jiang Qiuxiu casually added. Mingmei's eyes widened instantly, and her lips moved faster than her brain, showing shock. 100 ways to eat Gugu Beast. It seemed that making this series could attract many viewers. The editor from the Federation Live Broadcast Company was among the high earners in Federation Star City. Mingmei herself graduated from the Federation University with a business degree, and her family was well off. She was experienced and knowledgeable. Even she was surprised to hear about 100 ways to eat Gugu Beast, not to mention the countless ordinary viewers. They talked a bit more about the series, and Jiang Qiuxiu finally concluded, when I first started broadcasting, I had limited funds and couldn't do a series. Now, switching to a series suddenly feels a bit abrupt. The interstellar climate is about to turn to autumn, using Earth's climate as a reference, with some fictional settings for interstellar weather. Once the weather cools down, I will release some nourishing and hearty food series. That's up to your decision. You have your own unique insights and taste about food. Sometimes, if you want to do something, just tell me. I will consider your opinion carefully and respond accordingly. Then, I want to thank the editor for her understanding, Jiang Qiuxiu said, extending her right hand. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. They shook hands and Mingmei said, Don't call me the editor, just call me Mingmei. How old are you? She asked jokingly. With her experience, she might call her sister. That thought just crossed her mind when she heard someone nearby say, I'm 43 years old, Jiang Qiuxiu. Oops, she lost. For the first time, Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't believe it. She stared at Mingmei, unable to tell she was already 43. 046 playful and clever that day. At 8 o'clock, Jiang Qiuxiu turned on her live stream on time. As usual, the live stream was lively. I'm Jiang Qiuxiu. Welcome everyone to my stream. Today's menu is roasted bird. While preparing to serve 100 Gugu Beasts, she temporarily removed Gugu delicacies from her menu. Today's dish name is quite rough, but there's no other way. She couldn't find anything called duck here. The similar species she found are all called birds. So, roasted duck can only become roasted bird. Roasted? Is there a new cooking method today? I'm more curious about the ingredients. Can birds be eaten? I once ate a bird, and it left a childhood shadow. The person above probably misspoke. Did you dare to eat this bird as a child? Maybe it's a grown-up shadow. Actually, it's an adult shadow. When they first caught a bird, many brave fighters in the Federation tried eating it, using various cooking methods, boiling, steaming, distillation. They tried everything. But, since its nutritional value isn't better than nutrient liquids, and its taste is more intense, the starry people quickly abandoned the bird. Now only top restaurants use it occasionally. The rest are kept as attractions on breeding planets for tourism. It's so unappetizing that even 3 books couldn't fully describe it. It seems Jujiu just loves challenging herself with difficult ingredients. Alright, no more talk. Let's process the bird meat together. To make roasted bird, we should choose the fattier part 1/2 here. Jiang Qiuqiu weighed the bird, showing the rich fat on it. This part just looks unappetizing. It's greasy and fishy, not good at all. Many viewers in the comments avoided the fat. They said they dislike this part the most. Unprocessed or poorly processed fat can be greasy, but if handled well, it can be quite tasty. Plus, Jiang Qiuqiu made a playful sound, so after it's cooked, do you all not eat the skin? You haven't tried it, so you don't know. After roasting, the excess oil on the bird's skin seeps into the meat, leaving some behind. The soft texture becomes crispy, and eating it together with the meat makes the flavor richer and more varied. I didn't expect you all to dislike it. Then, Jiang Qiuqiu reached out and waved at the camera, saying coldly, "I'll peel off its skin. This way, everyone can just eat meat." No, let's just talk. Qiuqiu's bragging is always top quality. We believe Qiuqiu's roasted bird must be delicious. Even the fatty parts are tasty. Please don't peel it.
Host, don't tease us like that.
Boohoo, start cooking already. I want to eat. It's late at night, and I haven't eaten yet. I'm waiting to eat the host's dish, while sipping on some nutritional liquid. More and more people are begging, and Jiang Qiuqiu finally breaks into laughter. Alright, just joking with everyone. Since you're all hungry, let's not talk further, and start preparing this fat bird. Jiang Qiuqiu takes out a big kitchen knife. First, remove the parts you don't need. With a snap, the duck's tail is gone. Another snap, the head is gone. After chopping off some troublesome parts, a neatly shaped duck appears on the camera. She works quickly and skillfully, which looks quite entertaining. But the viewers? I thought Qiuqiu was a delicate girl. The delicate girl has made meatballs before, and when she was chopping meat. She's not delicate at all. Qiuqiu's small hands and what she does are very different. 047 Classic Chinese Cuisine. Roast Duck Part 1. Qiuqiu's small hands and her actions are very contrasting. The body of the bird is already prepared. Now, weigh it up. Before blowing, the skin and meat are stuck together. To make the skin crispy and the meat tender during roasting, we need to inflate the bird between the skin and meat. Jiang Qiuqiu had bought a vintage hand pump online, which is perfect for this. This step might be hard to understand for everyone, but that's okay. No need to worry, just enjoy the food. Until there's a slight gap between the skin and the meat, then move to the next step. Jiang Qiuqiu prepares a large pot of hot water. Not boiling the bird, today is all about roasting. The water is about 75 degrees Celsius. We hold the bird by its neck and pour the hot water evenly over it with a metal spoon. Pouring hot water helps the fat shrink and removes any gamey smell. The water has been poured, but Jiang Qiuqiu doesn't move on to the next step immediately. Someone in the comments asked why the start was delayed. They seemed a bit excited, like they were looking forward to the roasting. Jiang Qiuqiu clicked her tongue and said, "I forgot earlier that after watering the bird, it needs to dry naturally for a few hours." After hearing that, everyone felt a little worried. No way could it be that they won't be able to eat today? But soon, Jiang Qiuqiu spoke in a lively tone, stretching her words. "What should I do now?" She didn't seem worried at all. I guess Qiuqiu was prepared all along. How could such a careful sister forget something so important? Qiuqiu never makes her fans wait in vain. We will definitely get it. Well, no one was fooled. To keep the live going smoothly, I've already prepared some dried birds. Jiang Qiuqiu casually grabbed one. It looks like this. It's pretty dry overall, with the skin and meat showing a slight yellow color. Before roasting, we need to brush on a secret crispy skin sauce. Now, everyone saw honey again, which is key for a crispy skin, but she warned, don't add too much or it will be too crispy. To make the taste richer, we can add a little vinegar and wine to the honey water. The duck was evenly coated with crispy skin water. Right now, the duck still had white skin and didn't look very tempting. Jiang Qiuqiu turned on the dryer to briefly dry the moisture on the surface, repeating the brushing process a few times. Then she opened the oven. Such complicated steps. Is this how delicious food is made? I feel lucky to witness this moment. Hey, I wouldn't feel lucky just for witnessing this, but if I get to eat it, wah, I might cry with happiness. Where would the tears come from? Warning. Driving. What car? I didn't see any car. The discussion drifted away. Jiang Qiuqiu responded to the first comment. It's not that complicated. Roasting the bird is just the preparation. Once it's in the oven, we can wait quietly for the delicious result. I believe everyone can handle the preparation. Jiang Qiuqiu opened the oven. Set the temperature to 170 degrees. High heat will trigger some mysterious reaction with the bird. Look here. She stretched out her pale hand and pointed at the roast duck inside the glass. Time and temperature will cook its skin to a tempting, warm, reddish hue. The fresh juices will slowly drip down from the rack. The oil and juices sizzle, filling the kitchen with the sweet aroma of baked goods and the delicious smell of meat. It really makes you hungry. 048 Chinese classic cuisine. Roast duck too. However, we can't see this reaction happening in a short time. Jiang Qiuqiu moved the camera closer. Roast bird is a special dish. It takes a long time to prepare and cook, so since this is a short live broadcast, I prepared a nearly finished small bird in advance. She turned the camera again, aiming the tracking robot at two ovens in the corner of the kitchen. Because the mansion's kitchen is quite large, the two ovens in the corner are outside the range of the holographic scanner, so viewers in the live stream can't smell anything. But Jiang Qiuqiu approached them. All the live equipment moves with the host. The burst of aroma happens in an instant. As the two ovens roast ducks entered the range of her new holographic scanner, everyone watching on the screen could smell the rich aroma of fats, honey, and meat combined, a complex, strong flavor. How many times do I have to say these 3 words? Is this the power of juju? So amazing, I kneel, sob sob. It smells so good. I want to eat the bird, I really want to eat it. Such delicious bird. I could eat it every day, 2 at a time. She stepped closer and explained for a while. The white skin has turned a beautiful orange yellow. You already know what the aroma is like. Now the skin is crispy, but the meat is still tender. When you bite into it, a little juice will burst on your tongue. I see it. It seems my introduction isn't enough to attract everyone. Everyone is eager for me to move on to the next step. She smiled twice and used a long fork to lift the duck out. Today, I prepared some flatbreads, sweet sauce, and scallions so more people can enjoy this dish. Before showing how to eat it, we need to slice the meat. The sliced meat showcases the skill of the chef. A small, sharp knife in Jiang Qiuqiu's hand seems natural, and with her wrist movements, thin slices of duck are placed onto a white porcelain plate. When slicing the meat, keep the skin and meat together and cut to a moderate thickness. You can see that as the knife touches the meat, it slightly presses down and juices flow out. I need to work faster because this dish tastes best when eaten hot. To help everyone enjoy the food better, Jiang Qiuqiu remains silent during the next slicing process. She doesn't speak, but many viewers in the live stream have a lot to say. People admire her skill. After about 3 to 5 minutes, 3 large plates of neatly sliced duck, including skin and meat, are arranged on the table. Jiang Qiuqiu places prepared round pancakes with scallions and sauce nearby. Watch me demonstrate. Using chopsticks, she picks up 2 slices of meat and places them on slightly yellowed pancake wrappers, adds half a spoon of sweet bean sauce and some scallions, then folds the pancake in half. It's best to eat it in one bite to enjoy the authentic flavor. Alright, it's getting late today. Let's start plating. The scallion pancakes and sauce are already prepared. Jiang Qiuqiu just needs to add the duck slices into small plates. The preparation saves many steps. In less than 10 minutes, all the duck slices are distributed. There aren't many dishes this time, and each portion isn't large. So, almost 70% of the viewers had the chance to taste the delicious food. Eating happens quickly, and the comments praising the food come in at lightning speed. I finally got to try it. I've been like an African person, just sitting in the live stream, smelling the aroma every day. My heart almost breaks. Today I finally got to taste the delicious roasted bird. Now I understand why everyone is willing to wait for Juju. Because delicious food is the biggest temptation a chef can offer. Everyone bites eagerly and doesn't want to leave. 049 The second reason of the young lady. Everyone just needs to enjoy the food. But today's roasted bird isn't the best version. Making this dish requires special equipment. I don't often make it, so I didn't get it custom made. How good is the best tasting version? I can't answer that. You'll know after you try it. Will I have a chance to taste the best roasted bird? Maybe in the future, yes. Also, before I end the live stream today, I want to tell everyone something. She interacted naturally with the comments. Since I can't keep up with continuous live streams, I will do them every other day from now on. Previously, Mingmei mentioned the idea of streaming every other day. Jiang Qiuxiu didn't give a clear answer at the time, but after thinking for a couple of days, she realized that many dishes might become more complicated and she needed more time to prepare. But the comments exploded. Experienced adults can understand the idea of streaming every other day, but they just can't accept missing out on the delicious food of Chiu Chiu. Even though I know being a streamer is hard. Why can't I be the streamer's personal little treasure, enjoying Chiu Chiu all to myself? Is the dream of the person above still not over? I feel sad, but I understand. It's just a tough guy shedding tears. Oh no, maybe I should gift a personal wellness pod, but that doesn't seem right. I just really don't want to miss Chiu Chiu's dishes. I can't even eat without Chiu Chiu's food now. Wow, a rich person. Don't worry, I won't miss out. I checked with my current editor, and I've activated the offline exclusive window for signed streamers. It shows a lot of products, but there's a small fee. I'll list some dishes that appeared before. Fans with a bit of extra money can buy them themselves, if you're on a tight budget. At 9 o'clock, I've set a fixed number for a lottery. You can try your luck there. The products in the window are limited to 1 per ID, to let everyone have a chance to taste. That's all I wanted to say. Goodbye, everyone. It's late, so get some rest. She turned off the live stream, and the kitchen was a mess. It wasn't dirty, just very chaotic, with dishes everywhere. The duck she was roasting. She didn't know how to deal with it. She had already eaten her fill. While tidying up, Jiang Qiuxiu, who hated wasting food, decided that tomorrow she would take out a loan to buy a smart robot to help her manage the kitchen. It was settled. Lying in bed, it was almost midnight. Exhausted, she fell into a deep sleep. Malin Deus looked at the new rankings released this month. To her surprise, the top spot for new stars was not hers. It was that strange girl, Jojo. Her proud head was almost too high to hold up. Just a few days ago, she had posted online asking socialites to watch her debut, but she still couldn't beat a commoner. She scolded her butler. Didn't I tell you to make her leave the Federation live broadcast? I don't want to see her. Why is she still here? The butler looked helpless. The young master of the Federation broadcast company got involved. We can't interfere too much. What does the Federation company have to do with this? Malin frowned, annoyed. So, you're just letting this commoner keep overshadowing me. The small interventions no longer worked. The only way to make someone disappear forever, a dark look appeared in the butler's eyes. It was all your fault for blocking the young lady's path. Miss, why don't we just... He made a gesture, as if to cut his own throat. But unexpectedly, Malin widened her eyes. What are you trying to do? Are you thinking of killing someone? Flashing through her mind were many terrible thoughts. 050 Bow your noble head father. How can our family keep such a butler? After learning what the butler had done, Malin was stunned. She wanted Jiang Qiuxiu to leave the Federation broadcast, meaning she wanted the butler to spend money and see how much the commoner would take to leave. But what did he do? Using the Deus family's power to oppress a commoner like that? If this got out, how would the socialite circles see her? And he casually mentioned cutting his own throat, speaking of killing so easily. Who knows what crimes he might have committed before? Malin Deus could not keep such a person around. Her father thought it was just a small matter, just changing the butler. But Malin, are you sure you won't regret replacing him? This butler had been with Malin for 5 or 6 years. Once dismissed, his loyalty might be gone. If she wanted to hire him back later, it wouldn't be the same. How could I regret changing a butler? Malin said with disdain. I've decided to fire him. From now on, all matters concerning me will be handled by my executor. Good, daughter. As long as you've made your decision. That night, the cruel butler was expelled from the Deus family. No matter how much he cried and begged, he was still driven out of the Federation's main planet by the head of the Deus family. That evening, Miss Merlin, who was proud and haughty, found Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream. She was shocked that her butler had treated a commoner so badly, making her feel guilty. The butler was truly a complete failure. She snorted coldly, clicked into Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream, and wanted to send a tip to make up for it. But she soon realized Jiang Qiuxiu wasn't live streaming today. Instead, she was showing a strange display window. Never mind, she randomly bought something from the display window, and after giving a gift of 1,000,000 stars, Merlin exited Jiang Qiuxiu's page. She then saw a small holographic box placed on her desk. Merlin wanted to delete it immediately, but her curiosity got the better of her. What could a humble commoner have done to attract so many people? Could it really be because the food was delicious? She reached out her hands. At that moment, Merlin thought she was just opening a box, but she didn't realize it was Pandora's box, an alluring trap. This was Jiang Qiuxiu's first dish in the display window, the famous fried chicken steak that many had asked about whether it would be available again. The aroma of fried food was irresistible. As soon as the box was opened, the smell flooded out. Merlin couldn't resist and took a bite of the fried chicken steak. In that instant, she understood many things. The next day, the officer in charge took over the butler's shift to discuss with Merlin about running the top gourmet socialite. Merlin, after deep reflection, looked serious. "I want to change my approach." The officer was confused. Merlin said, "I want to become the most beautiful and noble gourmet. Don't bother competing for the top spot on that list." "Miss, what do you mean?" The officer carefully probed. "It's nothing.
Just listen to me," she replied.
Did she have to humiliate herself? And why should she compete in cooking? She was the daughter of the Federation's noblest duke. She didn't want to compete in cooking. After eating the commoner's food yesterday and then her own, she finally softened her stance. In this way, she completely lost to a commoner. 051. Does good food make people happy? You've been maintaining your training scores quite well recently. MOC looked up and turned off the training room terminal. Even on the battlefield, we must stay alert. I'm proud of you. The general rarely said such sweet words, so Qi Dao and Chang Bei felt a bit confused. Actually, they had been practicing the same as before recently, with no real changes. But for some reason, it seemed like their scores had improved a little. However, they couldn't say this openly in front of the general, so they both looked shy together. No need to be shy. This is your well-deserved praise. MOC stood up, his dark military uniform shining with badges. Today, you will accompany me to inspect the top 5 armies. They wonder how the soldiers had been doing since leaving the battlefield. This was not just a simple inspection. The Empire's blade arrived at the military group. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th armies all treated this as a training exercise, bringing their best soldiers to sweat it out on the training grounds. Under the AI's monitoring, everyone's movement data was very clear. MOC's eyes brightened slightly as he asked the commander of the 5th Army nearby, "Have you changed your training methods recently? Their spirits seem much better." General, our training methods are still the same as before, unchanged. Maybe it's because these soldiers have gone back home, so they are more motivated." This reason sounded a bit childish. MOC decided to ask the soldiers directly. The will of the people, the strongest warriors of the Empire, appeared on the training ground. The soldiers still practicing immediately felt inspired. Their idol. Such a close-to-life idol. MOC casually picked a new soldier. It was a young cat warrior. He was chosen, and before he could speak, 2 pointed ears appeared on his head. His face instantly turned red, but without an order. He didn't dare to cover them. He only controlled himself to pull them back, so this was General MOC. As rumored, he was handsome and charismatic, the most handsome star of the Empire. "Don't be nervous." MOC's voice carried a soothing tone. "I want to ask you a few questions. Please, General." "I will answer honestly and completely," the young cat warrior shouted back. "Recently, your mental and physical data have both increased compared to when you left the Zerg battle. What do you think caused your scores to improve? Really, has it improved?" He didn't really feel much difference. Sometimes, he thought the training seemed a bit easier than before, But life didn't seem to change much. Wait. He remembered. The cat warrior looked very enlightened. This might be related to the live broadcast. MOC's eyes showed a moment of doubt. A live broadcast? As an interstellar person, he wasn't the youngest trendsetter anymore, but he understood what a live broadcast was. Watching a live stream, and your physical fitness improves? That sounds like a strange cult. But warriors don't lie, so MOC asked what kind of live broadcast it was. It's a food live stream. Every time I finish eating the food made by the host, I feel completely exhausted but refreshed. Someone on my team also has this reaction. A live stream, food, and feeling tired after eating? Could it be that their physical fitness is quietly improving? Aki and Chongbei exchanged glances. The Federation Military District is so small. Are they watching the same host? 052 Everyone is talking about the live stream in the end. MOC called the teammate from the Cat Warriors team to ask about the situation. Most people said the same thing. It was a host with magical powers. When they reached the Fourth Army, Aki and Chongbei also wanted to talk about this host, but the timing wasn't right. MOC had already started watching the Fourth Army's drills. History always repeats itself. Again, leaving the battlefield, and a group of people's mental and physical qualities slightly improve. MOC asked a few more people who showed obvious improvement, and surprisingly got the same answer. After watching a food live stream, my body seems to slowly change a little. It just feels less tired. Then they moved on to the Third Army and the Second Army. Time slowly passed, approaching evening. MOC and his team were about to head to the First Army, the northernmost part of the Federation Star, which is also MOC's own direct command. The spaceship was in transit. Since there was time, Aki immediately stood beside MOC. Anything to report? General, Chongbei and I have something to tell you. Recently, our training results have improved, but we haven't done extra training or changed our methods. We just watched a live stream too? Yes. Honestly, if I hadn't experienced it myself, Kiddo would think that everything Mikuji understands today is just one person's conspiracy. Surely someone paid off the soldiers inspecting today to promote the general as a host. But he himself has been through it. Juju's food is truly irresistible. It cleanses the soul and takes away worries. Just one person might make Mikuji suspicious. A group of people might make him think it could be true. But a whole group, plus his deputy and cousin Moku Shin, all agree that this is probably true. So, does good food make people feel relaxed and happy? While thinking, the First Legion arrives. Right now, this place is controlled by Moku Shin, Mikuji's cousin and deputy. Moku Shin and Mikuji are almost complete opposites in personality. One is calm and composed, dealing with things rationally. The other is playful and bold, daring to dance even in serious places. Today, the First Legion is quiet. No loud slogans or training horns. Normally, everyone should still be training at this time. Kiru, go see where the soldiers have gone. Yes. General, I'll check right away. Meanwhile, at the Federation First Legion Conference Hall. This is a place dedicated to analyzing battles. When there are classic fight scenes or expert guests, they turn on the holographic screens to watch mech combat videos and analyze, trying to become theory masters. Today, there are no exciting battles or experts. Yet, the hall is still crowded. The large hall seats hundreds of thousands of soldiers. With so many people, not a single one is making noise. Everyone is very serious and focused, watching a food live stream. Moku Shin is also watching, secretly using 2 accounts to watch. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? My cousin wouldn't come today. He's coming tomorrow. I heard he's visiting the 4th Military District today and doesn't have time for us. Watching a live stream isn't illegal. What are you afraid of? Is my brother going to hit me?
Ha ha ha.
Moku Shin waves his hand casually, looking carefree. A soldier nearby reaches out and points nervously behind Moku Shin, stammering, "Hee hee, General." What general? Moku Shin turns around nonchalantly. A very familiar face suddenly enlarged on the screen. He felt a chill and took a quick step back, stammering, Brother, this is the Legion. Deputy Officer M.O. What are you doing at the conference hall? Moxian didn't have time to reply. On the holographic projection, Jiang Qiuxiu's soft laughter could be heard. The girl's gentle laugh in such a setting made Moxian feel a bit less serious. Why is this called number 053? The live broadcast in the main hall continued, but Moxian was already taken to the office by MOC. Brother. Please, I didn't mean to. I'm not disrespecting the military. Everyone just wanted to watch. We've finished today's training. I'm not cheating. Don't hit me. Boo-hoo. Moxian ran around MOC, crying and begging. Autumn Knife and Chang'e followed behind MOC on his right, whispering, feeling embarrassed. They are all from the Mo family. They say they eat the same food, receive the same education, follow the same path, but in the end, it's just too silly. Every time they see that face, which looks about 1% like a general, making such strange expressions, it really hurts the eyes. Send me the latest training data of the First Army. Got it. Right away. MOC looked at the data while walking. Moxian cheered him on. Look, we complete our training every day and the data is better than before. Even if we broadcast it live, it's just a hobby. Although he was a bit playful, he was serious about the important things. MOC glanced at the data, which indeed showed improvement. His expression softened, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction. No matter the reason, the fact is that the stationed army is getting stronger. Brother, don't ignore me, I'm scared. Stop shouting. I didn't mean to hit you. Are you going to tell my dad about this? Moxian blinked. If you keep acting like this, I will tell Uncle that you have no soldierly spirit in the military district, always. Acting all soft, Moxian, who fears his father, suddenly stopped. Soon they arrived at the meeting room. MOC asked Moxian about the details. I'm very satisfied with the recent improvement in the soldiers' data. Your schedule for training is your freedom as deputy officer. Watching the live broadcast is just a way to relax, no different from singing or training exercises. I won't scold you for this. You're still so formal, brother. Hee really by the book. All right, put away your smile. I have a serious question for you. As a personal guard, MOC naturally asked a few more questions. For example, when did everyone's post-test data start to improve? After watching the live stream together, did everyone show signs of improvement? How long did they watch the stream? And so on. MOC kept track and answered each question. With the experience of over 10,000 people, MOC had no more questions. What is the name of this live stream? It's called Shocking. Why are men, women, and children all with tears in their eyes? Turns out it's because they ate. MOC's sharp eyebrows furrowed. His eyes were dark, and with a slight frown, he exuded authority. Asked for the name of the live stream. Not joking. Still open to jokes. But, that's the name of the stream, brother. It's called Shocking. Why are men, women, and children all with tears in their eyes? Turns out it's because they ate. Is that the name? Yes. At this moment, MOC's mood was a bit complicated. What's the name of the host? Jiang Jujio, I think. The repeated sounds and the cute, youthful wording suggest she might be a young girl. That thought quickly passed, and MOC closed his device. I've asked everything I need. You can go to the training hall and join the soldiers. Your training has been good lately. Keep following the current plan. Yes. Brother, one last thing. Don't call me brother in the military camp. MOC's face grew serious. You shouldn't casually reveal our relationship here. His serious look was quite intimidating, and Moxian suddenly felt nervous. All right, Lieutenant General, sorry. Go to the hall. Before he left the meeting room, with a hint of disappointment from being scolded, Moxian opened the door and heard his singing. Sometimes, he thought that Uncle shouldn't have sent Moxian into the military. Even though he has talent. 054 seeing a familiar face on the message board that night, MOC returned to his residence and found Jiang Jujio on the Federation Live platform. But at that moment, Chi had already closed her live stream. MOC missed his target, but he still kept his curiosity and looked through Jiang Jujio's data. It was very impressive. The comments on the message board were diverse and full of fans' love. There were over hundreds of thousands of comments, and the 5-star rating was still above 99%. Moreover, after browsing casually for a while, he saw the name of someone he knew on the top comment list. A soldier from 5 years ago? Now, it seemed he had become a captain. In MOC's memory, he was probably a quiet, reserved captain. But on Jiang Qiuqiu's comment board, that captain. Once you try braised chicken, your life is changed. If you don't try it, you'll miss out forever. No matter where you go, you can't miss the smell of braised chicken. So fragrant, it leaves a lasting taste. After eating, you feel refreshed and all ailments seem to disappear. Even drinking nutritional fluid with it gives a different flavor. There wasn't just one familiar face. It was clear that many lieutenants and captains in the military district were watching her. Soldiers stationed every few steps, expeditionary troops every 10 steps. These soldiers, with their comments so different from usual, made MOC even more curious about Jiang Qiuqiu. So, he checked the live broadcast announcement and decided to experience it himself in a day, to see what kind of delicious, energizing, health-boosting food that the Federation's hybrid humans couldn't resist really was. Of course, Jiang Qiuqiu didn't know about all this chaos and turbulence. She planned to make 1 or 2 more dishes, then take advantage of the start of autumn to focus on a Gugu Beast special. She also calculated that making 100 different ways to eat it might be repetitive, so after some thought, she decided to keep it practical and just create a diverse collection of recipes. She didn't want to lose face. The countdown for the live broadcast was on. What dish should she prepare? She decided to browse Taobao Fresh to see what ingredients were available. After becoming wealthy, Jiang Qiuqiu directly recharged a large sum on the platform and upgraded to Supreme Member, enjoying discounts every day. Today's Supreme VIP discount dish was a pointed, tender green outer layer, with flesh that had layered, segmented textures, some crispy, some soft. Next to it, there was a brief, responsible description. This product is a new creation developed by the Agricultural Research Institute, currently unnamed. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at the pile of items and thought, this is just bamboo shoot, right? They actually cultivated tender little bamboo shoots during the start of autumn. Being able to control weather changes with technology in the future is impressive. Bamboo shoots are a delicacy, and Jiang Qiuqiu was craving their fresh taste. Without hesitation, she ordered several pounds. She initially wanted to buy some roasted meat to go with the vegetables, but then she had a better idea for a new dish. Actually, this dish doesn't need an extra main ingredient. Just bamboo shoots alone are enough to be delicious. Time flew by quickly. Jiang Qiuqiu was preparing for her live broadcast, while MOC was chatting with a psychological counselor from the same military group. On the communication device was the best psychological counselor in the entire Federation. He had strong mental power and was hired by the military to help soldiers recover from mental breakdowns after battles. He had many years of experience and was very skilled. It's strange that the general suddenly came to see me. His calm voice was peaceful and reassuring, making people feel at ease. After all, the general is our Federation's strongest shield. The general had never shown signs of mental problems. Because I can control the sword in my hand, MOC said confidently. I know clearly that behind me are the Federation's star systems and citizens. Stop. You're turning a simple call into a political lecture, the counselor said with a smile. I don't mind hearing about the general's glorious history, but I want to know why the general is looking for me. MOC paused for a moment to organize his words. He asked if soldiers who had just finished training could feel less mentally tired after eating virtual food flavors, and if their physical fitness would gradually improve. The counselor on the other side was surprised. Does the general dislike joking? He asked. It's not a joke, MOC replied seriously. Well, how should I answer that? If you're asking whether eating delicious food can cause this, I would say maybe. Because mental power is a magical thing. Creators can hide pure mental energy inside food, helping people relax. But virtual food, no matter how real it seems, it's just data. Soldiers' brains are very sensitive and can't be fooled by fake data. Of course, if the food is truly delicious, even fake data can make people feel excited and uplifted, cleansing their minds. allowing people to experience supreme happiness, which can restore their spirits. But, the situation with the Federation food, talking about how delicious it is just a joke. After explaining things inside and out, MOC gained a better understanding of the matter. He ended the call, citing Ning Shen's constant chatter as the reason. No wonder soldiers who have gone to psychological counseling all look so gloomy. Ning Shen really talks too much. While he was thinking, it was already 8 o'clock. Jiang Qiuxiu's live broadcast, which he had been waiting for all day, had started. He quietly logged into the live stream with his encrypted account. As usual, Jiang Qiuxiu greeted viewers on camera. Welcome to my live stream. Today's menu is special. It's a vegetarian dish. Changbei is a tiger? Vegetarian? Host, are you giving up on us beast folks so quickly?
No.
Can we eat meat? Any kind of meat is fine, I don't mind. Even bird meat would be okay. That familiar nickname, Changbei? He is quite frugal and has already become a level 7 VIP. If he can spend money on this host, the host must have some skills. Vegetarian dishes can be delicious too. I won't talk much. My description can't compare to tasting it myself. Let's get to the menu. Today's dish is braised bamboo shoots. Bamboo shoots? What is that? Jiang Qiuxiu took out the prepared, tender bamboo shoot. I think I recognize this. Isn't it a new dish announced by the agricultural research team before? I can't remember its name. Yes, it doesn't have a name yet, so I just gave it one. Alright, let's start preparing the bamboo shoot. Jiang Qiuxiu picked up a green, tender bamboo shoot. The outer shell is inedible, so we need to remove it. Peeling layer by layer is too troublesome, so we'll just use a knife. She lifted a large kitchen knife and easily cut the bamboo shoot in half, then peeled away the useless outer layer. Soon, long, jade-like bamboo shoots were neatly arranged on a plate. MOC, watching the stream, was still comparing his judgment. His delicate hands, gentle and soft voice, undoubtedly a young girl. His conclusion was correct. After the broadcast had been going for a while, his gaze slowly focused on the dish. Over the years fighting abroad, he had never understood why the Federation's live streaming company was so popular across the entire Federation. Was it watching others live their lives? 056 The ultimate in color and flavor in the scene. The young girl's hands move gracefully. MOC thinks the scene is beautiful, but also a bit dull. Watching it for too long might become boring. He doesn't know how the viewers feel. All she sees are the dishes in the pot. Oil-braised bamboo shoots is a simple, but very tasty dish. The pointed bamboo shoots, like jade, are cooked in hot oil. The rich flavor of mountain ingredients is hard to hide. When making this dish, the key is the heat. Stir-fry on high heat until fragrant, then add simple seasonings and simmer for a while. It becomes a rare and delicious dish. Jiang Qiuxiu quickly lowers the heat, adds sauce, covers the pot, and explains, let it simmer for a bit to bring out the fresh flavor of the bamboo shoots. It takes about 3 minutes to reduce the sauce. While waiting, let's prepare the plates. Everyone then surprisingly notices that there is rice today.
Wow.
What kind of treatment is this? Juju didn't mention it before.
Rice.
Soft and chewy. I've wanted to eat it for a long time. I only had it once with braised pork. I didn't expect it to appear again. It seems everyone really likes rice. Yeah, I don't know why. I used to think dishes without rice were boring, but after trying them, they don't know what's so special about the dishes, but once they taste something, they want to have rice with it. But there are different opinions too. It's okay. I think just eating it plain is fine. Without sauce, plain rice isn't essential, right? The two groups are about to argue on the comments. Jiang Qiuxiu. That's just the beginning. If we start arguing now, what if in the future we have to debate about sweet or salty tofu pudding? She smiles helplessly, scoops the rice, and announces, by the way, tomorrow at 8 a.m., I'll do a live stream about staple foods. If you're interested, you can watch then. Staple foods? If I remember correctly, Juju only mentioned rice as a staple. Is she going to do a special live to teach us how to cook rice? Why suddenly have a special session for this? Eating meat alone, even if it tastes good, can feel a bit empty after a while. But when you add staple foods, the feeling changes completely. Eating large bites of meat and rice or bread, the combination of starch and energy from carbs makes your mouth water and is very tempting. Next, we might need to add some staple food to make it tastier. Someone instinctively starts to salivate at the mention of bread. It feels like a big dish. Everyone's attention shifts to the new dish. But in Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream, most viewers are easily distracted. Within 3 minutes of showing the new dish, Jiang Qiuxiu lifts the lid of the pot, and everyone's focus shifts again. After staying in this live stream for a while, people become used to the aroma. Every dish can bring a new kind of happiness. Is that the smell of fresh vegetables? I'm just a simple meat-eater's descendant, so why am I overwhelmed by the smell of all these vegetables? I feel like I might break down, sob. Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled. All right, we're about to start serving the dishes. The big plate and rice are ready. The aroma of braised bamboo shoots in oil fills the air. The white bamboo shoots are coated in sauce, cooked over high heat, but they haven't become mushy. She scoops some bamboo shoots onto the rice. A gentle steam rises, and at this moment, the colors and flavors reach their peak. 057 round and chubby, fluffy. Despite saying that this live stream seems a bit boring, MOC is still watching. He logged in with his top-tier encrypted account to hide his identity and hasn't spoken. But his eyes never leave the screen. Time seems to pass without leaving a trace on him. It's been half an hour. The irresistible smell fills the air. She starts serving dishes and randomly picks viewers for the next round. When MOC first used the lucky draw feature, he almost missed out, but luckily, his quick fingers got a plate of braised bamboo shoots and rice in front of him. The Blade of the Empire thinks, this is just data. No matter how tempting the aroma, it's just a string of data. The taste when eating is probably not as overwhelming as the smell. After all, taste is the most real sensation. Then he picks up his chopsticks. Behind him was a glowing screen filled with fans who had finished eating braised bamboo shoots over rice and were praising enthusiastically. Some said, this bamboo shoot is so rare, only found in the sky, hardly heard of on Earth. Or they suggested that the Agricultural Research Institute might develop new ingredients in the future, and Jiang Qiuxiu could be the first to create new dishes on the battlefield. It would be truly delicious. I am a descendant of bamboo rats. I don't know why, but eating this dish makes me feel so happy. I feel like I might burst with joy. As a fellow descendant of bamboo rats, I want to roll on the ground. Just a string of virtual data, yet countless real people said they wanted to roll around. In the past, MOC would have thought this was silly, but now, he looked at himself in the full-length mirror, his expression very serious. There was a tall man, about 1.95 meters, with a commanding presence, black hair, dark eyes, dressed in a neat military uniform. Suddenly, 2 round, fluffy ears appeared on his head. MOC couldn't help but recall the taste of bamboo shoots, and his uncontrollable ears suddenly twitched. For a moment, the scene was hard to describe with simple words. Just a piece of virtual data, yet these ears couldn't be retracted. He tried to cover them with his military cap, but due to his special talent, the soft, fluffy ears were stubborn and pushed the cap up. The scene was even more amusing than before. Deciding to give up resisting, MOC simply let it be. He sat behind his home office desk, pondering deeper questions. He was one of the top mentalists in the Federation. He was sure that the food access through the terminal system today was just a string of normal data. But this simulated data smelled so good that even he couldn't resist. After eating, he felt energized and his fatigue disappeared. Because of his strength, this feeling was more official and reliable for MOC. He paused his recording. The streamer's name was Jiang Jijui. He suddenly wanted to get to know her. Such a talented person, such a skilled chef, with amazing cooking skills. If only she were in the military, how great that would be. But she was still a young girl. Maybe she couldn't handle the dullness of military life? He decided to observe her for a while longer. Let's start observing. Tomorrow I will prepare the main dish. Based on what passersby say, the main dish is just rice for today. I'll start teaching. He can also try making his own food to see if it gives that feeling of eating something so delicious it makes all fatigue disappear. Everything is for the Federation. The Empire's blade, tonight, with its little ears, fell asleep a bit uncomfortably. 058 Qian Xingxing. Eyes full of stars, heart full of faith after the live broadcast of Braised bamboo shoots, Jiang Qiuxiu and Mingmei had a friendly chat. They're going to hold a special event, so they need to tell the editor. Your braised bamboo shoots were really delicious today. Why is this dish so tasty? Do you like it a lot? Jiang Qiuxiu asked, resting her chin. Of course. Mingmei nodded strongly. I think it's even better than many meats. They discussed bamboo shoots for a while, then moved on to the main topic. Why are we suddenly holding a main dish special tomorrow? Is it related to the upcoming Gugu Beast food event? If we don't have a main dish and keep live streaming meat dishes, people might get tired of it. Before she finished, Mingmei excitedly interrupted. Impossible. People will never get tired of it. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she rubbed her forehead. Sorry, Qiuxiu, I got too excited. No need to apologize. That's also a compliment to me. Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled secretly. Let me give an example. Braised gugu meat is very tasty, but eating it all the time makes the flavor too heavy in the mouth. Eating too much of one meat, even if delicious, will gradually lose its appeal. I think I understand what you mean, Mingmei nodded. By the way, Xiao Qian has been discussing your live streams with me these days. Huh? Discussing me? Your Gugu Beast food event has already been reported to him. He's very satisfied and has directly reserved the best recommended spot in our division. Mingmei was quite surprised by Qian Xingxing's bold move. You might even get featured on the homepage. The food section in the Federation live broadcasts is just a small zone. Although popular, it doesn't have the highest viewership. It's a small circle. If she can get on the homepage, billions of people will see Jiang Qiuxiu and quickly be captivated by her delicious food. If this special event goes well, you can quickly move up from being a regional host to the overall top host. That's a real privilege. Please thank little Qian for me, Mingmei. He doesn't want your thanks. He's your loyal fan, and it seems he watches your live streams every day. As they talked, their conversation became more lively. Without hanging up, their discussion gradually shifted to Qian Xingxing. Since Mingmei works in the same office as little Qian and has witnessed his bold reforms, she speaks very favorably about him. Little Qian is very different from the previous manager. He seems to have a broad-minded view, unlike many second- or third-generation heirs I've met before. Exactly. When they first met, Jiang Qiuxiu thought it was unusual for such a big company to have an heir who seemed so innocent. But Mingmei's next words changed Jiang Qiuxiu's opinion of Qian Xingxing a lot. He's now in charge of the regional division, pushing his own hosts, trying to make you all stand out and become the new leaders of the group. This is a common dream for heirs, passionate but normal. Then he wants to expand the group's reach. Although the Federation Live group has a wide user base, it mainly covers middle and lower middle classes. Truly impoverished areas are beyond the company's reach. It's not that these poor areas refuse the company, but the company refuses to go to these remote, low-income planets. Those users are seen as useless by the company. Even if they watch live streams, they won't pay or tip. At most, they might be used as tools. Qian Xingxing's innocent and grand dream is to make Federation's live broadcasts reach every corner of the Federation galaxy. To let the light of technology shine everywhere. 059, she looks very kind just by looking at her. Qian Xingxing is indeed a person with big dreams. Mingmei fully shares her values about little Qian. As Jiang Qiuxiu listens, she begins to feel something is off. Mingmei is very familiar with little Qian. They've only worked together for a few days, yet she mentions him constantly. According to the development of love stories in the 21st century, these two, one is a powerful corporate leader and the other is his diligent and responsible secretary. Mingmei's position is similar to assisting Qian Xingxing. They share common dreams and goals. They chase each other happily and live a joyful life together. Employees always need to understand their bosses, Mingmei said with a smile, then asked casually, Now, Qiuxiu, if Xiao Qian wants you to do some charity live streams in the future, would you go? Charity live streams? Yes, Mingmei replied casually. It's about going to the lower tier planets as a promotional host to do charity work. Xiao Qian always thinks a lot. He also wants the people on the lower-tier planets to taste the best of the Federation. Food can always bring hope. Of course I would, Jiang Qiuqiu said. She may not be someone who can change social classes, but she doesn't mind participating in charity work. And also, did I tell you before? I also come from a lower-level planet of literary stars. The communication device paused briefly. Jiang Qiuqiu teased, "Is Mingmei surprised?" Honestly, I didn't expect that. Coming from a lower-tier literary star planet is not an easy thing. Mingmei was worried this might upset Jiang Qiuqiu, so she didn't mention it again. Instead, she talked about tomorrow's teaching session. Mingmei, the most important part of a teaching session is interaction. Tonight, I'll create an admin post in your Federation group so you can promote it. Fans who have tried making videos can post them there, and you can review them when you have time. This helps bring the host closer to the fans and add some fun to the live stream. That makes sense, but tomorrow's reviews probably won't be very interesting. After all, cooking rice and making steamed buns are probably not very challenging. She shared her thoughts with Mingmei, who chuckled and said, "Just wait and see. Just remember, when Federation people pick up a spatula and go into the kitchen, anything can happen." After a few more minutes, Mingmei saw it was getting late and reminded Jiang Qiuqiu to rest early. "Since you have a live stream session tomorrow, I won't bother you. Goodbye, Mingmei." After ending her communication with Jiang Qiuqiu, Mingmei immediately called Qian Xingxing. "What did she say?" Qiuqiu agreed. "I knew it. She must be a kind person. Little Qian, how did you figure that out?" Just from her gentle voice. "Anyway, I finally feel relieved. Soon my low-tier star charity live stream plan will get started. Little Qian is always so lively." Mingmei smiled helplessly and agreed. Little Qian has good judgment. It will definitely work. Of course, making every star in the galaxy shine brightly is Qian Xingxing's lifelong mission. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiuqiu fell asleep feeling sleepy. Very rarely, she had a dream today. She dreamed about the past of the original owner, about the difficult scenes she saw on a low-tier planet. It was a place similar to the slums of Africa in her time. Ignorant, unknowing, painful, and hopeless. 060, please accurately detail interstellar recipes down to grams. She woke up with a slight headache. Mingmei had already sent the link to the post. Jiang Qiuqiu looked at it. Mingmei used her editing privileges to request management of this group. Now, the post was pinned at the top. The live stream hadn't started yet, but the comments below the post were lively. "Wow, what's going on today?
Uploading cooking videos?
I wouldn't do that. So embarrassing. Learning to cook probably can't be mastered in one go. Maybe I'll post something too, to entertain everyone." The comments were full of people doubting their own skills. Jiang Qiuqiu watched her lively fans, and her frustration finally eased. She got up, prepared her live stream tools, tidied up the kitchen, and turned on the streaming device. It was almost 8 o'clock. She started the live stream early, waiting for everyone to join. Knowledgeable fans entered one after another. "Wow, it's the first time I see Jojo in the morning. Getting up so early. Aren't you tired?" Hoo, having breakfast early, so happy. Oh, good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock and we're officially starting. The theme of the live stream was announced yesterday, so today we'll get straight to the main topic. First, let's choose the raw materials. I bought new rice directly from Taodao Fresh, which is the main ingredient for rice dishes. I also bought rice flour from Taodao Fresh. I call it flour, and it is the main ingredient for making bread. Someone asked what bread is. Jiang Qiuqiu paused and explained simply, "It's something tasty. It's quite easy, so everyone can learn." Later, bread can be paired with other foods. Learning one is hard enough, learning two is even more difficult. No worries, both are very simple. Just watch me do it. First, we rinse the rice. The rice bought from Taodao Fresh is very clean. Just rinse it once with water. Then pour the wet rice into a pot. The type of pot doesn't matter much. Anything similar will do. There's no specific electric rice cooker mentioned, so Jiang Qiuqiu just used a small round metal pot. She finds it quite convenient. After pouring in the rice, add water. The water should cover the rice slightly. Then, cover the pot and turn on the heat to cook. Cooking rice is very simple. After preparing everything, Jong Kikia looked up, expecting many comments like, "I got it" or "I understand." But instead, she saw comments like, "Does the pot need to be special? Can it be round or square? What is the rice-to-water ratio? Come back, Juju. This isn't the recipe I wanted. You should tell us the ratio of rice to water. Boo-hoo. Can you be precise to grams? I want to hear the weight in grams." Jong Kikyu. It seems the first lesson was a failure. You can't learn by just thinking about it. Jong Kikia thought for a moment and decided to use a more scientific and effective method. Let me explain again. Everyone knows how to rinse rice. After rinsing, put the wet rice into the pot. Then, add water in a 1-to-1 ratio. Cover the pot and turn on high heat. The stove is very powerful. Jong Kiki used a metal utensil, and within a few minutes, the small metal pot started bubbling. She took a quick look and saw the water slowly evaporating, while the rice was still slightly moist. At this point, turn the heat to low. After about 10 minutes, the rice will be ready. Isn't this process very simple? Breaking down the steps, there aren't many, and the ingredients are few. Someone else gained confidence and started commenting on my live stream. It's good to be confident. Jiang Qiuxia smiled and encouraged everyone, saying, "I believe everyone can do it. While the rice is steaming, let's make some bread. Making dough and letting it rise is a bit complicated. But it's not difficult for Jiang Qiuxia, who's used to making steamed buns. Mix flour and water, add yeast powder from this era, and knead them together. The two ingredients, which seem unrelated at first, become more connected, and eventually, the flour turns into a dough. The initial dough isn't smooth." Jiang Qiuxia explained the ratio of flour, water, and yeast, saying, "After kneading, we need to let the dough ferment for 1 to 2 hours, so you can put it in a sealed bag. Since I need to go live, I'll show you the dough I fermented earlier. The fermented dough will expand. We gently knead it again to remove the bubbles, and then we get a smooth dough. At this point, the main steps are almost done. Divide the dough into small pieces of similar size and place them in a steamer. Then start steaming. It's a simple and quick process. Soon, both the rice and bread are ready." Jiang Qiuxia showed everyone the beautiful, staple food, then pretended to taste it virtually and prepared to end the stream. Before ending, she promoted her upcoming video. "I'll upload this teaching video soon. If any fans want to try making it themselves, you can post your videos or process in the pinned post on Jiang Jiujiu Circle. I'll do another live at 8 p.m. tonight to comment on your posts." Jiang Qiuxiu thought she would just end the stream normally. But when she said that, it caused a big reaction. Suddenly, people who were just eating rice and bread appeared. "Did Jojo post that? Is that post for Jojo's review?" They thought it was just for fun among circle members. Why would Jojo know about the circle? Because it's Jiang Jojo Circle. Of course I know. Does Jojo look at posts in the circle? Of course. Jiang Qiuqiu not only watches but also comments. She quickly mentioned several popular recent posts and discussed them with interest during her live stream. "I think sometimes what people say about me is quite accurate." She also praised the cute emojis and videos people share, saying they motivate her to keep making delicious food. Fans often share silly things in the community, and sometimes they collectively tease Jiang Jiujiu about her small portions of food. They also explore unrealistic fantasies about the streamer and enjoy imagining a better life. The community is full of all kinds of information. Everyone used to think Jiang Jiujiu didn't have time to read those posts, but it turns out she not only looks at the community, but secretly reads many posts. Jiujiu, you're a streamer. You're about to become a big streamer. Just check the pinned posts from now on. Keep your idle life away from fans. Yeah, keep your distance. Just look at the pinned posts. Don't read our casual chat posts. Fans keep insisting that idols and fans should maintain some distance and strongly ask Jiang Qiuqiu not to read the posts anymore because it's too embarrassing. Because so many people asked, Jiang Qiuqiu sighed and said sadly, "All right, I will still look at the posts in the future, but I won't talk about them on the live stream anymore. You might not know, but the posts in the community are often my source of happiness." Okay, the tasting is done. If you have time today, please try making some food yourself. Tonight, let's all share and discuss the dishes we made. After saying that, Jiang Qiuqiu waved goodbye and ended the live stream. After the stream, she took a dish she had cooked earlier from the temperature-controlled fridge and ate it with rice. While eating, she wondered what kind of dishes her fans would make today. They even measured ingredients precisely, so it should be hard to mess up, right? Master Chen and Master Mo. After a busy morning, Master Chen finally started cooking. Master Chen's full name is Chen Kongkong. He is a loyal fan of Jiang Juju's live stream. He is very hands-on and eager to try cooking himself. He's watched her streams for many days and has always wanted to cook, but every time he tries, things go wrong. Dishes burn before they're finished, stir-frying turns black, frying meat results in a mess. Small setbacks keep him from succeeding. But this time, he feels confident. Rinse the rice, put it into the pot, and add water. The water-to-rice ratio should be about 1:1. 1 part rice to 1 part water. Master Chen was feeling lazy and didn't weigh the water with a scale. After putting the rice in the pot, he turned on high heat to bring the water to a boil. It took a few minutes. Once it started boiling loudly, he turned the heat down to low. He hummed a song, staring at his dream rice, imagining that once it boiled, it would be delicious, maybe even half as good as the perfect dishes from popular streamers, since he was following the steps carefully. But as he waited, he started to feel a little anxious. It had been 5 minutes, and there was no sound at all. Could the pot be wrong? Master Chen decided to open the lid and check. Oh no, the water hadn't boiled yet. He closed the lid and kept waiting. Soon, he felt like a lot of time had passed, so he opened the lid again. He kept opening and closing the lid, but he realized this wasn't good. Too much heat was escaping. So he forced himself to wait 5 more minutes before checking again. But after 5 minutes, there was still no boiling sound. Master Chen hurried over and lifted the lid. The rice, which had been cooking for a long time, was starting to dry out from the bottom, turning dark and slightly burnt. Master Chen saw there was no water left. He was shocked and quickly poured in another cup of water to restart cooking. After a busy morning, Master Chen tasted his own cooked rice, then flipped the steaming pot over and shared his tragic experience in a post, which made many people laugh. Although he didn't get perfect rice, he found happiness in the process. Meanwhile, Master Mo, who isn't a professional cook, also tried making rice at home. His kitchen had never been used since it was built. Mo struggled with the utensils. Nothing felt right. He frowned, wondering why the spatula handle was shaped like that and the pots. He opened Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream while taking out ingredients and tools he had prepared. The ingredients included top-quality rice and flour shipped from Taodao Fresh. The tools included a tiny, precise-scale robot that measures weight to the gram, a small robot that checks temperature and times cooking, and another robot that monitors air changes. Following Jiang Qiuqiu's instructions step by step, he started by pouring the rice. With intense focus, he watched every grain of rice and drop of water to make sure the ratio was exactly 1:1. Then he stirred, leveled the rice, and put it in the steamer. He looked serious and focused, as if he was not cooking but standing on a podium deciding the future direction. He turned the stove to high heat, and soon the bubbling sound came from the pot. At the moment it boiled, he lowered the heat. Soon, a faint smell of rice filled the room. It wasn't as strong as yesterday, but it was fresh and pleasant. His eyes brightened a little. He just wanted to find out the secret of the food on Jiang Qiuqiu's body. If he could figure it out, on the interstellar battlefield, soldiers would have new ways to relax and natural remedies to ease fatigue. The rice was ready. Moc took a bite, then calmly swallowed it. 063, an unexpected disaster scene today, was a special day. Jiang Qiuqiu held back from checking the posts in her circle for everyone's shares. She decided to wait until the evening to look, so her feelings and expressions would be more genuine. In her free time, she watched some movies from the Interstellar Era at home. She had to admit, after feeling less pressure to survive, her life became much easier. And the movies here were really amazing. Holographic movies only needed a special helmet to enter the movie world from a third-person view. It was called watching a movie, but it felt like entering a fantastic adventure. In these magical and mysterious movies, a day passed very quickly. Jiang Qiuqiu turned on her live stream on time. Today was a day without cooking. She leaned on the small sofa in the living room, feeling very relaxed for the first time. It's starting. Teacher Juju's rant session begins at 8 o'clock sharp. I peeked at the post earlier, and Xinjiang City really knows how to have fun. There are all kinds of reasons for fails, haha. I really respect those who can cook. My culinary gene must have been swallowed by a black hole during evolution. The food is so bad, it looks deadly. Really? Before she even started commenting, there were already some negative voices. It seems our little Jojo hasn't visited the post yet. You guys are making me curious. Everyone is talking about cooking, but did anyone notice that little Jojo is wearing a yellow doll collar dress today? Wow, just looking at this cute outfit is so adorable. Found it. Little sister is too cute. It's probably because I don't need to cook today, so I dressed up nicely. Well, thinking about it, my sister has worked hard. After a quick scroll through the comments, Jiang Qiuqiu waved her delicate, fair hand in front of the camera. No, I'm wearing a dress because that's all I have. Let's not talk about that. Let's get to the main point. She sat up straight and moved to the center of the camera. Welcome to the first episode of Jiang Qiuqiu's Cooking Tips. Today, we'll see how people from different parts of the Federation cook their meals. She opened her social media account and quickly navigated to a post. Then she opened a small window to share her screen with everyone. Alright, let's take a look together. First, there's the popular first comment about poor Chef Chen's day. Jiang Qiuqiu watched the video 5 times faster than normal. She was confused. Actually, the initial steps were pretty good. But why did he open the lid so many times? Also, the heat was a bit high. Next time, he should turn down the fire a little. And when it's almost cooked, don't add more water or else it would turn into a terrible mess, with burnt rice crust and yellowed rice mixed together, water boiling away, like a disaster scene. Jiang Qiuqiu thought this was a rare mistake, but then she realized no, this was common in many posts. The second popular comment said, I just want to eat more rice. Apparently, the person who commented was an ancient alien with powerful genetic traits, trying to cook a lot of rice at once by steaming a little extra. Then Jiang Qiuqiu saw a huge bucket almost as tall as a person, and then it was all over. The fire was too strong, heat uneven, and the rice was burnt to a crisp. Next time, I should control the amount better. It's best not to use this method for cooking rice, or it'll burn. There were also many other mistakes, adding too little or too much water, trying to make rice with fruit juice because plain rice was too boring, which caused the fruit to burn and ruin everything. Maybe she didn't even realize her own skills. The bread-making group was especially strange. They added too much yeast to the dough, making it soft and floppy, or they added too much water at first, then more flour, then more water again. Eventually, a giant ball of dough appeared. Since the person in charge was too lazy to knead this huge ball into small pieces, they just put the big dough ball into a special steaming pot. The dough was quite large, and after steaming it expanded a bit, but not completely. It was soft on the outside and hard inside, which was quite awkward. Qiuqiu's hand stopped flipping pages. She was too disappointed. I also want to cook, but my skills aren't good enough. I failed. I don't understand why I failed, but I just did. I followed the steps carefully. Jiang Qiuqiu sighed helplessly. I don't know why this happens. When everyone tries, they should start with small amounts. Make a little first, and once it succeeds, try larger portions. Let's see how it goes later. She scrolled a few times, then suddenly exclaimed, Wait, let's look at the rice made by reply number 28 in the black hole post. Jiang Qiuqiu opened his picture. The photo was taken with very high-end equipment, showing the rice grains clearly. The rice looked full, with just the right moisture, very successful. The profile info said the person was male, a guy with a real talent for cooking. This black hole user also uploaded a video of making steamed buns. They looked soft and springy when pressed, smooth and white. The buns looked pretty good too. She praised the black hole user in the live stream for a while. Soon, a message appeared in the comments from an account named V15. Black Hole V15, I followed the instructions exactly, temperature, amount, and time, and made 2 different dishes. So, this is the real person? Jiang Kikyu nodded. Yes. Sometimes, when you're just starting to learn cooking, you need this kind of spirit. Once we get more familiar, we can adjust the amounts, find the right feel, and try new dishes. Black hole V15. Even so, the food I made still isn't the same as yours. Black hole V15. It lacks the excitement. Lacks the excitement? But looking at the dishes, they don't seem unappetizing. They just taste different from hers. Everyone's cooking tastes different, even if they follow the same recipe. Different people will have different feelings when making it. Jiang Kikyu encouraged Black Hole. You can try more, practice more, and you'll definitely make something you like. MOC didn't reply anymore. He wasn't after the taste, he wanted the feeling. That feeling after eating, completely relaxed, energized in the heart. The dishes he made didn't have that feeling at all, no sign of it. So, what does that mean? Is this ability unique to this host? Perhaps she doesn't even realize her own power. Things are becoming a bit complicated, so MOC decides to keep watching her. After some time, there will be better ways to handle the situation. After commenting on the black hole, the other videos and pictures are mostly similar, each with its own strange features. Jiang Qiuxiu, tearfully, reviews dozens of them and then decides to give in. Alright, since everyone is still exploring rice and steamed buns, in the upcoming gourmet food session, I will prepare some main dishes myself, so everyone can enjoy a mix of meat and vegetables. So cool. Even a clumsy person finally won. I really don't want to cook myself. Wah wah wah. I can't do it, I won't do it. 3 cheers. I just want to lie down and eat. Same here 1. I really don't want to poison myself. Everyone laughs happily in the comments. Jiang Qiuxiu, feeling helpless, ends her live stream at 11 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, a new round of food shows will begin. At that time, Jiang Qiuxiu will appear on the homepage, competing with top food streamers and various hosts in the main area.
065 Homepage Rekommendation.
When it comes to pig-related foods, pig blood definitely has a place. Jiang Qiuxiu plans to start her first dish with spicy pig blood. First, because she hasn't cooked spicy dishes before, and second, because she is craving it. While writing her menu for the show, Jiang Qiuxiu suddenly remembered the unique texture of pig blood, smooth, tender, and soft, with a Sichuan flavor that is simply irresistible. She couldn't stop thinking about it. The more she thought, the more she wanted to eat. It was still early, so Jiang Qiuxiu decided to prepare for her live stream first. She placed a special order with Tao Tao Fresh, ordering a bucket of pig blood from Gugu Beast. Although the supplier was puzzled about why Jiang Qiuxiu needed Gugu Beast blood after she paid, they quickly accepted the order. They said, "The limit delivery robot will bring your ingredients to your address by noon." There was still more to wait. Jiang Qiuxiu thought for a moment and changed her live stream room name in her backend. From the previous You See Shockwave to a more low-key Jiang Jojo's Gugu Beast food live stream, making it more formal. After breakfast, taking advantage of the bright autumn weather, Jiang Qiuxiu took a walk around her neighborhood. This was her first time going out for a walk since moving here. The starlight was beautiful, and the new luxury neighborhood was very exclusive. To keep some distance, the buildings were spaced far apart. Only a few houses were grouped together. Jiang Qiuxiu thought that these close-together buildings might be for friends or close companions who wanted to buy houses nearby. Besides the large gaps between buildings, the greenery was also very well maintained. There were plants and flowers everywhere in the community, even though they couldn't be seen from outside. A few steps further, she saw playground equipment hidden among the trees. She couldn't resist and curiously reached out to touch them. There was a single-player immersive game machine, a large swing, and a small outdoor swimming pool. After spending half an hour outside, her device sent a message saying that the ingredients for Gugu Beast had arrived. Because the ingredients were special, the seller was asked to deliver quickly before they spoiled. She jogged back to her small villa. When passing by a blue castle next to a traditional Chinese-style courtyard, she saw a small open in one of the closed windows. The owner of the house was watching Jiang Qiuxiu closely. Night quickly fell. There were only 5 minutes left before her live broadcast started. Jiang Qiuxiu was ready. Unlike usual, today's setup was very formal. Before going live, Mingmei sent her message. At 8 o'clock, we will put you on the homepage recommendation. Are you ready, Qiuqiu? I am ready. Mingmei confirmed her position and time for the broadcast with the operations team again. Qiuqiu. We've already discussed everything earlier, so I won't repeat it. Just one thing. I believe in you. A rising star will shine today. Mingmei would monitor all the live stream data. Jiang Qiuqiu's calm mood was stirred by her strong determination, but she quickly steadied herself. This was her expertise. This was her kitchen, the place she knew best. Meanwhile, the clock struck 8. Jiang Qiuqiu opened her live stream on time. Many viewers were waiting, and the operations team quickly put her on the homepage recommendation. Everything was ready. Only her appearance was missing. Welcome everyone to my live stream. I am Jiang Qiuqiu. Today marks the first event of the Gugu Beast Food Special, Spicy Bloodwurst. Is it really blood and guts? The Federation live streaming company is the largest streaming group in the Federation, with billions of users. The traffic on the homepage is so huge that it's hard to measure with exact numbers. If someone clicks, it could mean over 1 billion views in an hour. If no one clicks, it just sits there as a decoration. Food live streams are quite popular in the Federation, but the quality varies greatly. Popular hosts with delicious food can have billions of fans, while others with poor content are ignored and have no viewers. In food streaming, if the food doesn't taste good, it's a big mistake. People who can cook tasty food are very rare in the Federation. That's why food streams are rarely featured on the homepage. If no one watches, it's better to hide them because showing bad food just makes people laugh. But today, a food stream was featured on the homepage. And it was a new streamer with only 4 stars. This is a big deal, like a young girl getting married for the first time. Jiang Qiuqiu's live room was packed with viewers. The comments were noisy. Usually, only her loyal fans who know her well come to her streams, and they admire her cooking skills even if they haven't tasted her food. But today, many viewers were strangers from the food section. When did 4-star streamers start appearing on the homepage? Are they all anonymous 4-star streamers? Wow, a hidden connection to the Federation? Look at this title, Gugu Beast Food Special? Studying Gugu Beasts? Or a special stream for a dark food magazine? Many fans were confused by the questions at the entrance. Some were curious. What is she doing? She looks so young. The menu seems to be spicy blood sausage? Spicy? What flavor is that? And what is blood sausage? The number of viewers quickly exceeded 10 million, heading toward 20 million. Mingmei, watching from behind the screen, was worried that Jiang Qiuqiu might not handle such a huge crowd, but her quick response reassured Mingmei. The girl's voice was sweet but steady. Just when Mingmei thought she could keep things under control, she said, "Today we will make spicy blood sausage, using the blood of the Gugu beast as the main ingredient." Blood of the Gugu beast? Mingmei's mind froze. She felt this ingredient was too sensitive. As expected, once the blood was mentioned, the onlookers immediately started to shout and complain. What did I just see? We haven't been in the blood-drinking era for many years. Who still talks about eating blood as a dish? What kind of raw material is this?
Can't handle it.
What is this? Just to get on the front page and attract attention? The passers-by always speak impulsively, giving bad reviews and criticizing Jiang Qiuqiu for trying to stand out and be special, one after another. The loyal fans in this live stream were already feeling uneasy. Blood as an ingredient? Could it be for making drinks? Using this as an ingredient seems too scary. Could it go wrong? But before the loyal fans could ask questions, a group of newcomers suddenly started speaking harshly. Loyal fan? There's a saying, "I believe my host can do it, but what do you outsiders know?" The two sides quickly clashed. Newcomer, trash host, not fit to be a food streamer. Loyal fan, if you have the guts, don't try the tasting spot later. Newcomer, just trying to get attention with blood-drinking tricks. Loyal fan, just go ahead and try now. If you're brave, don't try to steal the tasting spot later. Newcomer, what strength does a 4-star host have? Loyal fan? Not strong enough? After it's ready, kneel and lick the plate. Newcomer, a bunch of bootlickers. Loyal fan, if you're confident, don't leave. If you're brave, don't try to steal the tasting spot later. Not fighting over it means you don't care. Not eating it means you're indifferent. Lickers are invincible, a bunch of water armies. I've memorized your ID. Don't try to steal again, and don't try to steal in the future. Everyone argued fiercely, but Jiang Jujui ignored all the chaos and began her first step. 067. It's spicy in flavor. We're not making drinks. We're cooking. First, handle the blood. Flowing blood can't be eaten directly. We need to let it coagulate first. The delivered pig blood was sterilized, so there was no need for sterilization again. She prepared a pot of cold water, added some salt, and stirred. Then she poured the foam-skinned pig blood into the cold water. They said it's not a drink, but it really looks like a beverage. This is the first step. Mix the cold water with the pig blood to remove impurities. We will get a clear mixture, then seal the pot and let it sit for an hour. To ensure the live broadcast went smoothly, I prepared everything in advance. After staying still for an hour, we would have solidified blood. What just happened? Can it turn into this in an hour? Wow, so cool. Once it's solid, is it done? After it solidifies, we add pig blood to boiling water and simmer it for half an hour. That's how we get this. Jiang Qiuxiu picked up a nearby bowl. The pig blood in the ceramic dish was starting to turn white. This is the ingredient we need for today. So, looking around, this was just the beginning? I didn't quite understand the rhythm, but watching a live stream is mainly about having fun. This new host's way of doing things seemed pretty interesting. The dishes they made didn't look very tasty, but they were quite fascinating. Is this a chemistry streamer accidentally entering a cooking channel? More and more viewers gathered. The bright and cheerful host behind the scenes saw the number spike. But most of the comments from new viewers weren't about food. They were just curious. Of course, all of this would soon change. The pot was heated with oil. Jiang Qiuxiu's pot trembled slightly, and the oil spread evenly across the pan. The high heat made the oil sizzle and release a fragrant aroma. Longtime fans cheered excitedly. At first, making blood tofu seemed to have no color or smell, and everyone was a bit disappointed, afraid to speak up. Now the oil was hot. Soon, the aroma was about to appear as usual. I'm making spicy flavor today. It's the first time I've cooked spicy dishes on a live stream, Jiang Qiuxiu said. Someone asked what spicy flavor was. Jiang Qiuxiu paused briefly and gave a simple description. It's a very unique and special taste. It goes really well with rice. It's perfect for eating spicy dishes in autumn and winter. The most noticeable feature is that when you eat it, your tongue and lips feel a tingling sensation. Although the flavor is intense, the spiciness is so magical that it makes you want to keep eating. So amazing! Jujio is about to show her power. New viewers, get ready to be amazed. You're about to be won over. Longtime fans had funny ways of talking, which made Jiang Qiuxiu smile. Alright, the oil is hot now. We can add the chili sauce. Just a second ago, everyone didn't know what the spicy sensation was. And in the next second, they understood. There is nothing better than hot oil to bring out the aroma of chili peppers. The high temperature makes the capsaicin quickly evaporate into the air. The smell of chili is the most dominant among all flavors. Just a little bit can drift with the breeze into everyone's noses. The sizzling sound from the hot oil grows louder, and the aroma becomes even stronger. When Jiang Qiuxiu sees that the timing is right, she adds a ladle of clear water. The transparent water quickly turns into an appetizing red. Soon, Jiang Qiuxiu covers the pot. The strong smell comes quickly and fades just as fast, but many people are already overwhelmed by the spiciness. Newcomers who haven't seen much of the world ask, "What is that?" While the fans answer questions, Jiang Qiuxiu scoops up a piece of blood tofu. To make the blood tofu more flavorful, we cut it into small pieces. People in the 21st century usually don't like to cut soft tofu on a cutting board. They do it directly in their hands. Jiang Qiuxiu is no different. She swiftly swings her large knife up and down, quickly slicing the blood tofu into evenly sized small cubes. all while her hands remain unharmed. That's skill. Skilled people always earn respect. Someone with real skill, at least not just for show, looks like a real chef. Much better technique than what I saw in small restaurants. What are you doing comparing our little sister Juju to small restaurant chefs? You're so blind. While chopping vegetables, the water in the pot has already boiled. The chili peppers floating inside are stirred up by the boiling water, and the spicy, fragrant aroma, which had been trapped under the lid for minutes, drifts out through the live stream, reaching every viewer's nose. Jiang Qiuxiu adds more seasonings, a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor. The seafood-derived oils add a richer, more layered freshness to the spicy base. She then puts the tender blood tofu into the pot. Blood tofu itself has no special taste, but its texture is unique. The smooth, tender feel combined with Sichuan flavors makes it spicy, fragrant, and almost impossible to resist. We just wait 3 minutes, and then we can enjoy this delicious dish. As usual, before the water boils, Jiang Qiuxiu arranges small bowls in advance. Next, we prepare the side dishes: garlic, dried chili peppers, and cilantro. Since she needs many bowls, Jiang Qiuxiu cuts a large bunch of these ingredients directly. The pot was bubbling gently. She quickly turned off the heat and used a long spoon to scoop the blood tofu into a bowl. Her homemade blood tofu was very tender, and when it landed in the bowl, it made a soft duong sound and slightly bounced back. This was a very normal scene, but for some reason, someone couldn't help but swallow hard. It looked really delicious. It didn't seem like dark cuisine. It also smelled a bit fragrant, with a spicy aroma that was very tempting. But this wasn't the final step. She sprinkled some vegetables into each small bowl, poured hot oil over them, and said, "The layered flavor of spicy blood tofu comes from this last spoonful of hot oil." The boiling oil immediately attacked the dried chili peppers, bringing out the most authentic spicy flavor. The cilantro and green onions sizzled in the hot oil, releasing a tempting aroma. After the usual cooking steps, she would scan and taste test. Today, Jiang Qiuxiu added an extra step, explaining the food. She carefully picked up a small bowl, took a white spoon, scooped some blood tofu, and slowly lifted it from the video to her mouth. It was smooth and fresh, melting in her mouth before she even took a sip. The spicy and numbing sensation instantly spread. She hadn't eaten such exciting food in a long time, but after the thrill, there was another kind of pleasure. It made her want to eat another bite. So, another spoonful of bouncy blood tofu wobbled in the camera, slowly moving away. Don't do this. Streamer, stop eating. Let's try the taste too. Is it ready? The colorful dish looks nice, even if the colors aren't very pretty, but for some reason, it looks so delicious. Same here, I want to eat. What are you guys upstairs talking about? Want to eat? Don't even think about grabbing a tasting spot. Thinking about the 4 I just posted, whoever eats it is the little brother. Delicious enough to turn your head upside down. Even though everyone was arguing in the comments, at first, some harsh words were spoken, saying it was impossible for a terrible streamer to make such eye-catching food. But the truth was, 10 bowls of spicy blood tofu, nearly 10 million viewers watching the star streamer's tasting, disappeared almost instantly. It didn't take long to eat this dish. After a minute, Jiang Qiuxiu's live viewers jumped from 1 million to 10 million. If it wasn't tasty and didn't touch the heart, who would follow? Jiang Qiuxiu turned to the camera with a smile and introduced herself to all the new viewers. I am Jiang Juju, the host of the Federation Food Zone. My live broadcast is every evening at 8 o'clock. If you like my streams, please follow me. If you're interested in food, you can visit Jiang Juju's circle on the Federation Star Network. That's all for today's live. Spicy food is a special flavor. In the next broadcast, I will continue exploring dishes that combine goo-goo creatures and spicy flavors, like boiled pork slices. See you next time. Jiang Qiuxiu ended the stream. But a new trend was about to begin from this moment. 069 The little immortal descends to the mortal world just after Jiang Qiuxiu finished her stream. Mingmei quickly sent a message. As a relatively new editor, Mingmei had never seen such a big scene before. As soon as her profile appeared on the homepage, thousands of viewers flooded in. Qiuxiu, your data growth is amazing. Your retention rate is very high, and the number of likes, comments, and supporters is far ahead. Her voice was filled with happiness. If you can keep this growth rate, you'll soon have a place on the homepage. The day came faster than Jiang Qiuxiu expected, but for some reason, she felt more happy about gaining more fans than about earning more money. Her career was still shining brightly, even in a new era. I will keep going. We all believe in you. Mingmei and Xiao Qian were Jiang Qiuxiu's loyal supporters. By the way, Qiuxiu, with such good data, do you want to add more live sessions? Frequent streams could attract more fans quickly and strengthen the fan base. No, thanks. There were benefits now, but not all benefits were worth it. My new streaming schedule is set, and I need some time to prepare dishes. Streaming every day would be too tight. That makes sense. The operations team suggested you keep your current schedule. I think you should give the Star Network some time to adjust, and you'll have more topics to talk about. After discussing the streaming plans, Jiang Qiuxiu yawned softly. Feeling sleepy, Mingmei suddenly remembered something and felt a bit shy. Qiuxiu, did you scan the dish you made today? Is there still a scan available? Yes, there is. What's wrong? Today, there were too many people and I couldn't get it. I'm already 42, and I feel a bit shy about Sister Mingmei, who still talks about food so openly. Of course, you can. Jiang Qiuxiu was about to start, and after some rustling sounds, Mingmei asked, can you send 2 copies? Why, did Xiao Qian not manage to get one? No, he did get one, but he wants to eat another bowl. Jiang Qiuxiu. I've sent it over. After tidying up the kitchen mess and eating a few bowls of spicy blood tofu with rice, Jiang Qiuxiu put the remaining dishes into the temperature-controlled box. The live broadcast had been going on for nearly 2 weeks, and the food in the box was piling up. It was a colorful array, almost too much to hold. Some of the food had been there for a while. If she didn't eat it soon, it might spoil. Jiang Qiuxiu looked at the temperature box for a while, thinking that outside the community, there seemed to be a shelter for stray animals. Maybe she could donate some of the food? Never mind. She decided to deal with it tomorrow. For now, she was tired. The world is big, but sleep is the biggest. Federation Live Broadcast Department Editing Office. Today, only Mingmei and Xiao Qian were still working overtime. The lobby was empty, and the two sat in a small meeting room, eating spicy pig's blood. It was the first time for Mingmei, but Xiao Qian had already eaten this twice. The spicy flavor was intense, making lips numb, and accidentally biting into a bright red chili. She even saw a flash of white in front of her eyes. For Xiao Qian, this was a very shocking taste. He made a "siha" sound, gasped, but couldn't stop eating. This kind of food is really amazing. His tongue was a bit numb, and he was still commenting, but it's really delicious. If we knew there was such a menu, what were we worried about? We're safe now. After saying that, he took a blissful sip of soup. She thought her eating manners were already quite unrefined, but she didn't expect Xiao Qian, the son of a wealthy family, to eat even more wildly. But for some reason, under the warm yellow light, his rough movements gave off a special feeling. It was as if a fairy descended to the mortal world. 070 still got caught watching live streams, haha. Jiang Qiuxiu finished her live stream quickly. Since new fans couldn't send comments, they all rushed to her. Jiang Qiuxiu's small circle, this originally small and private group, suddenly grew rapidly. Almost every time the page refreshed, new posts appeared. Can someone tell me about Jiang Qiuxiu? Today's new fans got hooked after eating spicy blood tofu. I looked at her previous dishes. What flavors are they? Curious.
Urgent.
Does anyone have information about this new streamer? Anyone want to share their thoughts after trying her food? The spice is so addictive. Some people jumped into the discussion, others replied. Some fans are exploring Jiang Qiuxiu's past, waiting for her to return tomorrow. This small circle quickly became lively. Some who didn't get a spot also joined in, just lurking. Sometimes, people are like that. If they haven't experienced something themselves, no matter how good others say it is, they remain doubtful. Especially when many praise it, it starts to feel strange. They express their doubts in the group, and then two sides argue, one saying Jiang Qiuxiu is just SOSO, the other saying if that's SOSO, then the entire Federation isn't like this. When it comes to the Federation, the topic drifts far away. With a population of over 10 billion, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Then, people start arguing about which restaurants they visited, which planets they've been to, whose experiences are broader, and the atmosphere gets tense. An admin hurriedly steps in to stop the chaos. But with so many people, a few small admins aren't enough. The person in charge behind the group, Mingmei, frowns. She needs to recruit some loyal fans to help manage the group. This has to be scheduled soon. Relying only on herself to keep things running is too hard. As an old fan of Jiang Qiuqiu, a die-hard supporter, a veteran with a shiny resume and a long list of titles, Terry was the first to receive an invitation from Mingmei. He was so happy, he almost jumped up. Management.
Yes.
He wanted to be a manager. Jiujiu's popularity is growing, and maybe someday she'll become a big star. Then she might hold offline meet and greets, and he might finally get to meet the real Jiujiu. Then, he finally tasted the dishes she personally prepared. He could order and eat this, that, and the other, while enjoying rice noodle rolls, braised pork, fried cutlets, and the top-quality roast duck. The wolf was almost unable to hold back his overflowing saliva, and with a quick gulp, he responded eagerly to Mingmei's invitation. Then he shared this experience with his fellow fans of Jiang Qiuqiu, Qiu Dao, and Chongbei. Terry, haha. I've become an admin now. I'm closer to her than you guys. Terry, maybe in the future, there will be special benefits for admins, free food and tasting privileges. Chongbei, why did you choose me and not him? Terry, haha, the wolf looks down on you. Why do you keep picking fights? Eat more, talk less. Chongbei, even if I can't do it, why can Qiu Dao? Qiu Dao, I haven't spoken up, so I guess I can't. Qiu Dao, but honestly, I do envy him. Terry, stay prosperous and don't forget us. Terry showed off a bit in the group chat. Chongbei and Qiu Dao were both staring at their devices outside the training room. Suddenly, a shadow covered the two of them. They instinctively looked up and saw MOC with a blank expression. Are you watching that live stream?
Wow, tail.
This sounded a bit like a small question, and Qiu Dao immediately explained. We just finished extra training, and this streamer started a live broadcast. We just tried it out to relax after training. Eating good food can help ease the tense mind, a benefit stamped by the general. They explained carefully. MOC looked up. I don't intend to punish you. No need to be nervous. I just want to ask you a few questions. Did you just finish eating? Did your fatigue go away? Both Qiu Dao and Chongbei raised their hands, saying they felt more energized. MOC nodded slightly. Maybe he noticed that their curiosity about Jiang Jiujiu's live stream had reached its peak, and after chatting with Terry just now, his tone and attitude were so friendly that Chongbei felt like he had taken a brave pill, forcing himself to promote the stream enthusiastically. General, this streamer's dishes are really delicious. I think anyone can try it. Once you do, you'll never forget the taste. You, General, can also give it a try. You've been busy handling important military and expedition affairs, but you should try it sometime. He enthusiastically recommended it. For a moment, MOC was stunned. I understand. He has the Federation's best perception gene, so no one understands that kind of taste better than him. After official hours, once you've finished your training, you can watch the live broadcast. No need to be so cautious. I agree. Keep going. After saying that, MOC turned and went to his office. At this moment, Qiu Dao noticed he was wearing a cloak. Strange, did the general go to inspect the army? Huh?
No, why?
Suddenly wear a cloak. Only during inspections would the general dress so formally. Maybe just in a hurry, Chongbei said casually. Don't think about the cloak. Look at the general's calm expression. He probably doesn't care about it. He definitely won't watch the live broadcast. The general. How many delicious foods he's missed. Rice noodle rolls, pork ribs, braised pork, roast duck with bamboo shoots, spicy blood sausage. All top quality, but unfortunately, the general can't eat them.
Such a pity. Don't be sad.
Can you imagine how the general looks watching the broadcast on his device? Qiu Dao shot him a glance.
Chongbei immediately choked.
Alright, it's really hard to imagine. MOC, who was being teased by the two aides about missing out on the world's finest pleasures, was walking into his office. He frowned, looking a bit irritated. There were books on his desk. He instinctively picked one up and sat down. Soon, a soft yet strange pressure made his expression turn odd as he stood up. There was no mirror in the office, but the reason his fitted pants suddenly felt tight could only be one thing. That day's dish, with its strong aroma, hit his mind directly, touching the soft part of his heart. Moc couldn't control his tail for a moment. The tail protruded from the base of his spine, pushing up his pants. He felt uncomfortable sitting and standing. The rubbing sensation made him restless. He wondered if losing control of his jeans was a personal reaction. Enduring the discomfort, he put on his cloak and noticed that Chi Dao and Chong Bei showed no such reactions. He was truly an exception. I don't know what I was thinking. Moc reached out and pressed down on the fluffy bump. After flattening it and letting go, it seemed to come alive and immediately popped back up. Why is the general wearing a cloak and returning today? Who knows? Maybe he's going to a banquet. It feels a bit strange. Chi Dao stared at the corner of the cloak. Suddenly, the figure of the handsome man turned his head, his dark eyes meeting Chi Dao's gaze. Chi Dao instinctively looked away. After Moc left, he thought to himself, "It seems the general doesn't like people to look at him today. Do you know who I am?" This night was still long, and the waves in Jiang Qiuqiu's heart had not yet calmed. Again, it was about the Federation Company, the customer service department, and some difficult customers. "Hello, I am customer service 033 from Federation Live. How can I help you? Why doesn't your company offer the VIP Noble Privilege service?" A female voice directly hit the customer service representative's ears. The representative. VIP Privilege service? What kind of VIP privileges are those? When sampling, don't the high nobles have the right to priority access? Merlin's voice sounded a bit playful. Customer service. Sorry, miss. Our sampling events are always conducted fairly and openly. Every user has the same chance to be selected. There is no special treatment for VIPs, of course, though perhaps there are exceptions. If you really want to get a sampling spot, you can enter the fan ranking of that streamer, and the streamer might open up fan benefits. Merlin herself is a streamer, so she knows this feature well. Of course, she is also on the fan list, but she hasn't opened it. The streamer hasn't opened it. Well, next time you can ask the streamer to open it. Most streamers will choose to activate fan benefits to support their fans. Our main topic isn't this. Merlin frowned. Do you have VIP privilege services here? Sorry, miss. We don't have that. Of course, we can help you solve all your problems. Please leave your suggestions and fill out a registration form. Later, we will send your proposal to the supervisor's email, where decision-makers will see it. To fill out the form, you need to register. Merlin saw that even giving a suggestion required writing down your name, family background, the reason for the suggestion, and other details. The young lady had never done such a complicated task before, so she immediately gave up on filling out the form. Do I really have to fill in so much information? This is our suggestion process. You can take your time filling it out. Once done, send it to our headquarters. The young lady snorted. It's too much trouble. I might as well go directly to Uncle Qian and tell him in person. After saying that, she hung up. At this moment, the customer service staff had few people on duty. As soon as the call ended, colleagues came over to ask what was going on.
Who was that?
What questions did they ask? I even heard something about complaints and suggestions. They said the survey was too complicated and that they wanted to talk directly to Uncle Qian. One of the junior customer service reps almost spat out his water. Go to see Director Qian? Everyone burst into laughter. No one believed that was true because anyone who could see Director Qian wouldn't be calling customer service. After hanging up, Merlin still felt annoyed about not getting the food she wanted today. When could she finally hire this commoner as her personal chef? Then she could have roast duck, crispy pork, rice rolls, vegetables, and a full Chinese banquet. The Deus family still wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, why would they hire a private chef who cooks so badly and her father still holds her in high regard? She tossed and turned, craving food. Never mind, she'd wait until tomorrow. She arranged for 4 servants to start competing for the meal, planning to eat her fill all at once. And so, she happily made her decision. 073, the rescue center. The atmosphere on the Federation's main planet was as good as ever, and the greenery in the starry sky made people forget their worries. Jiang Qiuqiu opened the door and did a long overdue set of exercises in the yard to restore her energy and spirit. Tonight, she decided to make some rice noodle rolls again because it was easier. At noon, she pre-ordered the meat and vegetables she needed for tomorrow. In the morning, since she had some free time, she went to the pet rescue center outside the community to take a look and see if they accepted food donations. She closed the door and jogged as exercise. She huffed and puffed as she rushed toward the community gate. However, on the way, Jiang Qiuqiu noticed something strange. Why are there so few people? Even in a high-end community, where houses are spaced far apart, it's strange that she only saw some villas at the entrance and no one else. Maybe she woke up too early? No, after a few more steps, she could see people. But it seemed that the residents here were all very tall, looking like muscular men. She saw several like that. Even the security guards she saw at the gatehouse were tall and muscular.
Could this place be
a gym-exclusive community? She couldn't figure it out. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, she saw the rescue center again. As soon as she entered, she was stopped by the staff. A young man in a dark green uniform stopped her. "Ma'am, what brings you here? Is this the rescue center?" Jiang Qiuqiu glanced inside. She was surprised. She remembered that the animals here were mostly dogs, but today she noticed there were many different animals. Most of them were cats. Sometimes there were birds or strange animals. It looked more like a zoo than a rescue center. "Do you accept donations?" "Donations?" The young man paused. "Ma'am, do you want to donate something?" "Food." Jiang Qiuqiu explained that she wanted to donate food. The young man understood her good intentions. His expression softened slightly, then he looked at her face. After finishing his work, he was struck by her beauty. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke more softly. "We only accept natural, pure food donations, not nutritional liquids." "I know, just some natural food," she replied. "Then we accept it."
great?
"This morning, I will bring the items over. Are you there?" "We are always here." Jiang Qiuqiu made an okay gesture. "Then I'll go back first." After confirming that the rescue station accepts food, Jiang Qiuqiu jogged back to her house. There were many dishes in the temperature-controlled box, too many for her to carry alone. So, she borrowed the housekeeper robot. The strong robot carried some animal food and led the way, while Jiang Qiuqiu followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the rescue station. The person who greeted her was the young man in green. Seeing her with a large box, he hurried over to help. "What's in these?" "Yes, there are some natural foods I sorted out that the animals can eat." All the items were covered with transparent insulated lids, so no smell was detectable, but through the clear film, you could see they were all natural vegetables. It looked like vegetables, but in fact, it was a bunch of money. The young man was surprised and quickly thanked Jiang Qiuqiu. "No need for that. It's just a small favor," the rescue center worker said. "You can leave the items here." She wanted to go inside to see, but the people inside the glass were busy. The small animals either looked down or lay on the ground. It didn't seem worth going in alone. After thinking for a moment, she decided to leave. The young man wanted to stop her, but Jiang Qiuqiu shook her head. "I have something to do, so I'll leave now. If you need more food later, I'll bring some again. We really need it." "Thank you so much. Can you leave your name?" The young man in green offered his pen. "No need. I'll come again next time." "Sorry to trouble you." The young man in green watched Jiang Qiuqiu's back for a long time. Why did she bring such a big box? "What's inside?" A rugged man in loose long clothes approached him and reached out to help carry the items. "Brother Leopard, I don't need your help. I can handle it." He turned and quickly went to the office behind the rescue center. The young man in green, also called Xiaoqing, pressed the gathering bell. Soon, 5 or 6 staff members working at the rescue center gathered there. Xiaoqing opened the insulated box and said, "Today, someone donated a batch of prepared natural food. It's a lot. Let's share it with everyone at the center." To distribute the food, he punctured the insulated bag. The normally calm group suddenly smelled an extremely tempting aroma. The scent wasn't simple. The gases released when opening the bag were complex, but each rich smell was very enticing. Where did this natural food come from? Did the Federation's rotating restaurant order it? Brother Leopard looked a bit stunned and exclaimed, "That's very generous. Today, a generous young lady came, so we can all enjoy a good meal. Stop talking and start dividing," a staff member said, swallowing hard. "This way, everyone can eat sooner, and the brothers outside will smell the aroma earlier." Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing, who was young, was the leader here. He gave the order. "All right, let's speed up," but surprisingly, Xiao Qing said he was distributing food to everyone. There were only 7 or 8 people in this office, but they ended up dividing 30 or 40 portions. Carrying the deliciously fragrant food boxes, Xiao Qing and Brother Leopard went outside to the cages to feed the animals. They handed out the boxes while talking to the animals inside the cages. Some animals seemed very intelligent and understood what they were saying. Others looked very wild. Even though they were being fed, they still showed aggressive teeth and claws. Whenever animals showed their teeth and claws, Xiao Qing and Brother Leopard felt uncomfortable. After all the food was handed out, Xiao Qing sat at a nearby table and asked sadly, "How many lost consciousness again today?" 2. Xiao Qing calculated mentally. "That leaves only 11 who are still awake here." "Yeah," Brother Leopard sighed with a bitter smile. "It feels like the cages are the final home for us, born into everyone's envy, inheriting strong genes, and in the end, dying in the cages." "Don't say that," Xiao Qing angrily patted Brother Leopard. "It won't happen. As long as we control it well, it will never be like that." "I know that," Brother Leopard said, experienced. "But what if we can't control it?" He rolled up his sleeve. His smooth left arm now had orange-yellow, spotted hair growing on it. "Sometimes, the more I try to control it, the harder it is to stop." Xiao Qing stared closely at the hair, feeling cold inside. 075 Mysterious weak girl knocks on the door. After sending out the stock from the temperature-controlled box, Jiang Qiuxiu sighed in relief. She rested at home for a while, then started making rice rolls. She used a good mold and decided to be lazy today. No need for many appetizers. She prepared the rice batter, added the fillings, steamed it, and topped it with her homemade sauce. The aroma of rice combined with the rich smell of the sauce was very delicious and sweet. Chef Jiang secretly ate a bowl and gave herself full marks for her cooking skills. Humming a little tune, she continued making savory rice rolls with chicken and eggs. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Her household robot butler spoke up. "Someone has come to visit." "Miss Jiang, you have a new visitor." She paused slightly. In this neighborhood, she probably didn't know anyone. Curious, she went to the door and checked the security camera outside. There was a girl standing in front of her door, wearing a smoky gray coat, with a sharp look in her eyes and a pale face. She seemed to have something on her mind. Jiang Qiuxiu thought for a moment and opened the door. "Did you knock because you need something?" When she opened the door, she left the cold, icy screen behind. The person in front of her looked more lively. Although her face was still pale, her eyes were bright, giving off a vibe of a rebellious goddess. A unique beauty caught Jiang Qiuxiu's attention. "Are you the new resident here?" Mo Qingyu asked, smiling gently, very friendly, which made a good impression. "I am. I just moved in a few days ago," she replied. She was about to ask again what she wanted, but the girl in front of her suddenly said, "Oh." It was as if she suddenly understood. "So, the smell of food has been here since the day you moved in. It smells so good. I didn't mean to bother you, but I've been here recovering from illness, drinking medicine every day, and smelling the aroma. I just couldn't resist coming to see." So, she was attracted by the smell of the food. She was like a little fan. The chef was always very tolerant of her fans, and Jiang Qiuxiu was no exception. "I see. Do you sell food here? I want to buy some to try." "No need to buy. You live here too, so consider me your neighbor. I was just cooking. If you don't mind, you can come in and taste." "Really? Is that okay?" You can't imagine how adorable it is to see a girl who usually looks very indifferent and elegant, shows such a surprised and happy expression, especially when it's for you. Of course, Jang Chio invited her inside. She was still cooking in a spacious kitchen, with the smell of various ingredients filling the small house, making the air very fragrant. Mo Qingyu was immediately captivated when she came in. Jiang Chio asked what she wanted to eat, meat or vegetables. I like both. I don't mind. Today, Jiang Chio had donated most of her mild-tasting dishes, leaving only some fried snacks she made earlier for her pets, some braised pork, and oil-braised bamboo shoots in the temperature-controlled box. She brought these dishes to the table and added a freshly made rice roll. That's all that's left at home. If you like, you can try some. Then Jiang Chio realized that as soon as she finished speaking, in a flash of distraction, the woman in the trench coat appeared by the dining table and picked up chopsticks. What's going on? While she was wondering how someone could move so quickly, Mo Qingyu had already started eating. Mo Qingyu was fed up. She was here to recover from her injuries, drinking all sorts of strange, unappetizing nutritional and repair liquids every day. She felt like her tongue had died, come back to life, then died again. She thought this terrible life would go on peacefully until suddenly, the delicious food appeared and broke the deadlock. By chance, a newcomer moved into the empty room next door. And every day she was cooking. Since that day, the air above the villa was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Today it was this, tomorrow it would be that. Each smell was tempting and looked very tasty. She kept staring at the little figure outside the window, her eyes practically glowing with desire. She made up her mind. She was going to go ask if they were selling food. I didn't expect the little girl next door to be so generous and to invite her in directly. I have to say, the little girl doesn't seem very cautious. Various thoughts raced through my mind, but soon I settled on one. Why are there such delicious foods in this world? What's this dish made of? Are you asking me? Jiang Chio was still in the kitchen making rice rolls. She looked from afar and seemed to be eating braised pork. It's made from gugu beast meat. Gugu beast meat? She exclaimed, sounding just as surprised as the earliest fans. The soft, sticky texture, the rich aroma, the perfectly balanced fatty and lean meat that doesn't feel greasy. Turns out it's gugu beast meat. No matter what it's made of, if it's tasty, I want to eat more. She picked up her chopsticks quickly, eating fast, but her graceful movements didn't suffer. Every gesture was naturally elegant. Jiang Chio thought her background must be quite wealthy. Soon, Mo Qingyu finished all the small dishes on the table. She rubbed her stomach, let out a gentle burp, and looked satisfied. When Jiang Chio looked up again, she saw Mo Qingyu had stopped eating. Have you finished? Yes. The food you made is just as fragrant as it smells. I've never had such delicious gugu beast meat. You're the best cook I know, she praised Jiang Chio enthusiastically. Complimenting someone face-to-face feels a bit different from doing it online. In person, it's a little shy. She saw Mo Qingyu clearing the dishes and took a few steps forward, not wanting her guests to do all the work. But then she noticed all the dishes, 6 or 7 plates and a big bowl of rice, were already empty. She was surprised for a moment. Did you finish everything? Yes. It was so good I couldn't control my appetite. She looked at Mo Qingyu's flat stomach and wondered where all the food had gone. After saying a few more words related to eating, Mo Qingyu suddenly said, "Let's not talk about anything else." Haven't we still not introduced ourselves? She reached out first. Hello, my name is Mo Qingyu. I live in the castle apartment next door. Hello, I'm Jiang Chio. I'm just renting here for now. So, your name is Jiang Chio. It's a very nice name. Jiang Chio was talking with Mo Qingyu for a while. She noticed that this somewhat weak-looking Miss Mo was very familiar with the situation in the Federation, as well as local customs and interesting stories from different places. No matter what she said, Mo Qingyu could respond easily. She even casually brought up some knowledge about Earth, and Mo Qingyu could follow along. This made her feel like she was meeting an old friend in a strange land, and she liked Mo Qingyu even more. 077, the most valuable brain in the Federation. As the two of them were chatting more and more comfortably, Mo Qingyu's device beeped a few times. She looked down and frowned slightly. Sorry, Qiu, it's time for my medicine. I need to go back now. Then go quickly. Jiang Qiu stood up to see her off. Your health is the most important.
Monta Chenyu nodded.
I'll go now. By the way, can I come over for a meal next time I visit? Of course, Jiang Qiu liked chatting with others. As long as it's before 5 p.m., I'll have time. Jiang Qiu saw Mo Qingyu to the door. Just before leaving, Mo Qingyu rolled up her long coat and said, next time, if someone unfamiliar enters your home, remember to turn on the robot butler's defense mode. That's safer. Qiu, be a little cautious with others. I'm leaving now. The grayish figure quickly disappeared into the quiet night. Although her face was pale, she still looked very cool. Is this what a calm, understanding, and beautiful older sister looks like? She smiled and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. As Mo Qingyu disappeared into the night, two tall shadows appeared beside her. They stood on either side, about 50 centimeters from her, with serious and stern expressions. Left. You can't go alone to a stranger's house next time. What stranger? Before she moved in, didn't you almost check her entire family tree? How can she be called a stranger? Mo Qingyu looked cold and commanding but spoke a bit casually. Right. Even if someone has been checked, they could still be dangerous. They might be. You're overthinking, Mo Qingyu interrupted, rubbing her forehead. If we're talking about danger, I'm probably the most dangerous person to her. Someone like her, I could handle 20 at once. Left. But you going there alone, here, is as secure as a steel barrel. No outsiders can get in. If something still happens, it probably means it was meant to be, so there's no but. I have to go again tomorrow. Left/right. But, stop, I won't listen. I don't want to stay there alone to recover anymore. The food is terrible, and if I keep enduring this, my mind will explode. The most expensive brain in the whole Federation. Mo Qingyu whined stubbornly, and the guards on both sides could only sigh. All right, but you must turn on your defense device. Okay, I understand. I will definitely turn it on. After all, it's also a way to protect my life. The next day, Jiang Qiu woke up to a message from the robot butler. This morning, a lady named Mo Qingyu left a gift at your door, waiting for you to pick it up. She put on her shoes and curiously went to the door. There was indeed a square box outside. Mo Qingyu was not there, so Jiang Qiu couldn't refuse. She simply carried the box inside. When she opened the outer packaging, she saw a note written in flowing, carefree handwriting. Qiu, hello. Thank you for the delicious food you prepared for me yesterday. This is my gift in return. Please don't say the gift isn't necessary. You gave me food, so I give you a small token in return, reciprocity. This is a mental recovery helmet. It's not very special, but it can help refresh your mind now and then. When you're feeling tired, you can wear it to ease your fatigue. Meeting you like an old friend returning home, the gift must be accepted. Otherwise, I might feel embarrassed to visit again. She really did say everything. 078. Special on hot pot slices. Since she had said so much, Jiang Qiu couldn't refuse anymore. She picked up the helmet from the box and found a button at the bottom with a note beside it. If you've decided to accept the gift, just press this button. I'll understand your meaning, and then I can prepare for my next visit without any worries. Thoughtful indeed, Jiang Qiu pressed the red button. A song of I Received It suddenly started playing. This scene is really quite silly. The actions of Mo Qingyu and her personal image are almost completely disconnected. In the afternoon, the small courtyard was very quiet. Jiang Qiu started preparing ingredients for spicy boiled pork slices early. She used high-quality tenderloin, starch, chili paste she had ground earlier, and the most suitable vegetable pairing, bean sprouts. The bean sprouts of this era are a bit longer than usual. They're not from beans but grow from the soil. They taste similar to bean sprouts and look like chives. At 7:30 p.m., Mingmei was online early, just like last time, confirming the broadcast time with Jiang Qiu. The last recommendation on the homepage worked very well. This time, we got another homepage spot, possibly even better than the last one. This is one of the top recommendations a non-mainstream streamer can get. The importance of this recommendation to Jiang Qiuxiu is undeniable. Mingmei, what spicy dish did you prepare today? She asked routinely. Jiang Qiuxiu replied, today, it's spicy boiled chicken slices. Spicy boiled. That's a new cooking term. Compared to braised dishes, this boiled method is more straightforward. But can boiled dishes taste good? If it were another streamer, Mingmei would ask more questions, but she is confident in Jiang Qiuxiu. Don't worry, Mingmei. Boiling isn't just about using water. This dish has a richer flavor than the previous spicy blood tofu. I believe in you. You've never let us down in all these live shows. I believe in myself too. Over the years, countless times, she picked up a knife, grabbed a spatula. The kitchen is almost like her second home. Both the editor and the streamer are very confident. Since they are full of confidence, there's no need for comforting words. With determination, Mingmei wished Jiang Qiuxiu, as the old saying goes, 100 feet up the pole, keep climbing. I hope you can go even further tonight. I will. Food can speak the most touching words. It entices passers-by, who willingly offer their hearts. Starly is a student at the Federation University. She studies at the Federation School of Economics and aspires to become an excellent economist. In the future, she hopes to stir up the empire's economy and become the next wealthy person chosen by fate. There is an interesting legend about this college. If your girlfriend tells you that she scored excellent on the monthly exam at the Economics Institute, she will break up with you. This is considered the most sincere and lasting promise. Because only the most dedicated students can get excellent scores on the monthly exam at the Federal Economics Institute. Coincidentally, Wang Xing is the only outstanding and dedicated student in this year's Economics Institute. Tomorrow is the day of the monthly exam. Students waiting in the library for inspiration from the study god find that the special seat reserved for the study god is empty today. Could she be too sick to get up? Meanwhile, at the Economics Institute dormitory, as the wealthiest college in the Federation, the dorms are double rooms. Right now, 2 students are holding their devices, staring intently. Wang Xing says quietly, it's 7:58. According to tradition, the live stream will start at 7:59. Soon, the clock strikes 7:59 and the darkened live stream suddenly lights up. Wang Xing and Wei Mian excitedly rush into the stream. This joyful scene happens in every corner of the Federation where Jiang Qiuxiu's delicious food has captivated everyone. A familiar voice says, welcome to my food live stream. I am Jiang Qiuxiu. Today's menu, boiled chicken slices. Stay tuned. Here we go. Today, the goddess is wearing a brown outfit. Tomorrow, I want to wear the same style. Go for it. Wei Mian loudly expresses his love for Jiang Qiuxiu. Wang Xing looks at the brown outfit and quickly thinks of braised pork and fried pork chops. Although the colors are slightly different, they really look similar. Thinking this, I want to eat braised pork. I want to eat it too. But it's not available again. Why is it never available? Maybe it's about luck. Wang Xing ponders. If it's a random draw, then drawing. Suddenly, she just wanted to complain, not listen to the study god's lecture. Wei Mian immediately exclaims, cooking has started. Xing, stop talking. Let's listen carefully to Qiuxiu. Jiang Qiuxiu, as usual, introduces the ingredients. To make boiled chicken slices, we need to select the tenderloin from the gugu beast. This part of the meat is the best, as it can be easily sliced into thin, even pieces with clear muscle fibers. After speaking, she picked up a kitchen knife. The sharp blade gently sliced through the meat, quickly turning a long piece of tenderloin into many thin slices. Am I in the front row? There's a new dish today. So happy. Gugu Beast special. I love Gugu Beast. I must have been a fierce bird in my past life. I love eating Gugu Beast so much. The person upstairs might not be the same. In this life, I am Gugu Beast, but I still love eating Gugu Beast.
My feelings are complicated.
Light a cigarette. Eating myself, it's really delicious. Right upstairs? Hey, Have you noticed that today's meat slices are thicker than before? Looks like a fan's eyes are very sharp. Jiang Qiuqiu smiled. Today's dish is different from before. For water-boiled meat slices, you need to cook them briefly. If they are too thin and cooked too long, they will lose their tender texture. Approximately like this, neither too thin nor too thick is the best. Now, all the tenderloin for Gugu Beast has been sliced. The best part of water-boiled meat is its spicy flavor and smooth texture. The spicy flavor comes from seasoning, and the smoothness is achieved by adding some starch before cooking. White powder sprinkled on the meat slices may seem unremarkable, but its presence greatly changes the texture of the meat. Add water, some spices, and half an egg white. Adding egg white helps make the meat tender and smooth. Today, everywhere seems to be tender and smooth. What is that? Does meat have to be tender and smooth? Tender and smooth is a kind of texture. Unlike fried meat, tender and smooth meat still feels like it has structure when bitten, with rich flavor and juice, so it doesn't become too dry during cooking. After mixing the ingredients, we set the meat aside and start on this. Once again, a new product from the Agricultural Research Institute appeared in the live stream. A bunch of bean sprouts was shown to everyone. There's nothing much to say, just prepare them by cutting into sections, rinsing with water, then boiling water and adding the white, shiny bean sprouts. When the bean sprouts touch hot water, their pearl-like bodies quickly turn transparent. They lose their beauty, but gain a delicious taste that makes people happy. Come join me to try for a chance to taste. The live stream had been going on for over 10 minutes. The homepage recommendation kept promoting it. The dish today looked quite ordinary, unlike the more eye-catching blood-spattered dish last time. But with the recommendation boost, over 10 million new users flooded into the live stream. Everyone was talking loudly about many things. Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream was always noisy in the beginning. But no matter how noisy it was, it couldn't compare to the scene after the oil was heated and boiling. We put the already cooked bean sprouts at the bottom of the bowl, then heat the oil. The pot was still that big one, and a metal spoon scooped half a spoon of golden, clear oil into it, covering the bottom. The temperature kept rising, and the oil slightly splashed. The meat slices are boiled in water, but the spices need to be fried to release their aroma. Once the pot is hot, we add chili paste, green onions, and cilantro. These three ingredients are fragrant seasonings. The heat speeds up the molecules, creating a spicy, numbing aroma from the chili, mixed with the fresh scent of green onions. The pot started to emit waves of steam. This smell was a bit sharp and pungent, but at the same time, it was very fragrant and tempting. At this moment, the comments were the calmest of the whole scene. Passers-by and fans watching the stream seemed like guests waiting in front of the same pot, looking at the delicious, tempting food and asking questions like, "What are they stir-frying? Is this edible? It smells so good." After the aroma develops, we add a big ladle of water. They covered the pot, and the smell gradually locked in. Jiang Qiuqiu glanced at the comments. "Are you going to eat this? Just tasting the seasoning alone might be too strong, and although it smells good, it might not taste good. Just want to try it." Many comments flashed by, showing curiosity. Jiang Qiuqiu thought for a moment. After the pot started boiling, she first scooped out a spoonful of the broth and set it aside, then slid the meat slices into the pot. Once the meat slices went in, the process became very smooth. The red-tinted meat slices quickly turned white in the boiling water, then took on a different red, chili red. The red oil covered them, and soon, the meat slices and the broth underneath started to boil and swirl together. Jiang Qiuqiu knew what everyone liked to see, so she deliberately zoomed in the camera a bit. The delicious bubbling didn't need perfect composition, just this small screen, just this, in the dorm, Wuxing and Weinian both pressed close to the screen. If it were the old Wuxing, he would probably be reading a book and going to bed early, waiting for tomorrow's exam. Since the last time she accidentally watched Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream with Weimian, she has never missed a single one again. Weimian looked at the student genius who was absorbed in the live stream and felt a rare sense of guilt. "Xingxing, maybe I shouldn't have called you to watch the live stream. It might affect your studies. You should go read books so you can stay focused." "It's okay, you don't need to feel guilty," Xingxing glanced at her. Watching a live stream won't stop me from being number one or getting good grades. Plus, I don't have to keep reading books to be first. What? You don't have to keep reading books to be first? Then what have you been doing all this time? Because there's nothing important and without other things I just read. Anyway, stop talking about unrelated stuff. Come on, the food is almost ready. It's time to start grabbing spots. Keep an eye on the screen at all times. We're two people, both trying hard. The chance of being chosen by the goddess doubles if we both do our best. Come quickly, she urged Wei Mian to hurry. Even though she was hurt, she still wanted to join in and compete for the food. If she didn't, it would be a double loss. Let's go. 080 won the student genius, needs a plan. In the two girls' live stream, Zhang Qiuxiu had already served the sliced boiled pork into a bowl. It looked like a proper dish, but it still lacked the most important step, the soul of the dish. The spicy flavor from the boiling water has seeped into the meat slices. Now, we add a bit of numbing sensation. She placed Sichuan peppercorns, dried chili peppers, and cilantro on top of the meat slices, then poured hot oil over them. The hot oil sizzled when it touched the water, releasing a crackling sound. The Sichuan peppercorns enhanced the aroma, and the chili oils activated, slowly flowing into the bowl. At this point, the bright red oil and fragrant aroma made the boiled pork ready. Due to limited tools, this batch wasn't very large. To let more people enjoy the delicious food, each serving was just a small bowl. Zhang Qiuxiu usually didn't like to make everyone wait. She immediately used the scanner to scan. There was no countdown, but everyone in the live stream clicked their grab button in unison. Millions of people surged forward, and the first bowl's spot quickly disappeared from their fingers. Then came the second bowl, the third bowl. Each time a spot was opened, it was highly sought after. Although there were many spots, more viewers meant that some people would miss out on the food. Soon, all the spots were gone. At that moment, the live stream had over 53 million viewers. Zhang Qiuxiu probably released about 13 million spots, so about 1/3 of the viewers managed to get one. That was a pretty high chance. But for those who didn't get a spot, it was 100% disappointment. Two people from the economics department dormitory tried their best but still failed. Wang Xing, this isn't fair. Are we really this unlucky today? Just as she was feeling hopeless and ready to end the stream and go to sleep, Zhang Qiuxiu took out the bowl of seasoning she had prepared earlier. Didn't someone say they wanted to try the flavor of the sauce? Zhang Qiuxiu scanned the bowl. People's descriptions are always vague. Curious fans can try it themselves. This was a tricky time. Those who had managed to get the spicy sliced pork were already eating their meal, so no one paid much attention to this small bowl of soup. Those who didn't get a spot, like Wang Xing, quickly lost interest and disappeared. Not many people were still watching the stream, but the bowl of soup was still available, and there were quite a few spots. Wang Xing and Wei Mian, being young and alert, finally managed to get what they wanted. Wei Mian looked at the red soup and asked, Xing, do you think this will taste good? It looks kind of like some kind of nutritional drink. No, it can't be the same. Wang Xing shook her head. This was made by Jiu. The soup didn't taste as good as the previous dishes. As Zhang Qiuxiu said, it was quite strong in flavor, too salty and spicy, making it a bit harsh if you drank too much. But taking small sips made it a rare delicacy. Wei Mian sighed. I just made a mistake. If nutritional drinks tasted this good, that would be great. After drinking the soup, Wang Xing thought more deeply. If even the not-so-tasty broth is this good, what does the boiled pork slices actually taste like?
Well,
we'll have to wait for another chance, Wang Xing replied slowly. Wang Xing shook her head. It's too difficult. More and more people are coming, and the number of those who miss out will only grow. It is very hard to be chosen by others. I need to think of a way. Wang Xing clenched her fists. 082 Zhang Qiuxiu's surprise live stream at the food table. Everyone was quiet. It was almost time to end the stream. Zhang Qiuxiu was about to turn off her live broadcast when Mingmei quickly sent a message. Mingmei, the broadcast time is a bit short, and it's hard to schedule more. Qiuxiu, please stay for a little longer and stream for half an hour. Boiled sliced meat is a very simple dish, So simple that there was less than half an hour left after finishing and tasting it. To extend the time, Jiang Qiuqiu brought her small camera robot into the small living room with a bowl of boiled sliced meat. Today, it seems many people haven't tried this dish yet. They've been asking in the comments how it tastes. As the mom of this dish, Jiang Qiuqiu decided to demonstrate herself. Since what others say in the comments isn't very clear, let me show you. The small camera only captured the bowl, the table, Jiang Qiuqiu's hands, and her brown sweater today. Oh, and her chopsticks. The camera focused, and the blurry slices of meat gradually became clear. The aroma drifted through the sensor into everyone's noses. Let's taste the meat first. Then the meat disappeared, leaving only the sound of gentle chewing. Next, Jiang Qiuqiu sighed. Although I didn't taste it while cooking, the flavor is just as I expected. The strongest sensations are numbness and spiciness, probably because of the lots of Sichuan peppercorns. The meat still has a layered flavor, and after the spiciness, there's the aroma of the meat itself. The only small flaw is that the slices are a bit too small, so they disappear quickly. The viewers on the screen chuckled softly, then picked up their chopsticks again, and suddenly grabbed a big piece of meat. So, I suggest everyone take bigger bites when eating this dish. Big mouthfuls make the taste more rich. As Jiang Qiuqiu kept explaining more deeply, a bunch of question marks appeared in the comments. Is this what I think it is? Is she really describing the taste of food? Is she really trying to make me hungry? I'm a psychology major. After watching this live, I feel a deep sense of malice. I didn't get a chance to grab a spot with Juju, and now I have to watch her eat and torment me? I haven't even eaten anything yet.
Yes. And it.
The CEO sighs. Even so, I can't bring myself to leave this live stream. Is this human nature? Masochism? This woman better not show her face. Otherwise, she'll be caught and taken away. I'll kidnap her to my place, lock her in a small dark room, and make her serve me every day braised chicken, deep-fried chicken wings, slim meatballs, steamed rice rolls with bamboo shoots. Kids only make choices. I want all of them. In a happy chat atmosphere, Jiang Qiuqiu is almost done eating her boiled sliced meat. There's quite a lot of food in this bowl. She lets out a small burp. Overall, the bean sprouts are the best. They soak up the soup and taste crisp and fresh. Thanks everyone for watching the live stream at this time. Are you just watching because you can't get the food? Although I usually make extra, it seems like every time someone misses out, so I feel like this topic has some benefits. Choo still has a long way to go to reach 100 million followers. If I level up next time I go live, I'll make 30 servings of food with about 60 million slots. That way, more than half of you can enjoy the food. If I don't reach that, it's okay. I'll prepare 20 servings and try to open as many slots as possible. Thank you all for tuning in to my live stream today. The next special food will be braised meat. I'm ending the stream now. Goodbye, everyone. She turns off the live stream. Another tiring day begins. After washing up, Jiang Qiuqiu plans to sleep directly, but suddenly remembers that Imo Qingyu from next door sent her a mental recovery helmet. He said she could use it when she's tired. She just wanted to try it briefly, but once she put it on, she felt like she was floating in a gentle sea. Her thoughts and consciousness seemed to be soaked in something soft and warm, incredibly soothing. Then she fell asleep. She didn't even answer Mingmei's message of good news. Mingmei looked at the data Jiang Qiuqiu sent in the chat box, her brow furrowing slightly. Why isn't she replying to me? Little Qian was happily eating meat when he looked up and said, the neighborhood she lives in looks very much like a central district, with good security. There shouldn't be any missing persons there. It's already late, and if she's not here, she might be resting. You should eat quickly. After we finish, we'll leave work. Mingmei still felt a bit worried, and her concerns seemed to influence little Qian. He paused his chopsticks and thought for a moment, then said, the data has already been retrieved. If I don't eat now, it will get cold. I think cold food doesn't taste good. If you don't want to eat, maybe you can let me have some? Tonight, he was the quiet, straightforward type. All right then, he replied, looking surprisingly a little disappointed. Qian Dong aimed to make a lot of money, and was called Qian Duo. Little Qian decided to change his name to Eat Duo, thinking about what else there is in life besides eating. She was eating a lot of meat and bean sprouts, but didn't notice the sly smile on the face of the elegant young master next door. Qian Xingxing thought her plan to distract him was very clever. It was still in their social circle, because late at night, there are always many people around. Information was spreading rapidly. The latest posts in Jiang Qiuxiu's circle, which used to be about spicy blood sausage, had been taken down. Now, most of the new posts were about boiled sliced meat. Here, the topics always changed with Jiang Qiuxiu's menu. Many people were discussing the taste of boiled sliced meat and its broth. The dish was spicy, but completely different from the previous spicy blood sausage. Today's dish had a crispy, numbing feeling. After taking small bites, I felt my lips go numb, like being hit, but not quite the same. So exciting. Why didn't I get a spot? Am I the only unlucky one in the world? I watch every live stream, try to grab the dishes every time, but I can only stare with my mouth watering, hoping the next one will be mine. The original poster shared that she started following Jiang Qiuxiu from her second live broadcast and almost always failed to win the food. Except for that one time when she received many feedback cakes. If I hadn't tasted that cake, I wouldn't have the motivation to keep following Jiang. I'm so unlucky. I just want to eat. She expressed her frustration in the post, feeling like she was the unluckiest person in the live stream. But unexpectedly, shortly after posting, she received many replies. You are not alone. You are not just two people alone. You are not a lonely group. And you are not the most unfortunate people. There was even a true, unlucky person who missed out on the small cake benefit day because of last-minute plans. 084 So, let's aim for 100 million followers. While everyone was busy sharing their misfortunes and frustrations, an unremarkable post caught everyone's attention. It was simple but very eye-catching. Guide to getting a guaranteed spot for the braised meat. Are you still upset about missing out on tasting opportunities during live streams? Are you exhausted from only being able to smell the food but not taste it? Are you desperately asking those who have tried the delicious food for help in a crowded online space? If so, you must read this post. Everyone is talking about the taste of boiled sliced meat. The past dishes are behind us. We need to look forward. The next menu is braised meat. Even if we haven't tried or heard of it yet, we can imagine, coming from Juju, it will surely be delicious. Once Juju reaches 100 million followers, she will become a 5-star streamer. According to the company's rules, each dish she makes can be duplicated 2 million times. 30 servings at 2 million each means 60 million spots. 60 million. Someone replied that 60 million is a lot, but with that many, there are still 40 million people crying over missing out. What if unlucky people are among those 40 million? Wouldn't that be pointless? I recommended people to watch Juju's live streams, but now we are all competitors. More people are choosing, but more are also being chosen. I just can't get picked. Soon, the original poster appeared again. She posted a provocative question. What if the number of followers increases, but the number of viewers watching the live stream doesn't grow much? What does this idea mean?
I think I understand now.
The original poster then jumped in to analyze. Our community has over 10 million followers. Everyone can invite friends and family to follow Juju, saying that following can enter a prize draw. Our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents probably don't visit the food section to watch food live streams. One person has parents and grandparents, sometimes even a great-grandparent, so that's 6 people. If we do it well, we can aim for 6 followers. We are only about 40 million away from reaching 100 million followers. With some effort, it seems possible to reach that goal. Plus, older generations don't usually watch live streams. So, the actual viewer count might stay around 50 million, but there could be 60 million potential followers. Everyone could have a chance. People are excited by this clever idea. Everyone starts to agree and respond to this post and the original poster. Sometimes, in this community, what matters is the atmosphere, chatting together and sharing good vibes. As the atmosphere builds, more people join this game of promotion, clearly aiming to get their elders to follow Jiang Qiuxiu, but without making them interested in her live streams. Let's do it! The first person to show off their progress is an older member of the community. His grandparents are over 100 years old. Although they have devices, they rarely use the internet anymore. They usually spend time gardening and chatting happily with friends, not watching live streams. At his request, his grandparents briefly borrowed their device to help out. Image/followed Juju gained 2 new fans. Once the first person checked in, others quickly followed suit. One person's effort may be small, but when many work together, the impact is huge. Of course, when so many people do the same thing at once, even quietly, it can attract attention. The grandson and granddaughter had a little accident. Old Yang is 113 years old. He used to be a brave scout. As he aged, his strength declined, and he retired. After retiring, he married someone he met in the military. They soon had a child, and over time, that child started their own family. He also has a clever little grandson and a steady granddaughter. In old age, people enjoy watering flowers, planting trees, occasionally going fishing, chatting with old friends about gossip, and playing the latest robot games. These are the greatest joys in life. Recently, Old Man Yang noticed that his smart grandson and his steady granddaughter suddenly came to borrow his device. Not only did they want to borrow his, but they also wanted to borrow his wife's. When one person came to borrow, Old Man Yang didn't think much and simply lent it to them. But when 2 people came together and met at home, and after seeing their expressions, having been a scout for many years, Old Man Yang frowned, sensing something was not right. He saw the little dispute between the grandchildren, but didn't ask much. He just lent his device, secretly activating a tracking feature on it. This quick action took only 2 or 3 minutes, and the matter was settled. Are you 2 finished? Yes, Grandpa, we're done. What were you guys doing? Old Man Yang asked casually. The children coughed twice, smiling as they said, Nothing much, just some young people stuff. Grandpa, we're leaving now. Old Man Yang opened the tracking playback and found that these 2 had secretly used his account to start a live stream and followed a young girl. He didn't look closely at Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream, but he thought to himself, maybe these 2 kids both like this girl as their goddess. To get more followers, they even tricked the whole family into paying attention to her. The children are still young. They look older now, in college, tall and steady, but they're still messing with these things. It's quite adorable. So, Old Man Yang shared his child's cute story with his senior fishing group and robot game friends, intending for the older generation to enjoy the lively, adorable young ones. But as soon as he posted it, several friends responded. Your kid also borrowed a device to follow a live streamer? Our kid also did something similar yesterday. Why are they all following these things now? What's going on? The friends all shared stories about how their children controlled their devices. Coincidentally, in the senior veteran mech community, there are also people who have had similar experiences to Old Man Yang. They also borrowed a terminal from their younger family members to follow a streamer, and many others in the senior veteran mech circle have had this experience. One person is not surprising. A few people are also not surprising. But what is surprising is that at the same time, this group of old folks all experience similar things. The senior community, which had been less active for a while, suddenly saw many new faces. The conversation started when everyone talked about how children secretly borrowed terminals to follow streamers, then somehow shifted to how seniors and young people get along. Then it somehow shifted again to the fact that, although they are family, grandparents and grandchildren don't really understand each other. Sometimes, when children grow up and leave home, we feel lonely at home. Children don't really understand me at all. 086 The grandpas. As tools they all think I am a serious person who wouldn't use the Starnet or forums. They think I am boring and dull. Actually, I am just over 100 years old. Playing on the Starnet is easy for me. Grandpa has his own social circle too. And grandmothers. They also have their own private fashion circles. As the topic went further off topic, everyone forgot why they were excited in the first place. Then an unknown passerby posted, "Really feel sorry for everyone, they've all been tools at least once." That matter of following streamers isn't so simple after all. Oh, Then everyone remembered there was something about following streamers. When the topic was brought back, someone asked why it was so complicated. This person speaking was an elderly man who was alone. His son and daughter-in-law had died in a mining accident on a distant planet, leaving only a grandson with him. He had worked hard to raise his grandson over the years. Today, his grandson, who is studying at the Federation University, shared a streamer with him. The old man didn't know how to use this at first, but when he saw it was sent by his grandson, he followed a tutorial and started trying. His grandson told him that this was a food streamer he found on the Starnet, who makes very delicious food, and hoped his grandfather could enjoy the tasty dishes with him. After learning about Jiang Qiuxiu's popularity, her fanbase, her level of fame, and her daily income, the old man was amazed. The new methods of the modern era are indeed impressive. Later, when Sunzi was chatting with him casually, he happened to mention the attention activity in Jiang Qiuxiu's circle. Grandparents, parents, and elders who follow certain online personalities, eliminate potential enemies, and enjoy delicious food. He initially thought it was just a small joke, but when he checked his own circle of friends, he found that this matter had already become very popular. He simply explained the situation without exaggeration, using plain and honest language, and ended with a comment. My grandson says the streamer's cooking is really delicious and highly praised. He wants to share and eat together with me. This was a bit of showing off. While this was a form of bragging, the grandfathers who were used as tools by others felt unhappy.
What?
Their grandchildren only know how to share food with grandparents and elders, while their own children secretly eat alone. Old Yang was also quite upset. He was so annoyed that he entered his old circle of friends. What kind of little brat is this, treating my old man like this? I even asked what was going on, but he wouldn't say a word. He's gotten so bold, coming here to trick his old grandpa. A group of grandfathers exploded with anger. But they couldn't just hit him. Society is governed by law now, and in this day and age, hitting children is outdated. If they didn't hit him, they had to find another way to teach him a lesson. Everyone brainstormed and finally decided to strike at the root of the problem. Let's see who's really the tool. The online community and the circle of friends spread the news quickly. When Jiang Qiuxiu and Mingmei checked the data, they saw a group of people who followed the account just to check in. They started talking. They always come up with ideas I never thought of. Young people hanging out together tend to have good ideas. This idea is quite popular. Maybe it could even become a trend. Mingmei was quite optimistic about the post. Jiang Qiuxiu nodded and suddenly asked, will these accounts affect the activity in the live broadcast room?
No, not really.
Many follow, but don't watch. Your follow-to-view ratio is very high. Even if it drops by half, it's still very good. These are minor issues. 087 Are you all in such a hurry? The bigger issue is whether Jiang Qiuxiu can handle making over 30 servings of braised meat tomorrow. Mingmei is worried about this, but Jiang Qiuxiu is confident in her professional skills. I can do this without any problem. All right, then I'll go ahead and hang up. I need to go to work. Go ahead, Mingmei. After hanging up, Jiang Qiuxiu lay at home for a while, then went out for a walk. She hesitated whether to visit Mo Qingyu, but in the end, she decided to skip it. Tao Tao Fresh also delivered the ingredients needed, including gugu meat and pork belly. It's been a long time since she last ate braised meat rice. Before starting her live stream, Jiang Qiuxiu decided to treat herself to a good meal. After happily finishing her lunch, she started thinking about what to prepare for her evening show. Frying meatballs is too complicated. Making minced meat really requires a lot of focus. After thinking it over, she decided to make pork chops with gugu meat. Soon, the sound of orderly chopping and pounding with a wooden mallet filled the small Chinese-style courtyard, along with the rich aroma of oil and meat sizzling at high heat. Tonight's fried pork chops disappeared in seconds. Millions of viewers watched as they vanished like a waterfall with a splash. The young kids happily fought over the pork chops, excited for tomorrow's braised meat, unaware that they were already being watched. The next afternoon at 7 p.m. Yang Shan and his cousin Xiaoping were about to settle in front of the live stream when suddenly, an urgent call from their grandfather summoned them back home. On the way, they ran into each other. Yangshan asked, "What's going on? Why did Grandpa call you too?" "I don't know. Grandpa just said it's urgent." "Could something bad have happened?" Yangshan said, quickly pulling Qiuping to walk faster toward their grandfather's house. There were many people at Grandpa's house: parents, grandma, aunt, and uncle, all gathered together. It must be something serious. The whole family was called over. He hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Grandpa said, "Nothing serious. It's a peaceful time. There's nothing to worry about. I just called you here to chat." Then, he shifted from the hurried mood to a relaxed, casual conversation. The adults sat with their legs crossed, smiling as they talked about small, everyday things. Occasionally, they mentioned Qiuping and Yangshan, but once the two young men realized there was nothing urgent at home, they relaxed. They just wanted to go back. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. Taking the fast bus home, they could watch the live stream start and still catch the online shopping rush. They thought about the braised meat, something new they hadn't cooked before. It must be very tasty. So Yangshan quietly asked, "Grandpa, there's nothing urgent. Can Qiuping and I go back? We have classes tomorrow." In the past, when Yang Lao would hear classes, he'd say, "Good boy, go ahead. Nothing's wrong here." But today, he squinted and said, "It's not even 8 yet. If you're in a hurry for class, your aunt's husband can take you to school later." All right, they had to stay. But they hadn't talked about anything important, just casual chatting. Qiuping and Yangshan started whispering about Jiang Qiuxiu's live stream. They were talking about food, how they missed it, how they hoped to eat it someday. The more they talked, the hungrier they got. They watched the clock pass 8, feeling anxious. They discussed whether the dishes might be available again later, but also worried they might not get a chance to grab them. Suddenly, their grandpa's voice grew louder. "Are you two in a hurry?" Yangshan and Qiuping looked up. Their grandpa had somehow appeared right in front of them. The atmosphere felt strange. "Grandpa, no, we're just talking about school," they said. "Oh, about school." He nodded slightly, seeming to believe them. Then, he suddenly took out a small remote control and turned on the family's robot. The robot connected to a live stream channel that Yang Lao had set up earlier. Immediately, a familiar live stream interface appeared in the house. Then came Jiang Qiuxiu's signature greeting. "Welcome to my food live stream.
I'm Jan Juju.
Today's menu: braised meat rice. Don't miss it if you're passing by. From how you look, this girl's cooking must really be delicious." They were practically burning with excitement to rush home. "When I find something delicious, I don't share it with my family and even treat my family members as." After old Yang's friend Circle posted about the 1 billion followers plan, he went to check that post. "It called us old folks tools. Do they really see us as tools?" The quiet suddenly made Yangshan and Qiuping nervous. They realized today was not a casual gathering. They thought it was a tea party, but it turned out to be a trap. Looking around, everyone was smiling at them. 088 Braised Pork Rice, Part 1. After Jiang Qiuxiu finished her opening speech, she looked at the follower count in the top right corner of the screen. She thought to herself, young people are really quick to act. Reaching 1 billion followers was impressive, but only about 30 to 40 million people were active in the live stream. Usually, the number would increase a bit during the stream, so in the end, there would be around 60 to 70 million viewers. Almost everyone could get a chance to participate. To celebrate reaching over 1 billion followers, today we prepared 30 servings of braised pork rice. Making braised pork rice requires our old friend, Gugu Beast Meat. She casually picked up of pork belly, which was very well chosen. Fat and lean parts balanced beautifully, with a lovely marbled pattern. When choosing meat, it should be a mix of fat and lean. That way, the braised pork won't be dry and will have a fragrant, tender taste. First, cut the meat. With a gentle hand, she picked up a large kitchen knife. The sharp blade sliced through the meat quickly. Soon, a long of pork belly was cut into thin, finger-width strips and neatly arranged on the cutting board. Since today's dish was for 30 people and a reward for 1 billion fans, Jiang Qiuxiu didn't hold back on the amount of meat. She prepared extra pork belly. It took her more than 10 minutes to cut the meat. The small strips of meat filled nearly 6 or 7 full plates. Jiang Qiuxiu's usual cooking habit was to prepare all the ingredients before turning on the stove. Today, we're making a main dish set that goes with rice. Just meat alone is too plain, so we'll add some leafy greens. She chose a tender green vegetable, a type of young, long-stemmed leafy cabbage that, after boiling, tasted slightly sweet. Its flavor was light and refreshing, a perfect match for the slightly greasy braised pork. The leafy greens only need to be boiled briefly. After preparing them, she set them aside. Then she drained the water from the pot, turned on high heat, and let the steam evaporate completely. At this moment, a thin layer of oil was poured in, and the heat quickly made the oil boil. Probably around this time, we can add the meat. Pork belly is naturally fatty. After being cooked at high temperature, its own fat slowly releases, and the heat makes the meat emit a charming aroma. Especially with pork belly after frying, it becomes slightly transparent, looking like white jade beneath the fat. When the meat turns a shiny white, we can take it out. The key to braised pork rice is the braised meat. The meat turns a soy brown color with a rich but not greasy sauce. To reach this step, good seasonings are needed. In Jiang Qiuxiu's hands, the kitchen tools move smoothly. She is very familiar with everything here. A new pot is heated, and fragrant spices are added to hot oil. Garlic and green onions are fried until dry and yellow. Some of the essence has already infused into the oil from the high heat. The ordinary oil now carries the aroma of spices. Then, the pork is added to the pot. At this point, the meat is already cooked. No need to fry it too much. Just heat it up until it has a slight brown edge, then add a ladle of water. The water covers the braised meat. A few pieces of rock sugar, rice wine, seasoning powder, and soy sauce are added. Then, the lid is put on, and it is simmered on low heat for 20 minutes. Today's cooking went very smoothly. After covering the pot, Jiang Qiuxiu paused. She looked at the screen and noticed that today's comments seemed fewer than before. She casually said, "It seems everyone is much quieter today." Unbeknownst to her, through the screen, 089 Braised Pork Rice, Part 2, although today's live stream looks like it matches the results of that perfect braised pork rice tutorial, the reality is quite different. The number of followers hit 100 million, but after starting the stream, viewers shifted from young children to their grandparents, parents, and elders. They crossed a small age gap, so naturally, it became much quieter. But after Jiang Qiuxiu finished saying everyone was quiet, the comments suddenly became very lively. "This smell is so good. The young girl has real skill. A true inheritor. Her knife skills are impressive. Your style reminds me of when I went to the battlefield back in the day." Jiang Qiuxiu looked at the comments and felt that today's comments seemed a bit strange and peculiar. After interacting with the mature comment section for a while and chatting, I started preparing today's rice. To make the braised pork rice delicious, I also prepared a special side dish, braised eggs. Originally, the eggs should have been cooked together with the pork in the pot, but since the eggs from the galaxy are too large, I searched through Taotao Fresh but couldn't find small eggs. So, I pre-cooked the eggs separately. Adding eggs to the braised pork rice can make the dish more flavorful. The creamy yolk and white are rare delicacies. Today's live broadcast is a bit longer than usual. Let's set the plates and side dishes before the pork is ready. At first, I wasn't very skilled at plating, but over time, I became quite good at it. I neatly arranged 30 plates, then took the steamed rice from earlier. Using a special long spoon, I scooped rice from a large container. Good chefs always have steady hands. With a gentle flick, the hot, fragrant rice took shape in the spoon, then was placed onto a white plate, forming a small steaming mountain. Soon, all 30 plates had their little rice mountains. The white rice looked plain, so I used chopsticks to pick up some warmed greens from the stove and spread them evenly beside the rice. Then, I scooped some finely chopped braised eggs. The combination of white rice, greens, and eggs created a simple, yet artistic presentation. I managed my time well. After everyone finished admiring my plating, the braised pork was almost ready. As the camera zoomed in on the small stove in the kitchen, the reading robot slowly moved closer to the cooking area, and the atmosphere in the live room suddenly became more intense. Initially, Old Yang thought the children were inexperienced, which is why they liked the young host from the current live broadcast so much. In his mind, the best dishes are still made on the battlefield by his old squad leader. Those are the most beautiful in the world. But as he watched more, he and the people around him started to realize they might really be about to be impressed. The initial steps were quite simple. Just cutting meat. The knife skills were impressive. A young girl with such talent must have some real skill. Old Yang started to feel a bit hopeful. But what truly made everyone lean forward was the moment the meat on the stove caught fire. The aroma of oil and meat was overwhelming, immediately triggering the most craving genes of meat-eating animals. Next came the braising. At first, the smell from the cooking process wasn't very noticeable. Old Yang thought it might end in disappointment, but unexpectedly, the robot moved. A rich, fragrant aroma and the bubbling sound of the sauce filled the air. Then, Jiang Qiuxiu lifted the lid. All the restrained feelings burst out freely in the hearts of everyone watching. The dish was perfect in both appearance and smell. 090 The Elder Fan Club shows its style. The most eye-catching part was when a large spoon scooped up the meat and sauce, pouring it over white rice and green vegetables, making everyone's mouth water. Qiu Ping and Yang Shan couldn't help but start salivating. Is this braised meat? It looked a bit like the red braised pork from before, but the texture seemed different. Having tasted red braised pork once, the two brothers bit their lips, thinking, wow, if we open the app now, there are over 60 million people trying to get a spot. Maybe we can get one too. They really wanted to open the live stream, but because they were still under some kind of penalty, Yang Shan hesitated to raise his hand to speak, but before he could, Old Yang took the initiative to let his two grandchildren open the live stream. It's about to start, so log in and try to get a spot. Can we also log in? The brothers quickly logged into the app. By then, the live stream was almost over. Jiang Qiuxiu was as quick as ever, preparing the rice and then scanning and uploading. One spot after another was snatched away through their fingers. Yang Shan and Qiu Ping were anxious, frantically tapping the button to compete. Maybe it was because luck was shining on them, or perhaps because the number of viewers matched the number of spots Jiang Qiuxiu had released. Both brothers surprisingly won at the same time. They excitedly took the dishes they won from the prize pool. As they looked closer, the braised meat rice looked even more delicious and tempting. But just as they reached for their chopsticks, a strong gaze fell on them. Looking up, they saw that most family members had secured spots, but the grandparents sitting at the main table had empty hands. Clearly, the luck had missed them. Although the braised meat rice looked really delicious and tempting, it was in front of the grandparents. Yang Shan and Qiu Ping kept their mouths closed and directly brought the food to the two elders. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased after this scene. Fortunately, although they didn't think of sharing the delicious food immediately, once they received it, they didn't want to keep it all to themselves. Old Yang was very pleased and asked the two brothers, "Since you brought something, why aren't you saying anything?" Yang Shan nodded and quickly said, "Grandpa, you should eat now. I don't want to talk. I'm afraid that if I talk too long, my saliva will start to flow from the corner of my mouth." All the spots had been given out. Jiang Qiuxiu let out a sigh of relief. Today, she still needed to meet her live streaming time goal. To increase her streaming duration, she carried a bowl of braised meat rice to the small living room. At this moment, the live stream was very quiet. Jiang Qiuxiu, exhausted after nearly a month of hard work, didn't speak and quietly enjoyed her food. After finishing the braised meat rice, her classmates slowly started to send comments, sharing their tasting experiences. "The food really is delicious. No wonder the kids are so worried. Oh, so good. They even tricked me into sharing." I can almost understand why some people want to find others who aren't watching the stream to join in. Eating such delicious food every time is really nice. I declare that from now on, all the little kids will be my helpers, grabbing food for me. Jiang Qiuxiu. This comment, this tone, this helper? Tonight's forum is destined to be extraordinary. It's late at night. This time is very awkward. Young people in Jiang Qiuxiu's circle might face food punishment from their family or love education from their grandparents. They stormed into the popular "If You Eat Braised Meat Rice" 100% thread, angrily sharing their stories. They accused the original poster of having hidden motives. Why does the original poster only show the good side and stir us up? Why not mention the consequences of being caught? Wah, who said grandparents don't use forums? When my grandpa saw this forum and this post, I had to be a helper at home today. I watched Dad eat, Mom eat, Grandpa eat, Grandma eat, Grandpa-in-law eat, Grandma-in-law eat, and I was just holding air, unable to eat anything. 1. My grandpa said I was teasing him. My grandmother said I don't respect her. This post was strangely divided into 2 parts. The first part shows everyone happily sharing their tools and fans, while the second part describes how they treat their parents and grandparents as tools, leading to sad experiences. People complain and joke about others, but somehow, the tone feels warm. Maybe because this is what family is like. Laughter and anger, because of emotional bonds and blood ties, always carry the feeling of home, no matter what. At the same time, someone nearby started a new post about this topic, which quickly became popular. The post is titled, "Talking about my 100-year-old grandfather. Before today, I thought my grandparents just stayed at home watering plants, growing vegetables, and occasionally fishing with friends. I thought they didn't use smart devices or robots much, because there weren't many robots at home. I even thought they disliked robots. But today, I realized I was wrong." Today, he showed me a screenshot of our post, including my check-in part. I immediately apologized and admitted I was wrong. Honestly, at first, I didn't think it was wrong when I followed the account. It was only when my grandfather looked at me that I felt my behavior was rude. Maybe because I apologized sincerely, my grandfather wasn't too angry. He just asked me why I didn't tell him directly to follow Juju. I believe everyone would immediately think, how could my grandfather watch live streams? Do they use the internet? Would they think watching food streams is a waste of time? They might not understand young people's hobbies, etc.
I thought the same.
Then my grandfather asked me if I knew how he got that screenshot. I said I didn't know, and then here's the important part. I discovered that our grandparents also have their own private groups. I looked at their groups, and we were discussing borrowing their devices to follow Juju. They were also talking about why we treat them like tools. They use the internet, have their own groups, and even use virtual mechs. My grandfather surfing online is just as good as mine. I talked with my grandfather, and after our chat, I realized I didn't really know him at all. You see, in the next post, everyone seems to think that old people only like gardening, drinking tea, or fishing. But in fact, your grandpa and grandma might have many interests and could be quite good at surfing the internet. In short, we had a great conversation, and my grandfather is truly a wise and knowledgeable person. I suggest that after this, everyone should spend more time talking with their family members. We often think that when we grow up and become young adults, our parents and grandparents can't keep up with us. But maybe this view is a bit one-sided. At the end of the post, the original poster also shared that he never thought he could bridge the gap with his family through a food live stream. And just to add, although my grandfather is impressive, after talking with him a bit more, I felt he might be a little lonely. He said I used to be very close to him when I was a child, but after I grew up, I stopped talking to him much. P.S. Here's an extra note, Grandpa, if you see this post, please remember my words. You used to serve in the military, and your serious look really makes you seem ready to give a stern warning. I'm a bit afraid to talk to you casually, worried you might give me a big scolding. This post reached a new high after a reply from my grandfather himself in the 5th comment, asking, "When did I ever hit you?" It really made the post more exciting. Young people are not afraid of taking risks. The previous post's controversy hadn't settled down yet, and seeing a happy family chat made me want to join in. I approached my strict parents and my seemingly distant grandparents, and I found that communication and understanding might not be as hard as I thought. The tough exterior is just a surface. Later, Zhang Qiuxiu's circle of friends briefly became a family discussion group. Maybe the distance between you and your serious parents or elderly grandparents is just one step away. Do you feel completely clueless about your parents' lives? The next day, Zhang Qiuxiu just woke up. Mingmei hurriedly sent a message. "Qiuqiu, you've gone viral. It's a big hit, really going mainstream. What happened?" She was still confused. The internet's buzz always spreads so quickly. Because the original poster in Jiang Chiochio's circle was very sincere, humorous, and had a loving interaction with his grandfather, many people shared his post in popular groups on the platform. Parent-child relationships are always a meaningful topic. Some young people, after seeing the conversation between the poster and his grandfather, looked on with envy and said they didn't have such treatment. They described their own grandfathers as very old-fashioned and strict. They said that every time they go home, their grandfather looks serious. Although they didn't get into the Federation University, they tried their best. Their complaints were also heartfelt and attracted many people's attention. The original poster of that popular post also followed his own story here and replied passionately, "Actually, at first, I thought my grandfather was boring, just an old-fashioned man. But when I reached out to understand him, I found everything was very different. You can try to learn about him, maybe you'll see a different side of him. The best part is, this poster actually went to see him. He originally wanted to visit, to witness his new journey of being scolded. I should have started by explaining everything from the beginning. I realized that because we lacked communication, our views of each other were completely different. He thinks I have no plan and no strong skills, hoping I stay in the Federation's main city, but he finds it hard to say directly. He also told me he used to be a wanderer in the Federation. It was very difficult back then, and now it's even harder. My grandfather told me many things. Although he doesn't surf the internet much, my mother said he recently picked up woodworking again. He used to be a carpenter and wants to build a small home for me in the Federation. I feel very guilty. Indeed, while some parents show little love for their children, most parents and elders love their younger family members with pure and selfless affection. That love is heavy as a mountain, flowing like a gentle stream, deep and pure. Suddenly, the topic "Do you know your family?" quickly became a trending search on the entire internet. Do you really know your family? As an adult, do you remember your parents' birthdays? Your grandparents' birthdays? Family anniversaries? Have you gone with your parents to see a doctor? Can you name a few important small events in your parents' lives? Most people don't know the answers. But conversely, most parents know everything about their children. Many netizens feel sorry for their lack of knowledge about certain situations, but when they suddenly try to contact their parents, it seems there's nothing much to say, and everyone feels a bit shy to speak. At this moment, an unknown small account with a level 7 badge suddenly appeared, explaining how younger people in Jiang Chiochio's live stream often create tools and how they are controlled by these tools. Then it suggested, if you really don't know what to say, you can invite your parents or relatives to watch our Juju's live stream together. This way, you can share delicious food with your family, watch the stream, eat together, and chat at the same time. After the suggestion, someone asked, "Are the foods in the live stream really that good?" The unknown account didn't reply with words, only posted a screenshot. It was a discussion forum from an elderly community. Then just ask your family to watch the stream. A group of centenarians was discussing Jiang Chiochio's cooking. I've lived over 100 years, and it's the first time I've tasted such dishes. They're really good. Eating this makes me feel energetic. Nice, the kids' hands are so skillful. It was all positive comments. The unknown account said, not synthetic, real ingredients. Juju's dishes are loved by grandpas, grandmas, and elders. Then the topic I found a super delicious cooking streamer, grandpa, grandma, parents, let's watch her stream together tomorrow night. Also appeared on the trending list. Although it was only halfway up the list, the traffic here was comparable to a reservoir releasing water. Splashing and flowing, all big splashes. When someone suggested, others tried it out. In just one evening and morning, Jiang Chiochio gained nearly 20 million followers. So, Mingmei happily rushed to say she was famous now. That topic is super popular, your followers might keep increasing. Really, it's just luck. Nothing can stop it. Luck. After hearing how things developed, Jiang Chiochio's mind suddenly thought of two words, marketing. It was strange, smooth, and seemed to give her a real advantage in public opinion. And every step seemed to be guided, leading the public forward. Chiochio, why aren't you talking? Nothing, just thinking about some things. Did you just wake up? Mingmei finally remembered that Jiang Chiochio had gone to bed late. If you're tired, Sleep a little more. I'll go to the company first. Go ahead, I will process these things myself. After Mingmei ended the call, Jiang Qiuxiu logged into the live stream by herself. The number of followers in the background indeed increased rapidly, almost 30 million more after just one night. It felt like nothing had happened, yet she suddenly became popular for no clear reason.
So, what exactly happened?
Mingmei only said that the post went viral. Which post? She entered her own circle and, the moment she saw a bunch of titles, she almost thought she clicked the wrong place. When she exited and re-entered, she realized she was right. The problem was with this world. It should have been filled with forums about food flavors. When does the live stream start? I didn't get a spot. Sob sob, but now they were all filled with, I will watch tomorrow's live stream with my dad. I will watch tomorrow's live stream with my grandpa. My whole family will watch tomorrow's live stream. It turns out my grandpa also doesn't like drinking nutritional drinks. Shocking. My grandma followed Juju even earlier than I did. She even eats more dishes than I do. No one saw her all night. The frequency of her family appearing was startling. Curious, she traced everything back to the source and finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the viewers watching the live stream yesterday weren't young people, but a group of grandparents. No wonder the comments were so strange and full of grandparent-like affection. The situation was completely turned upside down. Some fans described themselves as little victims, which was quite vivid. She couldn't help but smile. Then she saw people talking about how this delicious food live stream brought families closer together, even chatting with grandparents and parents, learning more about each other. Her eyes lit up with a sense of pride. Although she didn't understand why her live stream suddenly connected with family relationships, seeing everyone eagerly requesting to use her live stream to chat with their families or find topics made her feel a sense of responsibility. It turned out her food could be a bridge. 094 new special menu. The increase in viewers for tomorrow's live stream was obvious. Jiang Qiuxiu had originally planned to make braised pork with preserved vegetables and rice tomorrow, but now, that clearly wouldn't work. She saw many posts today where little fans expressed their worries. Some people were invited to watch the live stream, and after watching, they could join in to get food. But if neither of them managed to get any, they would just stare at each other awkwardly. Jiang Qiuxiu thought about it and agreed. She wanted to do a live show where everyone could share the food. She shared this idea with Mingmei, who was surprised by her plan. Why do you suddenly want to do this kind of live show? Not really sudden. After seeing those posts, I thought it was a meaningful idea. Initially, Jiang Qiuxiu started doing food live streams just to make a living in the Federation. But now, her income has grown steadily, and each live stream earns a lot. All the money she has saved up is a huge amount now. Her life here is becoming more stable and secure. Her income now far exceeds what she earned in her previous life. Having so much money made her less eager for wealth. Now, Jiang Qiuxiu wants to focus on her career and experience a new, different life. She wants to do meaningful things. Your idea is good, but the attention is still rising. When the live show reaches over 160 million viewers, you'll need to share nearly 100 portions of food. The number of shares allowed by the company's system was fixed from the start. This number is controlled by the company's main computer, and changing it is almost impossible. Sharing so many dishes would tire you out. Qiuxiu, I know you're young and sometimes emotional. You want everyone to get a share and to do things perfectly. But you need to think about whether you can handle all this. You have to put yourself first. I've thought about it. I can do it. Suddenly, the line went silent. Not long after, a surprised male voice came through. 100 portions? She can do it? Is she a money printing machine? Faster at cooking than printing money. A few noisy sounds followed. After a few seconds, the voice became clearer. Mingmei confirmed, Qiuxiu, don't push yourself. No pressure. I really can do it. I just need to change the menu, pause the Gugu Beast special, and add some other dishes. Her special show was still featured on the homepage, but she wanted to change the theme. She checked with the editor to see if it would cause any issues. I'm worried it might affect the homepage, so I wanted to let you know. If it's a problem, I can remove the recommendation. It won't be a problem.
We can just change the title, she said.
After a few more words, Jiang Qiuxiu confirmed the recommendation process and then ended the call. She turned around and replied to a post on her small forum about the issue. She logged into her verified account, found an active complaining account, and responded to the question about what to do if everyone can't get a spot during tomorrow's live broadcast when watching with parents. Her reply was very impactful, causing a big stir. Jiang Jujiu, probably this won't be an issue tomorrow. I have prepared a special session for everyone, so I believe everyone can get a chance to join. I hope everyone can enjoy snacks and chat with their parents smoothly tomorrow. This caused a huge reaction. Many fans couldn't believe it and exclaimed in shock. What is she saying? A special session? Everyone can join? This sounds too good to be true. Jiang Qiuxiu's livestream now has over 130 million followers. That's over 130 million. What kind of special session is this? After posting, Jiang Qiuxiu logged into Taodao Fresh and started buying a lot of spices and ingredients she needed. She wanted to cook a large amount of food, so she had limited options and some dishes still hadn't been recreated by the Agricultural College in the Interstellar Era. After thinking it over, Jiang Qiuxiu decided to make marinated dishes. Spicy and tasty zhou mao duck, irresistible zhu mao flavor, marinated meats that are delicious and appetizing, and she could add some vegetables and beans. She prepared the marinade in advance, enough to make many servings, more than enough for 100 portions. She ordered large packages of spices and waited for the robots to deliver them. She also bought a huge, deep iron bucket to hold the marinade. Because she added an urgent delivery fee when ordering, the robots arrived in less than an hour. Ms. Jiang Qiuxiu, do you need help bringing these ingredients into your home? There were so many items that Jiang Qiuxiu couldn't carry them all herself, so she turned to let a few robots in. The delivery robots are considered lower-end products in the robot industry. They don't have realistic human faces and still show some mechanical features. But no matter how many times she saw them, Jiang Qiuxiu always felt a sense of shock. After thousands of years of human history, it has come to this. The rapid progress of technology is truly amazing. After signing the contract, the robot left. Jiang Qiuxiu arranged the spices in the kitchen and began her journey of making seasoned broth. The taste of the marinated duck wings, duck feet, and bean curd skins depends mainly on the broth. The flavor is a mix of sweetness and spiciness, controlled by the marinade. The best marinade is brewed over many years, but Jiang Qiuxiu doesn't have that much time now, so she makes a quick family version first. She heats a large pot, adds water, and brings it to a boil. She carefully selects the spices, weighs them by hand, and adds them to the pot one by one. Making the marinade isn't difficult. As long as she controls the types and amounts of spices and the heat, everything will turn out well. She adds a handful of spices to the pot. The clear water gradually turns into a beautiful dark color. Small bubbles rise along the sides of the pot. Under high heat, the spices slowly release their unique flavors. All the flavors blend together. At first, the smell isn't very strong. Jiang Qiuxiu stands on a stool, stirring the liquid in the bucket with a spoon. When the temperature rises enough, she grabs a large handful of rock sugar from the spice packet and puts it into the bucket. The small pieces of sugar seem unremarkable, but this tiny ingredient brings a very special flavor to the dish. You can't taste the sweetness directly, but without the sugar, the meat would lack a fresh taste. After all the spices are added, Jiang Qiuxiu covers the large bucket and turns down the heat. Meanwhile, the broth is simmering. Jiang Qiuxiu takes out the meat from the constant temperature box, Gugu beast meat and BB beast meat. It's best to marinate a little extra meat, as the rich flavors will seep into the broth, giving it a unique taste. She blanches the extra meat, cuts it into small pieces, and remembers there are some potatoes left from before. She finds a few potatoes and adds them to the pot. This time, it's not to help the broth, just because she's craving it. She misses the crunchy, soft texture of marinated potatoes with a bit of meat. Around 3 p.m., suddenly a strong, irresistible aroma fills the air. Mo Qingyu, who is still recovering, looks pale. At this time, is there a new dish? Lying on a small bed by the window, her face became more transparent. This was a strong reaction caused by extreme mental exhaustion. At this moment, she was pale and pressed her face against the window, stretching her neck to look at the neighbor. The two guardians stood beside her, looking helpless. Left, what's wrong with you? Emo-Ching-yu. Didn't you smell the fragrance? Yes, I did. What's the matter? I want to eat what's outside, Emo-Ching-yu said sadly. The left guardian immediately frowned. Minister Emo, your mental energy is overused now. You need to take some mental nourishment liquid, not other food. The right guardian agreed. If you really want to eat, we can wait until you feel better and then ask that young lady next door to make something tasty for you, okay? Honestly, I think drinking the nourishment liquid is worse than eating something from next door. I feel refreshed and energized after eating, but this liquid gives me a headache. That might just be your imagination, the left guardian said coldly. Delicious food brings only temporary happiness. The doctor said you can't take in other mixed energies until your mental strength recovers. Then I might die. Just waiting to recover with this nourishment liquid? She shouted so loudly that the guards in the entire building heard her, but no one moved. The right guardian added, since you know that mental energy is hard to restore, you shouldn't have secretly used the mech a few days ago. You need to rest quietly. Is it just boredom? Emo-Ching-yu said awkwardly. All right, enough of this. Quickly skip ahead and bring me my encrypted terminal. May I ask what you want to do? The left guardian asked. Sending out a request for help is absolutely not allowed. What are you thinking? Emo-Ching-yu patted the bed. She coughed a few times from the force, her eyes showing a hint of redness. The left guardian hurried over to support her. Minister Emo. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed while patting her chest. I'm going to die. I'm too weak. Quickly give me the terminal. I need to call for help. As everyone knows, mental energy damage remains one of the most difficult illnesses to cure in the Federation. Just like thousands of years ago, when humans couldn't understand the mysterious power of the brain. After thousands of years, technology has advanced rapidly. Humans have explored the secrets of the brain, leading to the emergence of new races and factions. However, the new genes created are still unstable. While gaining power, they also bring many flaws. In the interstellar age, a child is born and grows up at a crossroads in life. They might become one of three types of people. The first type is the gene-awakened person. They awaken hidden beast-like genes within their bodies, developing features of animals and gaining energy amplified hundreds of times. Most of these beast gene awakeners attend the Federation Military Academy, fighting on insectoid battlefields, maintaining order on planets, or working as mercenaries. The second type is the mental power awakener. Anyone can awaken mental abilities, and even those with beast genes can develop mental power. People with high mental strength are smart, wise, and talented. They can pilot mechs, but most of these mental power users are physically weak, creating a contradiction. Having only mental power allows the soul to control the mech, but the body cannot handle the pressure of piloting. Therefore, in the Federation, only those with both mental and genetic awakenings can pilot mechs. Mech warriors are rare and valuable resources. The third type is ordinary people. Over long periods of evolution, they have kept their original genes. This might seem good, but stagnation means no progress. Without strength or talent, they are inferior to others and are gradually exiled to lower-level star regions, lost in the flow of time. Emo-Ching-yu is a typical second-type person. Before she was a teenager, she showed incredible talent by awakening level 2 mental power. Unfortunately, she only awakened mental power and did not inherit her family's beast genes. She is clever but weak. Unable to fulfill her childhood dream of joining the military and fighting, she found another way. She skipped grades to study mech design at the Federation Military Academy. By age 20, she graduated and joined the mech design department of the military. Over more than 10 years, she became the head of the design department and a key resource for the Federation. Recently, because Emo-Ching-yu overused her mental power, working day and night on mech projects, her mental strength nearly collapsed several times. The higher-ups forced her to take a break and relax. Who would have thought that even a workaholic would still check the blueprints during a break, making things worse for themselves? When mentioning this, Mo Chingyu also felt guilty. I don't know. I was just assembling casually. I thought it was a simple, shallow task, but I didn't realize he became engrossed and overthought everything. Don't be mad, everyone. I'll send a message to Commander Mo now. He's currently on vacation in the Federation and should be free. According to the mental energy repair law, people with high mental strength can guide those with lower mental strength, helping them recover faster from mental breakdowns. I'll ask him to stay with us for a while. We can also discuss mech designs together, which will help me recover more quickly. If the minister can invite Commander Mo, that would be great. Mo Chingyu. Big brother, big brother, big brother, your sister is about to die. I'm wandering in the starry sky at our usual spot, barely holding on, waiting for you to save me from danger and never abandon me. Mo Chingyu. Please come within 3 days. I'm waiting for you. Mo Chingyu. If you don't want to come, at least consider that I am the brain of the Federation Army. I'm not feeling well, and many of our mech projects are stuck. Come on, come on, come on. MOC received the message. It was a familiar feeling. Many times, he couldn't understand how his sister, with such a lively personality, could design such exquisite mechs for the battlefield. They were completely different styles. MOC. Even if you don't send a message, I'll go anyway. MOC. Ignoring your own health, you're also a soldier. Obeying orders is your duty. If you disobey, you keep doing it every day. Mo Chingyu. Bro, are you still going to scold me? MOC. Yes.
Montag Chengyu.
Mo Chingyu. Fine, fine, I get it. When will you come? MOC planned to watch the next live stream before heading out and said, in 2 days. Mo Chingyu, and he exchanged a few words. She was very excited and left a message in the chat. If you come to the starry sky this time, I have a surprise for you. Someone amazing has moved into our neighborhood. Her cooking is simply the best in the Federation. Big brother, do you want to come taste it?
Mosi, no. Montag Chengyu.
MOC. She probably isn't the best in the Federation. MOC. Rest and recover. Don't indulge in excessive desires. Your identity is special, so be careful of the people around you. Don't eat anything with an unknown background. Cherish your life. You still need to serve the Federation.
Montag Chengyu.
Mo Chingyu. Brother, you're really boring. Your mental strength will come back in a few days, so don't talk so much. I don't want to hear it. MOC. Honest advice is hard to accept. Flattering words are easy to hear. Today, we can't continue this conversation. Old-fashioned panda. 098 communication platform Jiang Qiuxiu's live broadcast started right on the last day of November. 5 minutes before the broadcast, it was already featured on the homepage. Many households' holographic projection devices also scheduled to watch the live stream. For Jiang Qiuxiu, this was an unprecedented day because so many people were in the live room for the first time, and it carried such significance. Fans were also discussing these events. Today was a rest day. Chongbei and Qiudao finished training at the training ground and then watched the broadcast together on a small bench. Why didn't they go back? They didn't live together, so if they went back, they couldn't watch together. They gathered at the door. Chongbei, a rough and simple man, couldn't understand the deep meaning behind the broadcast. Recently, he had been surfing forums a lot and learned about the family incident. He said, Qiudao, do you think the host is going to become really famous this time? Solving a social problem and gaining more attention, our small favorite streamer is also starting to rise. Then he added, people with ability won't be overlooked no matter what. He was very optimistic, but Qiudao looked a bit uneasy. The purpose of this live broadcast is indeed noble, but it's just a food show. Putting the harmony of family relationships on a food broadcast seems a bit absurd to me. What's absurd about that? Chongbei blinked, confused. Right now, the hype is really intense, as if improving the relationship between father and son, or grandfather and grandson, is all thanks to the broadcast. Are you saying that the broadcast isn't responsible? Chongbei scratched his head. They didn't get along well at first, but after watching the broadcast, their relationship improved. Isn't it because of the broadcast that they got closer? At first, Chongbei thought this made sense, but he was stubborn and Chiodao didn't know how to explain. Just then, MOC's voice came from behind. Initially, they had a good relationship. After watching the live stream, their relationship soured because of it. It was the live stream that caused their falling out. No way, Chongbei instinctively argued. A food live stream can't make friends turn against each other. Suddenly, the small room fell silent. Yes, a food live stream can't make close friends become enemies, nor can it suddenly make distant family members become close. So, it's not the live stream that solves family issues, MOC said calmly from behind them. Only the family members themselves can solve their problems. The live stream platform is just a tool. Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream is like a good platform. General, why are you here? Are you guys watching the live stream again? Yes, General. Since you know so much about this, are you watching it too? Chongbei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at MOC with intense focus. MOC saw the excitement and trouble in his eyes. I haven't watched it. I just heard you talking about that live stream, MOC replied. Before Chongbei could speak again, MOC glanced at the time. Your live stream is about to start. I need to go now. Next time, you don't have to stay here all the time. Finish training and go home. After saying that, he strode off to the office. After he left, Chongbei muttered, What's wrong with the general lately? He likes to interfere in trivial matters, but it's really a pity. I strongly recommended that live stream to him twice, but he didn't watch either time. He doesn't have the luck to see it. Hey, Chongbei said as if caring for his superior. The live stream is about to start. Chiodao, let's watch it ourselves. By the way, next time Telly's house lease is up, come stay with me. It'll be more convenient for everything. He wasn't shy about it. Chiodao didn't refuse or agree, just said, Let's decide that later. The small talk gradually faded as their conversation ended because Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream had already started. Still the familiar opening. Welcome everyone to my food live stream. I am Jiang Qiuqiu. Today's menu is braised dishes. Unlike before, after the opening, there is another introduction. I also saw the posts on the forum. I'm honored that my live stream has become a way for everyone to communicate, a bridge. I hope that today, fans and parents watching together can sit down and have a calm chat. Because of the special nature of this event, and since last time the viewer count exceeded 100 million, and now it's close to 200 million, this special tasting session will not charge any fees, nor will we accept tips. It's a benefit for fans. Alright, I believe everyone watching can't wait any longer. Without further ado, let's start today's live stream. The camera shifts to focus on a plain, large iron pot. In the office, MOC watches Jiang Qiuqiu's stream with a slightly relaxed expression. He is willing to help solve social issues, but doesn't want to be in the spotlight of fame. He knows when to step back and when to move forward. 099 I know the taste of braised food. Today's braised dish is not the same as the last time's braised meat. She answers questions from the chat while opening the lid of the iron pot. The new braising liquid, without heat, doesn't have a strong aroma. When opened, it has a faint medicinal smell. It's not unpleasant, but if you say it's a super delicious dish, that might be a stretch. Is this dark, strange-smelling thing the main feature today? Is it for making a new dish? Could it be specially prepared for today's event? If it's not very tasty, people won't focus much on the food and will have more energy to chat? No way, boohoo, if it's related to the event, it should be tastier. Tasting's so good it makes you cry, then everyone's tears will be more understandable. Today's chat comments are again quite interesting. Jiang Qiuqiu is always curious about where everyone's thoughts are headed. No, today's dish is a regular one. This is braising liquid used for cooking, not for drinking directly. It's just cooled now, so the flavor isn't very strong. Once the braising liquid boils, it will fill the air with a sweet and spicy aroma. Really? I don't read much, don't lie to me. Expecting Jiang Qiuqiu smiled, lit the fire, and focused on the live broadcast. In front of the screen, her young son, daughter, granddaughter, and grandson explained, Don't think this braised water looks a bit ugly, but what Qiuqiu makes will definitely taste great. An adult asked, Will it taste better than what we eat at the Federation restaurant? The children didn't hesitate and answered directly. The Federation restaurant doesn't have this flavor. Is it really that delicious? Young people are like that. If you look good, have something to talk about, and give a little encouragement, they will shine brightly.
Yeah.
Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, once you try it, you'll understand why I keep drooling at the screen. The young kids started chatting more confidently. A few usually serious elders showed a faint smile. The braised water was placed on the stove, simmering slowly over the smallest flame. With the lid slightly open, the bubbling liquid released a variety of fragrant spices, filling the air unexpectedly. Jiang Qiuqiu started another stove, preparing the ingredients for today's cooking. When it comes to braised dishes, you can't forget its best partner, duck.
Don't you see?
Braised duck wings, neck, feet, and carcass are so popular that people around the world eat enough to circle the earth multiple times each year. The spicy, fragrant, sweet, and spicy flavor, the firm texture, and the fiery heat from the tongue make every bite more flavorful, making you want to keep eating without stopping. Such a satisfying feeling. Today's main meat for the braised dish is a bird. We chose a medium-sized bird, about 2 years old. Due to time constraints, I've already prepared and separated them in advance. Before braising, we need to blanch them. A newcomer in the live chat was very curious. Why are all these things I don't understand? Braising, blanching, eating birds? Why are so many people in the live room? Do they all want to eat birds? All brave warriors? The newcomer was clearly inexperienced. The chat responded enthusiastically. You are lucky to be in this live room. Believe it or not, if you stay here for just an hour, tomorrow you'll be telling everyone to come and try the birds. I don't believe it. How about a bet? The girl didn't realize that when she decided to bet in this live stream, she had already lost her future freedom. In the coming days, her freedom after 8 o'clock each day. I know the taste of 100 marinated dishes. The fire boiled the water in the pot, and all the usable parts of the duck were thrown in. The high heat made the duck's skin shrink quickly, and the slightly red meat gradually turned snow white. Jiang Qiuqiu immediately prepared a large bucket of ice water. Soon, a white foam floated to the surface. After boiling out the blood foam, we can fish out all your meat. Why put it in ice water? Because alternating hot and cold makes the meat firmer and tastier. She blanched 2 large pots of duck ingredients smoothly, chatting with viewers in the comments as she worked. The atmosphere was warm and cozy, and more viewers stayed to watch. The meat was quickly prepared. Next, it was time for vegetables. During the process of making marinated dishes, besides meat, you can also add some vegetables. They won't turn to mush if you control the heat properly. I'm using potatoes, 7 whole vegetables, radishes, and kelp. In the Interstellar Era, most vegetables share the same names as those from before, except for lotus root, which the Agricultural College named 7 whole vegetables. As time passed, the marinating liquid gradually warmed up. Jiang Qiuqiu had previously used it to wake up the meat, and the broth carried a faint meaty aroma. Not strong, but charming in its own way. It was starting to feel like a real food live stream. All the preparations were done, and the next step was quite wild. She used a large scoop to toss all the ingredients into a big iron bucket, turning the heat from low to medium, sprinkling a handful of chili peppers. The bright red peppers looked very appealing. Then Jiang Qiuqiu covered the pot. Making marinated dishes is like fermentation. As long as everything is prepared, time and heat will naturally cook them into the most delicious food. The iron bucket heated quickly, and a bubbling sound gradually filled the air. The small kitchen was filled with the aroma of marinated food. Because it was too strong, Jiang Qiuqiu had to open the window. On the screen, the scent also drifted out, making many viewers feel hungry instinctively. Jiang Qiuqiu rubbed her hands and said, "In 5 minutes, when the brine is almost boiling, we will add the dishes back in and cook for another 5 minutes, then put everything into a sealed food container for 20 minutes. Making this dish involves marinating to let the flavors soak in, but because of time constraints, we are doing a quicker version. Later, when we have more time, you might see the marinated version in the display window. Alright, let's not talk too much. During the remaining time, I want to make some drinks. Since today's dish is spicy, having some cold beverages will make it even better. Then, she took out a large basket of fruit. There were watermelons, apples, oranges, and lemons, great for making juice. Juicing itself isn't very exciting, but watching Jiang Qiuqiu juice is quite mesmerizing. Her movements are neat and precise, and her hands seem to never get tired. She easily cut the apples with a fruit knife, tossing the flesh into the machine. Soon, cups of juice were placed on the table. An assistant robot, shaped like a person, appeared beside her, helping to add ice into the cups. Before long, there were many different kinds of juice in front of her. At the same time, the sealed food container made a dripping sound. She raised her eyebrows, asked the robot to bring the container out, and then opened the lid. Later, everyone summarized the most exciting moments of Jiang Qiuqiu's live stream. The moment she started heating oil in the pot and when she opened the lid of the slow cooker. The aroma from these moments was simply irresistible. In the rich, spicy atmosphere, rows of bowls were neatly stacked by the robot. Jiang Qiuqiu used a long spoon to start serving the dishes. One of the happiest parts of dividing the food from the big pot was, why does each bowl seem to have different ingredients?
Wow.
This one has more meat. I want this one.
Wow.
This dish has so much. I want this one. Viewers in the comments were excitedly claiming their exclusive dishes as Jiang Qiuqiu smiled behind the camera. It's important that each bowl is different. Holding different items in her hands, she could communicate and share with everyone such a good thing. A lot of marinated dishes were uploaded to the live stream. Since each plate was different, viewers first commented with phrases like, "I'll wait and grab it later," and "I don't think I like this dish." When scanning the juice options, viewers also expressed their opinions. "I'm not satisfied with the red one, the white looks unappetizing," and "most people like the orange juice." The orange juice was gone in a second after being shown. While watching the comments, Jiang Qiuqiu said casually, "But I think the red watermelon juice is the sweetest and tastiest." Suddenly, some of the remaining watermelon juice slots disappeared completely. In eating, I might not trust myself, but I trust Juju. Fruits are considered expensive in the Federation. Families with less money can't afford to buy fruits for juice. Some wealthier families drink a lot of juice, but they find the natural flavors a bit sour and don't compete as eagerly for the remaining portions. However, when it comes to Juju's products, they're always top quality. It's important to show support with a click. In the marinated dish area, at first, viewers were picky, complaining about the meat being too much or too little, and found the dishes strange. Later, the portions decreased, but more and more people joined the live stream. Those watching hesitated, then frantically clicked on the remaining slots. This was the first time it took nearly 10 minutes just to scan everything. When the large bucket was almost empty, Jiang Qiuqiu rubbed her wrist. Now, everyone can take their time to enjoy today's chilled fruit juice with spicy marinated dishes. I hope everyone in the live stream stays calm and relaxed. We'll meet again the day after tomorrow. Just a heads up, the menu for the Gugu Beast special event will be braised pork with preserved vegetables. After saying that, Jiang Qiuqiu turned off the live stream. She had prepared too many dishes at once. The intense mental effort made her head feel numb and sore. She took the opportunity to put on the mental helmet gifted by Mo Qingyu and went to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side of the black screen, Li Ming and his mother both managed to get a glass of juice and a bowl of marinated dishes. However, Li Ming's bowl mostly contained vegetables, with only a few pieces of meat, while his mother's bowl was the opposite, mostly meat with only a few vegetables. Li Ming knew his mother didn't like eating much meat. He preferred vegetables himself, but vegetables were expensive and hard to come by. So, he invited his mother to share the marinated vegetables with him. He had previously been upset because his exam results were not good, and he did not follow his mother's wishes when choosing his college major, which caused a serious disagreement between them. However, his mother was not a bad person, and he didn't know how to explain or talk about it. As a result, they remained distant from each other. This time, he invited his mother to join him, hoping to soften their relationship and let them reconcile. Li's mother is not a primitive person. There are thousands of posts online among young people. Although middle-aged and older people like her don't usually post, they have seen those posts. Family members rarely hold grudges overnight. Everyone cares about their children and never intended to become enemies. Now, with the internet, Lee's mother decided to take a step forward. Lee Ming saw his mother start eating and felt happy. After a while, some food in the small bowl was gone. Lee's mother put down her chopsticks, sighed slightly, and asked, "Son, are you not going to eat the vegetables you took?" Eating spicy food can be exciting, especially vegetables like crispy lotus root slices, flavorful kelp, and soft, starchy potatoes. Taking a bite leaves a delicious taste in the mouth. Lee Ming and his mother quickly finished one bowl and then another. As night fell, they rubbed their stomachs and sighed contentedly. Lee Ming and his mother were still sitting peacefully on the sofa, and the juice was finished. They both picked up their cups and poured themselves a glass of plain water. The atmosphere was still a bit quiet. Lee Ming was the first to speak, asking his mother, "Do you think the chef I recommended makes good food?" "Yes, it's delicious," his mother replied without hesitation. "Better than what we eat at the Federation restaurant." Yes, his mother also found it hard to believe. Before the live stream started, she told herself that no matter how it turned out, she wanted to have a good talk with her son and put the past behind them. She didn't expect to find particularly delicious food in the live stream section. After all, in her eyes, being a live streamer isn't a good job. Skilled people wouldn't do live cooking, they would go straight to the Federation restaurant. In the past, she would have said that the restaurant is for civil servants and those with official jobs. Chocho's dishes are all very tasty. She isn't a chef from the Federation restaurant, but her cooking is even better. "Mom, although I am not a key student at the Federal Central University, I really like the major I am studying at my current school. The teachers also have high hopes for me. I believe that if I get the chance in the future, I can do better than students studying at the Federal Central University. I am really happy with my current situation, Mom. I hope you can relax more in the future. I have a clear plan for my future and won't encounter the problems you mentioned. And you're always sad, which makes me sad too. Nothing feels enjoyable anymore. Even doing experiments makes me feel overwhelmed." Lee Ming didn't say anything overly emotional, but his mother felt that she saw exhaustion and tears in his eyes. His mother sniffed and suddenly felt very sad, wanting to cry. But she didn't cry in front of her child. Instead, she opened her arms and hugged Lee Ming without hesitation. The mother and son reflected on themselves, and in the end, the mother approved of her child's new major and school and recognized his efforts for the future. When an anonymous person shared this story in Jiang Qiuxiu's circle, many people felt envy. That mother is really open-minded. Some replies followed, sharing their own happy moments of reconciliation. But there were no such cultured dialogues as above, only simple words like, "To get closer, let's share what we got, Dad and Mom." Okay, that way there will be more variety. If the three of us share everything, we'll have all kinds of food. So, the family of three put their things together. Then, the following dialogue happened, Mother. "You're a pig. How can you eat so fast?" "Father, get lost. Are you eating that much by yourself?" The poster. Huff, 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 huff. The poster didn't respond to the parents' questions, just kept eating silently. Seeing this, the parents also, "Father. Huff, huff, huff. Mother. Huff, huff, huff. Family. Huff, huff, huff." Finally, they compared the bones and skin on the table. The poster, having eaten too much, was subjected to a playful scolding from both genders. What strange turn of events is this? The poster. "I haven't been hit in a long time. Being scolded means there's really no barrier between us. It's been many years, and I miss this feeling." Does the poster like being scolded? The original poster. Being hit isn't about violence. It's a form of love. Such love isn't rare in this large-scale live broadcast. Because there are so many people and topics, even when most develop positively, some media outlets try to take things out of context, hoping to ride the wave of popularity and gain followers. 103 She has been noticed. A nonsensical, out-of-context comment quickly trended on hot searches. About a food streamer claiming that a family, whose relationship had broken apart, became closer after watching her live broadcasts. The mother and son reconciled and got along better than before. People passing by saw this. What kind of nonsense publicity stunt is this? Now such foolish information can even trend? What does family breakup have to do with a food streamer? Fans of Jiang Qiuxiu saw this.
What?
Did anyone say this during the live broadcast? Is there anyone in the community claiming that reconciliation was all thanks to the live stream? Did anyone say that? Clearly no one said that. It must be some mindless criticism, so they jumped in. Where there are people, there is attention. Gathering viewers means traffic, whether good or bad. Just a few tricks, and in the chaos, some onlookers will remember it. In the era of entertainment-driven live streams, topics, traffic, and impressions are everything. Those are resources. Big streamers won't bother with this, but small streamers don't care much. As long as there's money to be made, they'll take every chance. Jiang Qiuxiu's fans quickly reacted, organizing a group to fight back while still excited. Yuanqing watched the situation develop in her dorm, her slender brows furrowing. It was happening too fast. How did things escalate so quickly? She underestimated Jiang Jijui's popularity and potential. Her appreciation for delicious food was still too limited. To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control tonight, she quickly sent a few messages to her senior sister. Meanwhile, MOC also watched everything fermenting online with his small account. This is why he doesn't like the entertainment internet. Profit comes first. Anything can be exploited, and false information can spread easily. She was still a young girl, and from her voice and manner, she clearly seemed like a little girl. She had just graduated from college and came from a modest family, living quite simply. She finally managed to develop her career using her special skills. She made a phone call to Federal News. Federal News Office. Xiaowen was an intern in the office. There was a tradition of interns at Federal News. Those nearing the end of their internship often had the chance to publish an article in a corner of Federal News. This time, it was Xiaowen's turn. She submitted an article about the popular topic, how parents and children can remove barriers, which followed a host from the Federal Live Food section and her fans. Through the story, she showed a small part of a larger story about a group of people. Her team leader thought her angle was quite fresh. "You should be able to get a more prominent spot," the team leader said with a smile. "You have a talent for modern journalism." "Thank you, team leader. Go out first. I'll talk to the boss later and ask the layout editor to give you a good position." Xiaowen happily left her team leader's office. As soon as she stepped out, the team leader submitted her article. Soon after, he received a message. "Okay, we will revise this article to make it more meaningful and add some more material for the next edition," he said, surprised. Are the members of the cabinet already online like this? They knew about these small online matters. He quickly sent a message calling Xiaowen back, looking serious. "Your article is going to be upgraded to a main page. Take out the materials you collected and redo the article." She was now working overtime to prepare the report and had just sent it to her superior. Soon after, another message arrived. "Is it not good enough? Your report is very well done," the superior muttered. "But the purpose isn't high enough." "Not high enough?" The superior cleared his throat. Originally, a gentleman from the cabinet had called to suggest making a report that guides the right public opinion without being too obvious. He had prepared a front-page layout. But just as the final draft was approved, a major figure sent a message. It was surprisingly my own phone, personally entrusted to me. "Create a special report on this issue, focusing on parent-child relationships. Currently, the StarNet is not well regulated, with many harmful comments and social media accounts stirring trouble for profit. Make this into a long series of 3 to 5 segments. It's been a long time since we did a special report." The team leader carefully asked, "Why are there so many changes to this report?" "What's going on?" "All based on orders from our direct superiors, one from the cabinet and one from the general's office. To avoid frightening the team leader, the higher-ups didn't specify that it was from the general himself. But that was still impressive. I promise to complete the task. It's yours. Once the first part is done, send it immediately to the layout editor. We need to publish this news by tomorrow morning." A sacred mission weighed on his shoulders. The team leader couldn't help but ask if Xiaowen knew that the anchor she was writing about had powerful backing. Really? That can't be. Xiaowen still remembered her junior talking about how this anchor came from a poor background. Of course. The report is turning into a special feature, but I only know that this anchor's family isn't well off, and she doesn't seem to be from the Federation's home planet, because the cabinet and the general's office are defending her. The team leader's face showed exaggerated surprise. Xiaowen touched her head. She had watched Jiang Jiuzhou's live stream from start to finish. She didn't seem like someone with powerful backstage support. Maybe both the cabinet and the office have fans of this anchor, so they're speaking up for her? Impossible. That's the cabinet and the office. At that level, who still watches live streams? The team leader waved his hand. Let's not discuss this. Let's focus on the special report. Both of them worked very seriously on the project. The layout and editing team was also urging them. By 3 a.m., the report was finally finished. Following the Federation News broadcast routine, at 6 a.m., the office uploaded the report to the Federation News StarNet account. Officially, Jiang Qiuxiu was endorsed. A good platform helps promote friendly communication between parents and children, it also stated. In this new era, we can use StarNet and other online tools to share our thoughts and feelings with our parents and loved ones. When the marketing fans who had been arguing loudly saw this report, they quickly quieted down. This was Federation News. Mainstream media. Their statements basically settled the matter once and for all. When marketing accounts saw this, they quickly deleted all their video comments and replies to netizens, then withdrew into their shells. After all, they just want to make some money and don't want to risk their future prospects. With these deletions, Jiang Qiuxiu's fans became even more excited. Why did you delete your posts? Probably because you're feeling guilty. A wave of victory joy washed over everyone, and they also started to feel proud of Jiang Qiuxiu.
Wow.
A new food streamer has made it onto the main media. I believe it. This is solid proof. Keep this mindset, and you'll definitely become popular. Early in the morning, Jiang Qiuxiu just woke up and received a message from Mingmei. She felt that now, getting messages from Mingmei after her live streams had become routine. Hello, Mingmei. What's up? On the other side, there was another message. You're famous. Qiuxiu, you're really famous now. Jiang Qiuxiu chuckled softly. She had just gotten out of bed, still a little sleepy and fuzzy, and her voice was slightly hoarse. Mingmei, are you sure we're not just copying and pasting our previous conversations? It's always the same, but it's quite funny. I really admire how calm you are after the big live event. Qiuxiu, this time is different from before, Mingmei said, surprised when she received the news. You've made it onto the official media. The industry was a bit chaotic before, but once the official media got involved, everything quieted down. Official media? Jiang Qiuxiu became more alert. What exactly happened? Look, the conversation was copied and pasted again. I won't say more. I'm not clear myself. If you're curious, you can look into the details in your circle. This incident wasn't orchestrated by the company. The official media suddenly mentioned you, and it was on such a large platform. While talking, Jiang Qiuxiu opened the Federation circle. She didn't need to search. Screenshots of this incident were everywhere in the circle. Jiang Qiuxiu quickly looked through a few, and she managed to piece together the whole story. Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
Mingmei listened carefully and asked curiously, Qiuxiu, are you not happy about this? If she said she wasn't happy, that wouldn't be true. Jiang Qiuxiu was happy, but she was a newcomer to the Federation. Her memory told her that Federation News was indeed a major official media outlet with a high status. Emotionally, that kind of excitement is hard to fully express all at once. I just did what I was supposed to do. I didn't do anything special, just like I said in the media, I only provided a simple platform. I'm happy at least the conflict has been settled, and everyone isn't arguing anymore. After a while, they finally responded with a few okay sounds. I'm 20 years older than you. Sometimes I see things less clearly than you do, Mingmei said firmly. Keep this mindset, Qiuxiu, and you'll definitely become popular. Yes, I just realized my followers have exceeded 200 million. Am I getting closer to being the top food host on the platform? Yes. You're about to enter the top tier, Mingmei said excitedly. Maybe you'll be the first in our company to sign a contract for just 1 month and then renew it. The Federation Live company usually assigns a rank to each streamer once a year, but top streamers can be an exception. Looking at how long Jiang Qiuqiu has been with Federation Live, but her achievements are beyond what many new streamers can reach in a lifetime. Fingers crossed for good luck. All the notifications are done. It's still early. Qiuqiu, if you want to rest, you can keep resting. Oh, before that, you can share and reply to that special feature on Xinguang. Okay, I will. See you later. Jiang Qiuqiu playfully responded with I hope next time your live broadcast will still bring good news from Mingmei. That's not certain. Maybe next time, Xiao Qian will personally send you a message. They both laughed together in the chat. After ending the chat, Jiang Qiuqiu quickly logged into her personal Xinguang account and shared the special feature from Federation News. After thinking for a moment, she added a caption: mutual understanding, mutual respect, sharing, and love. Fans immediately commented, cultural person, cultural person. This completely disrupted the delicate, gentle atmosphere, turning everything into a lighthearted, youthful vibe. Jiang Qiuqiu smiled helplessly. 106. The mental recovery helmet is really expensive this morning. A lot happened, and Jiang Qiuqiu was no longer sleepy, so she got up. After washing up, she went to the temperature-controlled box to select some food for breakfast. Looking inside, I saw the rice had piled up again. It seems I need to find time to visit the rescue center next time. After breakfast, Jiang Qiuqiu clearly noticed that recently, she has been feeling more energetic after waking up from exhaustion. She no longer feels tired after resting and then starting to cook. It seems to have started after she got the mental strength recovery helmet. Curious, she examined the helmet. It looked plain, with no brand or logo, but the craftsmanship was very good. Jiang Qiuqiu opened her scanning robot and entered Taobao. She accessed the virtual world of the helmet. It was a simple mechanical helmet, like a toy for fun, costing around 1,800 stars. But if it had the function of restoring mental strength, the price would skyrocket. No matter the brand, starting at 1,000,000 stars was common. Many reviews praised it highly, with prices starting at 5,000,000 stars. This helmet had no brand label, but Jiang Qiuqiu thought it must be very expensive. She was surprised to receive such an expensive gift unknowingly. She felt a bit embarrassed, carrying 2 thermal containers and the helmet, and headed to Mo Qingyu's small villa. The neighborhood was somewhat quiet, but her building was close to Mo Qingyu's. She ran a little and saw the villa, feeling relieved. But suddenly, she sensed a few eyes watching her with curiosity. She looked around but saw nothing. She knocked on Mo Qingyu's door smoothly. A tall, well-built man opened the door. "Hello, is this Mo Qingyu's house? I'm your neighbor." Before she finished speaking, Mo Qingyu's voice came from inside.
Zhuokai, don't ask.
"It's Qiuqiu. Quickly bring her in. You're holding the food box. Don't tire Qiuqiu out." Jiang Qiuqiu. "Come in." Zhuokai reached out to take the thermal box from her, but she shook her head. "No need. It's light. I can carry it myself." It had been a few days since she saw her lively neighbor, and her face looked a bit paler. "Are you okay? You don't look well." Mo Qingyu casually asked a question, and then saw a helmet being carried over. "Don't you like this helmet? Why did you bring it here?" "No, I just think it's too valuable." Jiang Qiuqiu placed the helmet on a small table. "I can't accept this gift." "Oh, so you're here to return the gift," Mo Qingyu said, suddenly covering her chest. "Oh no, I'm upset. I thought you came to see me. I hate returning gifts, boo-hoo." Jiang Qiuqiu. "It's just too expensive." "How is it expensive?" Mo Qingyu shook her head. "It's not bought outside. I made it myself. I ate your cooking and felt happy, so I gave you a helmet I made. Isn't that just returning a gift?" "But, no buts. If you return my gift like that, it means I can't casually eat your food in the future without paying." Mo Qingyu continued, taking advantage of the moment. "If you really want to give my gift back, I'll think of a way to return the gifts I received from you." Sometimes Mo Qingyu really makes people speechless. What did Mo Qingyu get from Jiang Qiuqiu? A delicious meal from days ago, and she gave it back? Many unpleasant images appeared in Jiang Kikya's mind. Forget it, no need to think about it. Jiang Kikya didn't say anything for a moment. Mo Qingyu leaned on the sofa and laughed loudly. All right, the gifts are exchanged. If you think I've lost out, you're welcome to visit me more often and bring me some of your cooking. I really love your cooking. Her eyes sparkled because her gaze was so sincere and clear. Her face, usually gentle and mature, now looked a bit innocent. Jiang Kikyu liked this lively friend very much and nodded. Okay, I'll treat you to some good food next time. But today, Mo Qingyu couldn't enjoy the meal. When Jiang Kikyu asked why, Mo Qingyu helplessly touched her forehead. My mental strength is a bit overwhelmed. Recently, I can't absorb mixed energies, and I can only eat spiritual nourishing liquids, nothing else.
She looked very distressed.
That's why I didn't come to find you. I'm afraid if I leave this place, no one can control me. She finished speaking, then quickly covered the thermos with her hand and placed it behind the sofa.
Montag Chengyu.
Then I won't bring food over for now. No need. I've arranged for a mental strength therapist to come. They'll arrive tomorrow. After the session, I can stop using the nourishing solution. That's good. They talked a bit about mental strength. Suddenly, Mo Qingyu asked, Do you often use this helmet recently? Yes, Jiang Qiuqiu nodded. Mo Qingyu looked thoughtful. Have you been using your mental strength a lot lately? Using mental strength? Jiang Qiuqiu shook her head. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Didn't you say that whenever you're very tired, using this mental helmet helps a lot? Mo Qingyu explained. It's designed specifically for mental strength recovery. If you find it effective, it means you've been using her mental strength. Can I ask when you usually feel mentally exhausted? This touched on a common blind spot for both the original owner and Jiang Qiuqiu. She thought for a moment and said, Cooking. I always feel a bit tired after cooking. Cooking? She paused, deep in thought. Her serious expression made Jiang Qiuqiu feel a little nervous. No wonder your cooking is so delicious. Turns out you use mental strength for it. Qingyu, were you just thinking about that? Yes. By the way, Qiuqiu, may I ask what level your mental strength is? B. B? That's quite a strong level of mental strength. Usually, even if you use mental strength to cook, you wouldn't feel so tired. Did you train your mental strength when you were in school? Mo Qingyu naturally brought up her school days. Jiang Qiuqiu was momentarily stunned, then shook her head. Just as the other person was about to say that every mental strength academy should at least have a method for forging mental strength, Jiang Qiuqiu said, I didn't go to school. Sorry, she immediately realized she had asked something inappropriate. Jiang Qiuqiu shook her head, indicating it was okay. It's a small matter. No need to apologize. Apologizing and then not speaking anymore isn't good for the mind. If you have time later, you can come here and practice mental strength with me. 108 mental healer, it's better to seize the day. Coincidentally, Jiang Qiuqiu and Mo Qingyu directly started a virtual game in the living room, a PvP mental control game. Contrary to what Mo Qingyu thought, Jiang Qiuqiu, who usually seems weak at cooking, was very strong in the game control. Although not as skilled as high-level mental controllers at the C-B level, she was quite a little genius. Qiuqiu, you have a high talent, Mo Qingyu praised. After winning, Jiang Qiuqiu touched her slightly heated face. Really? Yes. She rarely saw someone play this well on their first try, especially someone without mental training. You're really impressive. With this talent, practice more and you won't get so tired easily. This small game device was quite amazing. It could actually train mental strength. Curious, Jiang Qiuqiu asked how much the machine cost. Can I train with it at home too? It was possible, but this machine is an old model from a few years ago. It's a bit cheaper now, but in the Federation, anything related to mental power is extremely expensive. Recovery helmets cost millions, basic models, while upgraded items like meditation chambers and consumables such as the nourishing liquid Mo Qingyu always drinks can cost over $1 million a day. Then there are full virtual training devices for mental strength. They look like game consoles but actually cost billions. Even the outdated clearance sale price is billions. Jiang Qiuqiu. She couldn't help but mutter. Before coming here, I thought I was already quite rich. I didn't expect to not even get a glimpse of the edge. This is professional equipment, mostly used in schools. Private individuals rarely own such devices. And you are indeed quite wealthy. You have assets that appreciate over time, and your cooking skills alone can attract many people willing to spend money on you. For example, her, completely willing to spend a fortune. And if you're willing, you can come to visit me several times. Look at this big house. I'm just a girl here. I really want someone to talk to. Although she was lively, her occasional loneliness felt very real. I will come often. Great. Since there's still some time now, do you want to play another round with me? The two played a few more rounds of the game. She was very excited until the guards arrived to take away Mo Qingyu. Jiang Qiuxiu looked at the sky, knowing she had to go back and prepare the food for the display window. She then stood up to say goodbye to Mo Qingyu. Her small figure grew more distant. Watching her, Mo Qingyu thought, some innocent girls are truly adorable. Her speech is cute, her clothes are cute, her eyes are cute, and she does things in a very cute way. After feeling this way, she quickly ran to her bedroom on the second floor and took out some records she had kept during her time at the Federation University's Institute of Mental Power. A person's mental strength does not disappear easily. All disappearances happen gradually. For example, because she stayed up all night working on her mech, was fully focused on it, which caused her mental strength to drain abnormally, leading to mental disorder. This is a long process, and recovery is difficult. It's not something that can be fixed with just a simple helmet and a few healing fluids. But Jiang Qiuxiu is completely different. Using mental strength feels as natural as water flowing from a kettle, and recovery only needs a small, worn helmet. No, she said that before she had the small helmet, she could naturally sleep and recover. People with these traits are only one kind. Federation Mental Healers. 109 MOCC. My annoying sister Federation Military Office. Qiu Dao and Chongbei were happily excited about winning the delicious food from Jiang Qiuxiu's display window when they heard that the general would be leaving for a while. General, what are your recent official duties? Qiu Dao asked. MOCC adjusted his cloak. Send me encrypted messages for important matters. Some social engagements can be postponed. I will come before the next Legion patrol. After recording all the information, Chongbei tilted his head curiously and asked, What are you going to do this time, General? What are you going to do? MOCC paused slightly, thinking of his disobedient sister. For once, he reached up and ruffled his hair in front of his subordinates. Handle some trouble. All right, I'm leaving now. Remember to finish your training during your free time. After he left, Chongbei muttered to Qiudao, It's a peace period now. The bug race isn't causing any trouble, and the military is very peaceful. There's nothing the general needs to handle, he then added, and it seems like he's really against it. Qiudao, I guess his family arranged a marriage for him. Don't speak ill of your superior. I'm not speaking ill, just talking about his love life. The general will be almost 40 soon, and it's about time he found a wife. He kept talking about MOC, but Qiudao raised an eyebrow. You're over 42 and you're single. Why do you say that about me? That's different. We're both single. What's the difference? As soon as Qiudao finished speaking, Chongbei put his arm around his shoulder, laughing happily. There is a difference. I have you with me. If the general is single, his family won't agree. All right, we're going too deep into this. Stop this topic. Qiudao patted Chongbei's hand. Be more careful in the future. And I won't stay single forever. After saying that, Qiudao walked out of the office first. Chongbei called after him. Why? Are you really going to find a wife? No way. His chattering voice drifted far away. Meanwhile, Mo Qingyu started howling again. The two bodyguards stood nearby, expressionless, used to this routine. MOC was coming soon, and Mo Qingyu was starting to feel upset. Why did I call my brother? Now this place will turn into a monastery. Yeah, he's probably going to pick on me again. He says I lack military spirit, that I have a brain problem. I'm over 30 and still act like a kid. He'll probably question my intelligence again. Zhukai, should I tell him not to come? So, he won't ruin my mood. Minister, refusing General Mo's spiritual guidance means you need to drink a month of mental nourishing liquid. Mo Qingyu. I love my brother. So cool. The right bodyguard quietly gave the left a thumbs up. The air was filled with a happy feeling. While they were arguing, the doorbell suddenly rang. Left Kai went downstairs to open the door. Strangely, as the big door downstairs opened, the whole small castle suddenly became quiet. The man dressed in black, tall and straight, wearing a solid black military hat with a white top, walked directly into the living room. Mo Qingyu looked down and almost fell on the stairs. The man downstairs heard the sound, raised his hand to take off his hat, and looked up. His sharp black eyes showed disapproval. The visitor was clearly MOC. MOC said, "Your home is in complete chaos." The two guards were the first to come out and greet him. They were guards assigned by the military department to Mo Qingyu, and they still reported to MOC in the system. "You don't need to come over and greet first. Mo Qingyu, come here. As your older brother, I order you to come down. Mo Qingyu." He couldn't leave easily, so he had to run down the stairs in a hurry. MOC sat on a stool in the living room. "Now, report on your progress during the month and a half of recovery here. What have you done every day? Did you follow the doctor's advice? Did you take your medicine on time? Wow, big brother, are you serious? You just arrived and already look like you're judging a court case." It scared me. Mo Qingyu pouted and made two little whines. "And what results can there be from resting? It's just like that, no results." MOC looked up at Swakai beside him. "You come and report. Has your superior followed the medical advice, done rehabilitation exercises, and taken medicine on time? Report to the general. During this month and a half, Minister Mo has not done rehabilitation training for now. He sometimes drinks the mental nourishing liquid, sometimes not. The exact time he takes his medicine is about 13%. And what are you talking about?" Mo Qingyu stared in disbelief, looking at Swakai with a look of disappointment. "I drink the mental nourishing liquid every day." Swakai didn't reply and turned his head away. Mo Qingyu wanted to speak again, but MOC told her to be quiet and said, "He actually speaks less than you think. If he says 2 more words, he can also report your recovery progress. After a month and a half of recovery, it's getting worse. It's usually pointless to talk about one thing." After hearing the report, MOC stood up and walked around the small castle with Mo Qingyu. "You shouldn't have come here to recover. You could have gone to the hospital or stayed at home, but you insisted on moving here, knowing you have no self-control and still being so confident, living alone. What's this?" MOC looked around and saw a mental training device on the sofa. He turned to ask, "Are you still playing those mental control games recently?" His eyes darkened. "You really don't care about your injuries." I didn't. I was just playing a simple training game with the little girl next door. Nothing serious." MOC didn't reply, but looked at her with disbelief. After criticizing Mo Qingyu's habits, mental training routines, interior decor, and various facilities, MOC sat with her by the coffee table in the living room. He solemnly told his disobedient sister, "This is a ceasefire period. I have free time and can stay here for a while. When the ceasefire ends, I will go to the front lines and you won't be able to find me then. I plan to stay longer this time to help you restore your mental strength to the best level and to change your habits, how you use your mental power and energy, so you can use them more reasonably." MOC's words were full of authority. Hearing that he would stay longer, Mo Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "If you're going to stay so long, doesn't that mean—" Her eyes carried a threat. "Does that mean I will be so happy I can't stand it?" 3 months. The floor made a loud bang. Someone's heart dropped and shattered into pieces. 111 MOC. "You really shouldn't have let that person next door move in here." At night, Mo Qingyu was adjusting MOC's parameters. Of course, not plastic surgery. Mo Qingyu could freely use her face here because she was a secret agent of the Federation, never in the spotlight, and her identity was classified. MOC, as the Empire's blade, had countless interviews and his photos circulated all over the internet. He was going to stay here for 3 months, and Mo Qingyu didn't want to isolate the person next door, so she had to let MOC use a realistic disguise. "If you care about your safety, you wouldn't let strangers move in here. This was an accident." Mo Qingyu was still adjusting data. A sudden twist of fate. Twist of fate. MOC repeated the words, asking, Is it a coincidence caused by a mistake made by the staff? I don't want to talk to you. I was about to tell you a secret. But now I don't want it anymore. Fine, MOC replied softly. I hope you stay silent. If you keep acting like that, I won't do it anymore. Just keep that face. After saying this, Mo Chingyu ran out of MOC's room quickly. Only the man stood up, went to the mirror, and saw a face that was both familiar and strange. This was MOC when he was younger. At 16, his features hadn't fully developed yet, with a gentle yet sharp look typical of a teenager. With a mischievous streak, Mo Chingyu deliberately made his eyes rounder. Now, the sharpness of the young boy was gone, replaced by cuteness. Mo Chingyu, come down. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. Your tone is so scary, I might die if I go down, then I'll go up. Forget it, I'll come down myself. In the end, Mo Chingyu gave in. But after some fuss, she realized this realistic face can only be set once. If I want to change it, I need a new face. Big brother, if you really don't like it, should I go to the storage and get a new one? Forget it, he said. It's just a face. No matter how strange. It's only been 3 months. Next time, don't do this again. My patience has limits. Limits? How limited? Limited enough that if you stay here for 2 more seconds, I might remember what happened on the battlefield. That was just fighting. Guilty first, Mo Chingyu quickly slipped away. She ran so fast, she forgot to tell him about discovering a new mental healer. Meanwhile, MOC, sitting quietly on the balcony with his youthful face, felt like he smelled something familiar. In the living room, that smell, after bringing the ingredients needed for the evening from Taodao Fresh, Zhang Qiuqiu made a small preparation. She had planned to bring some delicious food to the neighbor, but when she remembered that Mo Chingyu was still recovering, she decided not to bring anything and hurried over to the neighboring villa. At this moment, MOC was giving Mo Chingyu a mental counseling session. Big brother, you don't need to release so much mental energy all at once. Mo Chingyu usually seemed to have some small opinions about MOC, but in fact, she cared a lot about her brother. Even if your mental energy is full, releasing too much at once can be dangerous. It seems you also understand that mental energy is fragile, MOC said, pressing her forehead gently. Don't worry, I won't overdo it. His level of mental energy truly lives up to its reputation. Even during short, intense releases, MOC remained very stable. Soon, the counseling session was over. Mo Chingyu immediately felt much better. Thank you, big brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the doorbell rang again. At this time, only one person would come to ring the doorbell. 112. He just doesn't believe it. Mo Chingyu excitedly jumped up. Brother, the little girl from next door is here. She's the best cook in the whole Federation. She's not the best cook, MOC interrupted, standing up. You talk to her, I'm going back to my room. Stay alert while chatting. Don't be too soft with your words, or you'll fall behind. Got it. With Zhang Qiuqiu coming, Mo Chingyu didn't want to argue with MOC anymore. She happily went to open the door. Before entering his room, MOC instinctively looked down. At this moment, Mo Chingyu was pulling along a small, pinkish figure, happily heading to the living room. The little figure sat in the spot he had just occupied and started talking with Mo Chingyu. Not very tall, a young girl? Could she still be a 20-year-old kid? Chingyu's sister, you're here, Mo Chingyu said with a smile. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Qiuqiu also smiled, then noticed, you look much better today. Oh, Mo Chingyu touched her face. Maybe it's because I just had a mental counseling session. Yes, I was just arguing with him about something. Mo Chingyu raised his fist in excitement. Seeing her look a bit angry, Zhang Qiuqiu asked curiously, what are you arguing about? Me? Zhang Qiuqiu looked confused. I said you're the best cook in the whole Federation, but he keeps saying you're not. But clearly, you're the best cook I've ever met. Mo Chingyu openly praised her, which made Zhang Qiuqiu feel a little shy. She modestly replied, everyone has different tastes. No, no, no. That's because he hasn't tasted your cooking, Mo Chingyu said. Today, he had already sorted out his thoughts. Ahem. He moved next to Zhang Qiuqiu, rubbing his hands. Qiuqiu, are you cooking today? What are you making? Can I try it? I'm cooking today. It's a new flavor with gugu beast meat. But are you feeling better? Can you eat anything now? I'm fine. After I finish sorting out my mind, I can eat. Emochingyu quickly called out to Zwakai. Zwakai, come and testify. After confirming that Emochingyu could indeed eat some natural food to recover, Jiang Qiuxiu happily agreed to his request. However, it was a bit late after the live broadcast. I can't say exactly when I'll have time. I'll send it to you once I finish. Great. When will you start cooking? I'll have my, mental trainer open the window so he can smell the aroma and get hungry. The more Jiang Qiuxiu spent time with Emochingyu, the more she felt that although he looked like a noble lady, born noble, but unfortunately with a big mouth. When he spoke, his innocent and pure aura was obvious. I'll start cooking around 8 o'clock. At that time, the fragrant aroma of cooked meat would drift far and wide. After confirming the time, Emochingyu and Jiang Qiuxiu began mental strength training. He found that Jiang Qiuxiu was very quick to learn. In her first training, her mental strength was strong, but her control was still a bit clumsy. Today, although she made mistakes, she was already showing some progress. They trained casually for a while, and it was already afternoon. At this time, Jiang Qiuxiu needed to go back and prepare for her live broadcast. She said goodbye to Emochingyu. As she left, Emochingyu hurried upstairs to the 3rd floor and shouted to his dear older brother, "Big brother, the little sister next door is cooking at around 8 tonight. You can open the window and smell the aroma. Once you smell it, you'll know what I said is true." Mo.cg didn't respond. I will not only close the door, but also shut the window. Everything is silent, but this is the quiet moment when delicious food is secretly being prepared. Millions of viewers see a message pop up at the same time. Your favorite host Jiang Qiuxiu is now online. Please visit her live stream to support her. The familiar greeting appears. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qiuxiu. Welcome to my food live stream. Today we're back with our special food show. Today's menu: braised pork with preserved vegetables. Jiang Qiqi holds a piece of gugu meat and says, "This is the same type of meat used for braised gugu pork." For braised pork with preserved vegetables, we prefer this kind of pork with a good mix of fat and lean meat. First, to remove the raw smell, we blanch the meat in boiling water. Happiness, I am in the front row. Wow, this will be just as delicious as braised gugu pork. Same ingredients. While blanching the meat, we can add some spices. This will give the meat a natural fragrant aroma. During the blanching process, Jiang Qiqi also soaks the preserved vegetables. These days, dried preserved vegetables are not common. She found a vegetable similar to ball cabbage, cut it up, and dried it using high-tech methods. Rinse the dried preserved vegetables in water and soak them briefly. Not too long. We'll prepare the vegetables after the meat is ready. She opens the pot for blanching. The high heat causes blood foam to rise, and the originally reddish pork turns a shiny white. Using a hook, she lifts the pieces of meat onto a cutting board. Jiang Qiqi pours a small bowl of soy sauce. Preparing this dish is a bit complicated. Jiang Qiqi explains softly, without music, just the quiet sounds of chopping and interaction, which attracts more and more fans. Longtime followers never leave. New fans keep coming. After all, this is a live stream that even the Empire's Blade MOC can't resist. Through 2 walls, MOC is also watching the stream on his small device. Emochingyu's home doesn't have a big screen. The footage from his device is just a small clip. He knows about the mental training device but hasn't set up a projector. On the screen, Jiang Qiqi picks up several pieces of pork and brushes them with soy sauce. Make sure to coat the entire piece of pork evenly with soy sauce. This helps give it a beautiful color and enhances the flavor. To make the pork belly more flavorful, we can find some sharp objects and poke them into the back of the meat skin. Small holes then appeared on the skin. To add color, Jiang Qiqi placed the meat in soy sauce. Color is truly amazing. When it's white, I just think it looks nice. When it changes color, I feel it becomes more delicious. Hurry up, I wish time could move faster, so I could skip straight to the part where we grab the dishes. Everyone was very anxious. But cooking is something that can't be rushed. After waiting a little while, the soy sauce on the meat slightly dried, and the preserved vegetables had soaked up the water. Jeong Kikyu took them out to drain, then turned on the stove. At high heat, the pot sizzled a few times, and the remaining drops of water quickly evaporated. Jeong Kikyu poured some oil into the pot. As soon as the oil started to heat up, everyone's comments flooded in. "It's going to smell so good. It's going to smell so good. It will make my whole family happy. Deliciousness is about to appear. Highlight moment, it looks so tasty." MOC also stood up at the same time, quickly went to the window to close all the windows in the room, then shut the door. The little girl next door was also cooking at this time. They must not let the smell drift over and interfere with Jeong Jiojiao's dish. Smelling the aroma is also a kind of enjoyment. 114 preserved vegetables with pork. Heat the pan and add the pork belly. When the oil is hot, put in the pork belly with the skin side down. Remember, at this moment, the skin still contains plenty of moisture and the soy sauce we added earlier. Be careful of oil splashes while frying. The skin fully contacts the bottom of the pan. Under high heat, the smooth pig skin will puff up and form uneven tiger stripes. At this point, turn the heat down, cover the pan, and braise for 2 or 3 minutes. Then open the lid and check. When the skin turns translucent with a slight red glow and the bottom is crispy, the first step of cooking the meat is done. The pork belly is then returned to the table. Jeong Kikyu switches to a new cutting board. The browned side hits the wooden board with a crisp sound. The meat gently shakes, and on the screen, it makes a duong-duong sound. Without any spotlight, many viewers can't hold back their excitement. I declare that the Gugu Beast meat has become my lifelong favorite. The pork belly is so amazing. When I made the braised dish, I was moved to tears. When I made this braised pork, I also cried loudly. Everyone likes it, so Jeong Chioshio is naturally happy. Alright, take out the meat. We will cut it into small pieces and divide it into plates in advance. The scene shifts to a small dining table with over 20 small white porcelain bowls. Jeong Chioshio picks up a large silver kitchen knife and begins slicing the meat. She cuts a piece about 10 centimeters long to serve as one portion. Then, she flips the meat over and starts slicing from the crispy skin side. The shiny silver knife cuts through the crispy skin, making a crisp sound. But the knife is quick, and the sound is muffled. The fatty part is also cut through. The meat has 3 colors: the appetizing red sauce, the delicate white fat, and a slight yellowish hue from being fried, with some oil seeping out after pressing. Why do they show close-up shots? I'm so hungry. Why are there only 21 small bowls? Does that mean only 21 servings? No, there are 200 million viewers in the live stream. The 21 servings symbolize that at least half of the viewers might be unlucky. Cutting the meat is not difficult for Jeong Chioshio, and she even has a moment of clarity, smiling as she responds to the comments. No, there are only 20 servings. The last bowl is for the sauce. Now, there are 5 million more unlucky viewers. During the relaxed chat, all the meat has been sliced. Next, she prepares the dried preserved vegetables. After drying and processing, they no longer look green. They appear wrinkled and reddish-brown, looking unappetizing. Is this a leafy vegetable? Is it used to highlight the red color of the meat? To make the meat tastier? It looks wrinkled and unappealing. Ugh, I feel like even if I get some, I wouldn't want to eat this. Although it's not certain she will get a share, some viewers are already planning how to divide the food after they get it. Some say, I'll eat the meat, my boyfriend can have the wrinkled vegetables, then I'll let him have some more meat. Or, I'll eat the meat, and my grandson can have the vegetables. The vegetables look plain and don't smell good when stir-fried, with only a unique smell. No wonder everyone thinks it's just ordinary. Jeong Chioshio stirs the large pot, and the dried vegetables fall into a big plate. Does no one want to eat it? But after cooking, the dish tastes really good. The taste is completely different from meat alone. After soaking up the meat's juice, it tastes flavorful with a hint of vegetable aroma, and the meat remains tender and rich. Everyone is a serious fan of the show. When they hear Jiang Qiuqiu say this, they immediately respond, all right, Juju praises it. Let's look forward to it again. A group of people seem to find it very hard to accept what's happening in the comments. The person above is so confident they will definitely get a spot? Maybe it's between eating the preserved vegetables or just air. No choice involved. Why are you so harsh and exposing me? I can choose. Even if I can't pick now, I can keep trying at night. Comments fly by quickly. Jiang Qiuqiu presses the cooked preserved vegetables firmly on top of the meat slices. This move is a bit confusing. What is this? Burying the meat in the preserved vegetables, trying to absorb their flavor? Everyone guesses and admits they don't understand. Jiang Qiuqiu pauses and says, to be precise, it's to let the preserved vegetables absorb some of the meat's flavor. Also, to make this dish match its name better. This vague explanation makes everyone even more confused. But that's okay. Whether they understand or not doesn't matter when it comes to eating. The fire is turned up to boil water, and the prepared steaming basket is already on the pot. Steam rises in clouds and mist. Jiang Qiuqiu places bowls of preserved vegetables and meat into the steamer, neatly arranged and uniform. The presentation of this dish looks noticeably different from the previous ones. The dark color of the vegetables definitely lowers their visual appeal. Low in appearance? Jiang Qiuqiu smiles silently. Steam rises, swirling like clouds over the steamer. The cooked preserved vegetables and fried meat undergo a wonderful chemical reaction under the high heat. The fat from the meat slightly seeps out and is fully absorbed by the vegetables above. The vegetables, dried and waterless before, now have a bit of oiliness, adding a silky texture. But thanks to their dried flavor, it's not greasy at all. The aroma gradually spreads out. For seasoned viewers, this is Jiang Qiuqiu's first dish. It doesn't depend on luck. As long as the live stream is on, they can taste it. Sensitive sensors transmit every scent to the brain. It's as if the brain has already tasted it once. While waiting for the steamer to open, Jiang Qiuqiu placed a bunch of plates on the table. Is this a new dish? Are there 2 dishes today? Is that unlucky person finally gone? No, these plates are not for new dishes. They have a special use. We'll find out what it is when the pot opens. Why keep us waiting? You're making me so curious. Despite the curiosity, Jiang Qiuqiu didn't explain in advance. Instead, as the aroma grew stronger, she lifted the lid of the steamer. The rising steam blocked her view for a moment. When the fog cleared, the smell remained, but the dish looked plain, just preserved vegetables. Jiang Qiuqiu put on special gloves, picked up a bowl of preserved vegetables, and asked her fans, do you know why this dish is called braised pork with preserved vegetables instead of preserved vegetables buried with meat? The key is in that braised part. A small plate was placed on top of a small bowl. No one saw Jiang Qiuqiu's precise movements, only that she switched her hands, and the plate fell below, while the bowl appeared above. Because the bowl's bottom had oil, the process of removing it was very smooth. She lifted the bowl, and the preserved vegetables spread out due to the force. The pork belly, which was highly anticipated, had transformed from semi-transparent to clear and shiny. The roasted parts had a beautiful sauce color, with the fatty parts shining through and the lean parts showing tight muscle fibers. It looked rich but not greasy, very tempting. This is the braised. One quick press of the small bowl, and the meat becomes crystal clear. No one wants this spot more than I do. 116 MOCC. An unforgettable taste. Jiang Qiuqiu's quick movements made the process very fast. In less than 5 minutes, she finished preparing 20 bowls of braised pork with preserved vegetables. The remaining small bowl was filled with half a bowl of chopped green onions. The originally simple colors, combined with some green and white, looked much more appealing. But now no one cared about the appearance anymore. Many people suddenly spoke up, urging Jiang Qiuqiu to skin quickly. From now on, just prepare everything in advance. How about just scanning and broadcasting during the live? Just imagining that sounds boring, but eating it must be so fragrant. Stop dreaming, just start grabbing now. Of course, I can. Every time there's a rush, it feels like a narrow bridge crossed by countless soldiers. There are plenty of spots, but the time to stay is very limited. Even with nearly 100 million spots, they disappear in just a few breaths. Today's live broadcast was very successful. Jiang Qiuxiu wished everyone a happy meal and said, I have some things to do tonight, so I will end the stream now. Enjoy your meal slowly. Thank you all for watching my live stream. See you next Monday. Without a doubt, MOC, behind two walls, also managed to get a taste of the fragrant, yet not greasy braised pork with preserved vegetables. He placed the data on the table. In the era of interstellar travel, with rapid technological development, the food transmitted through media during live streams feels very real. Plus, with the mental energy linked to the terminal, everyone can clearly feel the delicious taste of the data food. The stronger the mental energy, the more intense the perception of flavor. Just like MOC, when he eats this kind of food, he feels his heart tremble. The meat is small, and when he picks it up with chopsticks, it requires no force. The meat gently droops as if about to split open. MOC takes a bite. The aroma, perfect softness, and warmth hit straight to the heart. Since it's a mix of fatty and lean pork, Jiang Qiuxiu worries everyone might get tired of just eating vegetables, so each portion comes with a serving of white rice. One bite of meat, one bite of rice, and the meat quickly disappears. Panda doesn't like eating strange preserved vegetables, and since there's leftover rice and vegetables, MOC, who hates waste, thought for a moment and poured the rice into the preserved vegetables. He thought the texture would be strange, but then MOC, lying on his big bed, didn't even cover himself with a blanket in the cold winter, just curled up in his cloak, with his hat hanging on his ears, and couldn't help but think. The joy of eating data is so overwhelming that it rushes like a mighty wave. How would it feel to truly taste the real food? Also, why did the mixed rice just now have such a rich and unique flavor? The multi-layered taste leaves people reminiscing in their imagination until the annoying knocking on the door comes again. Big brother. Brother, are you there? Are you asleep? Already sleeping so early? No way. What's wrong? Feeling unwell mentally? No. Mo Qingyu, knocking on the door, said, It's the little chef girl from next door bringing us food. Do you want to come out and eat together? Mo Qingyu? Big brother, I asked you to open the window in the room this afternoon. Did you do it? You're so unlucky. Why didn't you open it?
Come out and eat.
I promise you'll be overwhelmed by the smell once you go downstairs. Both Swakai and I love to eat it. You'll love it too when you try. I'm full. If she wasn't so fond of her big brother, she wouldn't bother with him. The ungrateful guy, he's out. Mo Chung muttered as he went downstairs. Next time, he won't let him eat it all. 117. A bowl since starting mental training in Mo Cheng's small castle, Jiang Qiuxiu's energy, while cooking, has improved a lot. She no longer feels tired easily. She often thanks Mo Chung for guiding her on this path and brings dishes she makes to visit him. They get along very well, talking about everything from the history of the Federation to the origins of mental power, from funny stories on ancient Earth to current events. Although they sometimes disagree, both Jiang Qiuxiu and Mo Chung are open-minded and don't mind their differences. Their relationship has become closer. But there's one thing Jiang Qiuxiu is very curious about. She heard Mo Chung mention that a mental clarity expert came to his home, and their mental power is very strong. They play mental training games as if they were just playing. But after such a long time, Jiang Qiuxiu has never seen this person at Mo Cheng's small villa. Don't mention it, Mo Chung said helplessly. He is quite reserved and doesn't like to talk much. He doesn't like meeting strangers. At first, he said he would create a new face to avoid being recognized and to hide his identity. Later, MOC found that helping Mo Chung with mental guidance didn't require appearing in front of others. He avoided Jiang Qiuxiu and stayed in his room every day, not knowing what he was doing. I see. Jiang Qiuxiu nodded. Big brother really has many flaws. She wanted to introduce Qiuxiu to him so they could study her as a mental healer together. But now that MOC avoids him so much, She might as well study him alone. Oh, Chiosho, what's on your menu today? Red braised gugu meat, fried meatballs, or maybe pork knuckles? Today is a non-streaming day, so I only need to prepare some leftover dishes. This morning, Tao Tao Fresh sold a batch of fresh tender bamboo shoots. Jiang Chiuchiu said, I plan to make braised bamboo shoots. By the way, Chiuchiu, what kind of work do you do? Why do you cook every day? After spending more time together, Mo Qingyu finally asked this curious question. There's nothing to hide about it. Jiang Chiuchiu observed Mo Qingyu over the past few days and guessed that he is probably a noble with a high status, knowledgeable, and kind. I work as a food streamer on the Federation platform. Then you must be the top food streamer in your company, right? Her words were very natural. She didn't ask why he became a streamer or other complicated questions, but cleverly brought up other topics. Jiang Chiuchiu smiled. Qingyu's emotional intelligence really varies a lot. Sometimes she seems simple, and other times she feels very thoughtful. No, I'm not the most popular one yet. Mo Qingyu looked surprised and a bit suspicious. Really? Your platform's viewers aren't very sharp. They didn't talk much about work. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chiuchiu went back home to prepare things for the evening display window. At 8 p.m., Jiang Chiuchiu's food display window featured a rare bamboo shoot dish. This was the first time this fresh, delicious dish was back on the menu. MOC saw it first and immediately placed an order. A small plate, tasting and savoring, but eventually it was sold out. But that wasn't enough. Countless appetites were stirred by this small dish. Late into the night, MOC couldn't sleep well. He got up, put on his cloak, and left his bedroom. When he stepped out, he found something strange. The aroma in the air was very familiar. Curious, he wanted to find the source of the scent. He closed his eyes and kept walking downward. The smell grew stronger and more familiar. He opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, his black pupils shone brightly. This wasn't the smell from the live stream room. Somewhere else, his excellent sense of smell instantly identified the source. The empty bowl on the coffee table. I'm upstairs eating data. She's downstairs feeling bloated from eating too much. Feeling the sunlight outside the window, Mo Qingyu stretched lazily. It was so beautiful. The food Jiang Chiuchiu brought yesterday was truly delicious. Even after a night, he still missed that taste. No wonder she could make a name for herself on the Interstellar live streaming platform with her skills. She's truly talented, even among the top chefs in the Federation's rotating restaurant. Humming a little tune, Mo Qingyu happily went downstairs. Before reaching the bottom, she saw Mo Siga sitting alone on the sofa beside the coffee table, staring intently at the bowl on the table. She was immediately surprised. Why did Big Brother wake up so early today? She quickly ran to the small living room, reaching out her guilty hands to take the bowl away. MOC looked up when he saw her, his sharp eyes filled with many emotions. Big Brother, please don't. You shouldn't be angry just because you see a few empty bowls. Mo Qingyu, looking pretty and helpless, explained, I didn't mean not to wash the dishes. It was just that the food yesterday was so delicious. I ate too much, got full, and wanted to sleep. I planned to wash the dishes in the morning. But who knew that today? MOC suddenly came down so early. Mo Qingyu tried to reflect on her mistake, but she didn't realize that MOC's mind was full of. Is this the food from yesterday? The shaky truth seemed to be quite clear now. The cook next door was a young girl who often brought her food, including but not limited to braised bamboo shoots, braised pork, red braised chicken, and fried meatballs. Sometimes, a faint aroma lingered in the living room. At first, he couldn't quite tell what that smell was. Now, connecting the dots, it felt like his energy channels had suddenly opened, and he understood what those aromas were. So, the person living under the starry sky was Jiang Jojo? Big Brother, come quickly. The chef girl next door sent over some food. There's super delicious meat. Come out quickly. Left Kai and I both love to eat it. Yesterday we ate too much and felt a bit bloated. So, yesterday he was in a small room on the rooftop, thinking about the true taste of data, moved by that aroma. Downstairs, Mo Qingyu was holding real food, eating bite after bite until she was full and bloated. Scenes from the past flashed quickly before his eyes. What exactly had he missed in that limited time? Big brother, what's wrong? I just didn't wash the dishes. Why are you so serious? Mo felt something was off and secretly tilted her head to glance at Moc. Moc finally raised his head and looked into Mo's eyes. Why are you asking? What did you eat yesterday? Huh? Mo was surprised that his older brother would ask this. Just some rice, some cooked meat products, BB beast meatballs, and some bamboo shoots and vegetables. That sounds delicious. Yeah, it was quite a feast. I called you yesterday, but you didn't come down. I have to tell you, the little sister next door, the kitchen goddess, is really an amazing cook. Although the atmosphere was a bit tense, Mo still enthusiastically praised Juju. Her food is absolutely the best in the whole Federation. I know, she really makes the tastiest dishes. Mo thought Moc was going to argue, so he instinctively kept talking, but unexpectedly, Moc's answer was a firm yes. She was surprised. Moc hadn't even eaten Chi-Chi's cooking. Brother, how do you know? Now, the person involved doesn't know how to describe his feelings right now. How does he know? That's a long story. Moc asked Mo to sit down. Sit first. I have a few questions for you. What's the name of the girl next door? Her name is Jiang Chi-Chi. What's wrong? Chi-Chi. Juju? So Chi-Chi is her real name, and Juju is an alias? Moc didn't say anything, but his eyes showed he had a story to tell. Mo definitely wouldn't miss the silent brother's expression. She thought about their conversation and realized Moc's curiosity about Jiang Chi-Chi was off the charts. And why did he suddenly admit that Chi-Chi is the best cook in the Interstellar? Her older brother probably never ate Chi-Chi's dishes, right? Their social circles don't overlap at all. In daily life, many small details seem trivial unless there's a reason behind them. Mo used to think these things were all quite ordinary. But once a reason appears, it feels like everything connects. Recently, after Moc came here, he suddenly asked to borrow a sensory display screen, saying it was for a meeting. He made sure to give her a mental check every day before 8 a.m. One day, he was late, and he got angry. He seemed to be rushing somewhere. And earlier, he said Chi-Chi wasn't the best cook in the entire Interstellar, implying there was someone even better. He doesn't have many people to cook for him, so it's impossible to find such a hermit outside. The only possibility is, let's make a bold guess, perhaps her dear older brother, by chance, was watching food live streams in the streaming area and accidentally saw Chi-Chi's live broadcast. Then, he unintentionally tasted the food Chi-Chi made. And he became a loyal fan of Chi-Chi. I'm full. She's not the top food creator in the whole Federation. I don't like it. I'm not going. I'm already finished eating. Considering her dear older brother's deep and serious expression at this moment, Mo Qingyu's words, he blurted out with wide eyes and a surprised smile. Big brother, Chi-Chi told me she was live streaming cooking on the Federation Star Network. Could it be that you're her fan? The person sitting opposite, Moc, stiffened slightly. A general wouldn't lie. He would only stay silent. No response means agreement. Mo Qingyu's mood suddenly soared. She felt like she had shed her cautiousness from earlier and happily said, "No way. Big brother, I asked you to come down and try Chi-Chi's dishes, and you said you were full. Were you secretly eating virtual samples from her live stream?" Moc still didn't speak. Oh my gosh, so you don't eat the dishes made by the real person, but secretly eat virtual data in your room? I'm so shocked my whole family. Big brother, you're so cute. For the first time, I think you're really adorable, ha ha ha. Mo Qingyu burst out laughing, almost falling over. She couldn't believe such a coincidence existed in this world. She was happily laughing when suddenly, Moc stood up. He pulled out a thin metal rod from his side belt. Keep laughing. I'll give you 10 seconds to run. Big brother, even if you hit me, I have to say, this is too funny, ha ha. Why do you have so many questions? Recently, Moc has been in the small castle, and his guards occasionally go out to handle some matters. Early this morning, Zhukai and the other guard came back together. As soon as they opened the door, they heard Mo Qingyu's mischievous laughter. Both of them couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? Is the general not here? Why is the minister suddenly so bold? However, as they approached, they felt that something seemed a little off. In the hall, the general was sitting. The minister was sitting opposite him, laughing happily, but the general looked completely serious and without any joy. This scene was indeed strange. They didn't know what to say, hesitating to speak. MOC looked up and said, "The minister and I have some matters to handle. Please go outside first." The two left the small villa together. Zwakai's face showed determination, but for the first time, there was a hint of worry. What's wrong with the minister? Could he be mentally overwhelmed and confused? I don't know. He doesn't seem like it, MOC replied. And that laughter. MOC felt he had just made a wrong decision. He naturally couldn't scold his still ill sister. She kept smiling, so he decided to let her keep smiling and not stop her. He thought that Imochingyu would laugh for a while and then stop, but it turned out her sense of humor was very low. She kept laughing from the beginning until now. Is it that funny? Yeah, a little. It's really funny. Stop, MOC said seriously with a calm look. Stop laughing. He suddenly became very serious. Imochingyu slowly stopped laughing. Big brother, why are you so serious all of a sudden? There are some questions I need to ask you. Go ahead. Did she tell you herself that she is a streamer? You mean Chi? Yes, Imochingyu nodded. Because she cooks every day, I was curious about her job. Have you noticed anything different after eating her dishes many times these days? Imochingyu was unreliable when talking, but when doing things, he was very dependable. Yes, I did. I wanted to tell you earlier, but you didn't want to listen, so I didn't say anything. The mood grew a bit serious as they discussed important matters. I found that Chi uses a lot of mental energy when cooking, and her dishes have the same effect as mental nourishing liquid. I suspect she might be a mental healer. I have the same guess, MOC said. You do? But big brother, you've only eaten virtual. Imochingyu suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, does virtual food also have this kind of mental healing effect? There are some, but very weak. MOC said, on the virtual network, her food mainly helps to relieve tiredness. Is that so? That situation seems to be getting more complicated. But what she cares about most now is another question. So, big brother, is it because Brother Chiochio's cooking is so special that you've been watching her live streams? Is that it? MOC has his own judgment. There are many ways to observe, many people to observe, but when it comes to Jiang Jiujio, he has always used only himself. The excitement at the start of each live stream, the joy of grabbing food in that moment, yes. The anticipation of the stream, all come from the heart. But why does he need to tell Imochingyu this? Why do you ask so many questions? Why does getting better from illness seem to make it worse? Why do you need so many guards? Why are they most worried not about others hurting you, but about you hurting yourself? Why does your direct superior always complain to your father? Why didn't anyone teach you to value your life? Why? Brother, please stop asking. I won't ask anymore. No need to ask. If it were, then just answer yes. There's no way it's that simple. Seeing her awkwardly shut her mouth, MOC also stopped speaking. The two looked at each other. Finally, MOC spoke about the main matter. Mental healers are valuable resources in the Federation. We need to find out why Jiang Jiuqiu is so young and already living alone here. Has she graduated from school? Does she have family or friends? Is she aware of her abilities? By the way, big brother, I have something to report. Chiuqiu has never been to school. The previous words suddenly stopped.
Montag sieh die Frau nicht.
After such a long morning, he was truly angry. She's never been to school. She is only slightly taller than the seasoning barrel. Imochingyu also doesn't understand why Jiang Chiuqiu didn't go to school. After all, in the Federation, every citizen has a chance for a gene and mental strength test. If their mental strength reaches C or above, or if they have beast genes rated C or above, they are sent to the appropriate school based on their talent. Jiang Chiuqiu's mental strength is at B, so theoretically, she should be able to attend a university in the Federation's Star City. During her university years, she should have been discovered to carry healing mental abilities and then sent to the Federation's Central University's School of Mental Sciences to begin her studies. But everything that was supposed to happen did not occur. She was alone, coming to the starry sky by chance, looking like she had no social life or friends, just a lonely figure hosting a live stream on a website. During this time, she must have discovered some things. If Mo.C checked, he would find out immediately. But Mo Chungyu was right when he said, "We are now getting to know each other and making contact. If we talk more, we can learn the real reason from Chi. Since we already know each other, going to check without permission isn't respectful. Even if the actions are for her good, it can still seem a bit disrespectful." So MOC had to suppress his unhappiness and think about which universities in the Federation could accept students with B mental strength. In the Federation, citizens with mental powers are required to attend university. Even if she wanted to drop out, teachers would try to persuade her and emphasize the importance of studying. When Mo Chingyu first met Jiang Chi, she couldn't even train her mental power. He casually opened the door and started walking around the neighborhood. The area where she lives is not very crowded. Most residents are members of the Federation's secret intelligence agency. Usually, everyone is out on missions, so the neighborhood is often empty. Only people like Mo Chingyu, who are injured and need rest, come here. Whenever someone arrives, security in the neighborhood becomes very strict. Thinking about all this, MOC walked along the gravel path, surrounded by green. Further ahead, there was a clear artificial lake with colorful flowers around it. The environment here is quite nice. It was his first time visiting, and he wandered aimlessly, only remembering that Mo Chingyu mentioned Jiang Chi's house was on the left side of a small castle. Sure enough, after passing through a shaded path, the forecourtyard house was very visible. Maybe because it was so close, a faint smell of food suddenly appeared in the otherwise plain air. There was the aroma of braised dishes and fried food. The mixed smell was a bit chaotic but not too strong, just faint. It wasn't very conflicting, and it made one feel a little hungry. MOC stood under a tree, looking at the blue brick and tile courtyard. Near the wall of the courtyard, there was an old-fashioned round wooden window open. He looked inside and saw someone on the swing in the yard. MOC instinctively took a step to the side. Then he quickly realized that the swing was facing away from him, so Jiang Jiuzhou couldn't see him. Because they were a bit far apart, even MOC, who has excellent eyesight, could only see roughly what was happening. On the wooden swing, she was wearing a blue outfit. It seemed she had worn this during her previous live streams. She was very small, sitting on the swing. Watching her in the enlarged video, he guessed she was a young girl. Now, seeing the full scene, MOC found she was surprisingly tiny, maybe just a little taller than that seasoning barrel. Small body, big energy. 122 fans Jiang Kikyu, who is only slightly taller than the barrel, is now chatting with Mingmei. Today's editor is still very surprised. "You really are a miracle in our editing department. Miss Mingmei, what happened? Why are you so excited?" Jiang Kikyu swings her little legs. Mingmei looks at the data in front of her, feeling very excited. This might be the most outstanding moment in her editing career. "Your recent performance has been really excellent. A month ago, she started a gourmet live stream featuring Goo Goo Beasts. At first, she thought it was just an ordinary food recommendation to attract followers and lay a foundation for the future. Unexpectedly, it naturally became popular twice, and the viewer count suddenly increased. Many fans were attracted. Moreover, starting from food, it linked to family relationships, once again gaining attention and making a splash in front of passers-by. In the past, such large-scale, frequent face appearances after a rise in followers often led to some criticism. Fans and critics alike, which is common in the live streaming world. However, Jiang Kikyu's critics had not yet gained momentum when official media stepped in and concluded the matter definitively. Mainstream media got involved, attracting an audience that wasn't originally interested in food live streams. Since then, Jiang Kikyu's live stream traffic has never dropped. Plus, the subsequent dishes like braised Goo Goo Beast elbows, braised Goo Goo Beast hooves, and cold mixed Goo Goo Beast ears kept performing well, maintaining a high standard. New fans were also kept engaged. Kikyu, after yesterday's special event ended, The editing team compiled your data and sent it to headquarters for review. Whether it's the number of viewers, sales figures, or other aspects, you are undoubtedly the star of the food section. This time, Mingmei didn't use a new host. Based on this achievement and data, even compared to experienced people, I am not behind. In fact, my results are even higher than most beginner-level data. So, I became popular. You've been popular for a while. Today, I want to talk about something else. She raised her voice slightly, her tone trembling a little. Chiu, I applied to headquarters to upgrade your contract to an A level or higher with a top-tier creator. The approval has come through. In other words, Jiang Chiu had only been live streaming for about 2 months, yet she had already made a huge leap, creating history. This can be considered a success. Jiang Chiu thought. Even though she changed platforms, her dream of cooking was still going strong. More and more people entered her live stream, and the comments in the chat grew more numerous. Each viewer sincerely and straightforwardly expressed their love for her. The joy of being a chef, perhaps, is just like this. Hey, Chiu, why aren't you talking? Mingmei smiled. Are you so happy or silly? Yes, I am very happy, Jiang Chiu replied, calming down. Thank you, Mingmei, for your help. There's no need to thank me. I should be thanking you, Mingmei said. Your achievements are because of your talent. I only achieved these because you brought me along. That just shows, Mingmei, you have good judgment. Come on, we haven't even said much and we're already praising each other. Suppressing her joy, Jiang Chiu remembered. Mingmei, you said there were 2 things? One was about changing the contract. What's the other? The other. Mingmei's tone suddenly changed. She sighed first, then said, compared to us back then, today's students are really much stronger. She added, and today's fans are really dedicated. For the sake of a joke, people will do anything. This amazing story dates back to a long time ago, starting when Jiang Chiu was live streaming her water-boiled sliced pork. That time, the discussion was supposed to be about food taste, the next menu, what to put on the shelf tomorrow, and who was the eternal unlucky one or the eternal lucky one in the community. But suddenly, the conversation shifted. An unknown person in the community posted a very provocative, dramatic, and manipulative post. Then, a topic like percentage of people winning the braised meat quota or stealing parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents' attention on social media quickly became popular. With a small effort, a social topic was sparked. It attracted millions of viewers and caught the attention of mainstream media. The company didn't do any marketing, and Mingmei thought everything was just a coincidence, but she didn't realize that behind it all was a pair of hidden hands pushing everything forward. And these hands were surprisingly young. All of this was actually led by a student from Federation University. Can you guess? Jiang Kikyu had felt that things were going too smoothly before, suspecting something was wrong. She never expected the truth to be. A student? My fan? Exactly. Mingmei nodded. And do you know how I found out about this? What happened? Jiang Kikyu's curiosity was also piqued. Mingmei thought this matter was full of surprises. Wasn't I trying to recruit small leaders for your circle? Yesterday, I looked at the resumes submitted, and among them, I found a college student named Wan Xing. That resume clearly detailed the cause, process, and outcome of the event, along with a summary. The entire plan from start to finish included various data predictions, information flow, public opinion analysis, and detailed strategies. It was very complex. Not to mention the emotional journey, controlling the public's mindset, timing the public opinion, targeting social information pain points, and finally submitting articles to Federation News to stabilize the situation. All interconnected strategies. This college student's cleverness was truly impressive. Her seamless, impactful methods attracted huge traffic. In their circle, such an operation could make her famous instantly, but she only wanted to be a small leader. I really didn't expect her fans to be so dedicated. That's amazing. With this resume alone, she could easily join our company's operations team. Jiang Kikyu was also surprised. After all the fuss, she just wanted to be a small leader? So, Mingmei, did you accept her resume? Of course. Such a talented person can't be lost. I hired her. Yesterday, I contacted her through my friend. Do you want to guess what her first question was after talking to me? Jiang Kikyu hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, Did your small circle application get approved? No. She asked whether the rumors in the circle about weekly benefits and delicious food are true. I said yes, and she then asked how often per week, roughly when, whether the benefits are fixed, whether the food is made during live broadcasts or randomly based on her mood, and if the food is different each time. Mingmei said, so people will do anything just for a bite to eat. They create huge waves just to have a peaceful meal every day. That sounds like an interesting college student. Yes, we talked for a while. She is very happy with the benefits and said she will put all her effort into managing the circle, treating it as an important job. Finally, she asked me to pass on a message to you. Really? What is it? Mingmei remembered the student's tone from yesterday and said, your cooking is really delicious. It brings a lot of happiness to my life. Jang Kikyu's eyes softened slowly, and she smiled widely. She feels honored to bring happiness to everyone. Outside the big door, under the tree, MOC saw Jojo suddenly swing high on the swing, then jump off shortly after, running into the house very happily. Soon, the air was filled with a sweet smell. She seemed very happy all of a sudden. MOC didn't even notice she was smiling too. The young boy's lips just slightly curved, and with his round, soft eyes, all seriousness on his face was softened. You'll get sick and won't be able to come. MOC just entered the small castle and heard Mo Chingyu talking to someone. She was messaging someone. Yes, really? That's amazing. Compliments poured out like they cost nothing, a basketful of praise. But that's normal. If you don't reach the top, who will? Kikyu, go for it. When you become #1 for real. After hearing a few words, MOC realized she was chatting with Jojo. Chatting with Jojo. Is it a private message? He quietly sat down on a nearby sofa. Mo Chingyu was genuinely happy for the girl. Sure, you can come here this afternoon. I'm fine with anything. I'm so honored to celebrate with you. Then, Mo Chingyu hung up the phone. Before MOC could ask, she started talking excitedly, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, explaining everything. Big brother, the streamer you follow has reached the top. Her editor told her she's signing a big contract today, and she's so happy at home. She said thanks to me for training her mental strength these days. She plans to bring food over this afternoon to celebrate. Your relationship is so close. It turns out she was happy just because she got a new contract. Of course, Mo Chingyu supported her chin with one hand. I'm her first real friend in the real world. That's very meaningful. Seeing her brother care so much about this, Mo Chingyu, who hadn't been scolded in 2 days and was feeling a bit mischievous, couldn't help but tease him. She cleared her throat. By the way, big brother, this afternoon, Chio is bringing some things over. Do you want to come down and eat together? She asked this question playfully. MOC didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked back, don't you want me to come? Of course not. Mo Chingyu shook her head and giggled. I really want to see. I'm super curious about what it will be like when you meet Chio. Wow, a fan of the divine streamer from the food zone is meeting the streamer in person. And they'll even get to eat dishes made by the streamer herself. What kind of expression will you have, big brother? Will you be enchanted by the food? Or regret missing the chance earlier? When Chio talks to you, will you still be so cold and stiff? Do you think you'll blush if you like a little girl? The first meeting between a fan of the general and a young chef. What kind of sparks will fly? Shyness, passion, joy, or love that's hard to say out loud? She became more and more excited as she spoke. MOC's smile gradually faded. He looked at Mo Chingyu with a strange expression, as if seeing a bizarre creature, and kept asking himself, is she really the Federation's weapon master? The designer of the Empire's blade? Her identity has always been kept secret, probably because even spies wouldn't suspect her if they saw her. She looks so fake. Are you so curious? MOC looked at her with deep black eyes. Too bad. You can't see it. Huh? Mo Chingyu thought she had spoken too much, which made MOC angry and embarrassed. He quickly tried to fix it, saying, no, big brother, I was just talking casually. If you come down to eat, I wouldn't say a word. Chio's cooking is really delicious. Please don't give up trying so easily. No, you misunderstood. I will come down. MOC stood up and looked down from above. But you won't come down today. MOC. My motives are the purest in the world. Because this afternoon, you have to check your mental strength and organization. It's urgent, so you can't appear. Big brother, you can't do this. I can. MOC spoke seriously. I really can. Big brother, don't do this. Look at your poor little sister. You still haven't recovered from your illness. Big brother. How can you do this? You're too bossy. These 4 days, emoting you. In the end, justice lost to tyranny and was defeated. Mo Qingyu hurriedly ran upstairs, still looking angry and fierce, like she wanted to bite MOC. As soon as she returned to her room, her expression changed, and she started gossiping. Wow. Big brother is so eager to chase me away. He must want to be alone. He's probably afraid I'll see him acting differently than usual. Maybe he will blush and get a racing heart the first time they meet. A middle-aged general with a little deer in his eyes, meeting his idol? No. Mo Qingyu felt she might have misunderstood something. Maybe it's not the first time he's blushing and heart-pounding. MOC has been watching live streams for so long. Every night after 8, he stays in a small room and doesn't come out. Maybe he's already blushing and rolling with a pounding heart under the covers. Thinking this way, her brother's authority completely disappeared. MOC naturally didn't know what strange things Mo Qingyu was imagining. If he knew, he might call out the family rules and give her a good scolding. Time passed quickly. After sending Mo Qingyu away in the morning, MOC let out a sigh of relief. Mo Qingyu is quite outspoken. He just wanted to see Jiang Qiuxiu to understand what kind of girl she was: skilled, talented in cooking, and with an impressive ability to heal mentally. To better understand the mystery of her mental powers spreading through the Star Network, to uncover the reason she dropped out of school, and to find a way to recruit her into the Federation military. Mo Qingyu's stories are always strange, like gossip from the roadside. He doesn't mind sharing these with him, but it's too much to tell a young girl. He temporarily sends her away and plans to talk to her properly about Jiang Qiuxiu next time. He orders her to take care of herself so that nothing more happens. However, MOC later realizes that if Mo Qingyu checks her mental state, then Luo Kai and others will have to go too. The small castle should then only be left with him. In other words, this afternoon, he will be alone with Jiang Qiuxiu. While his mind was swirling with various thoughts, the doorbell rang. Someone is visiting. The doorbell rang 3 times. MOC, not used to waiting or backing down, got up and headed to the door with long strides. Today, to look more friendly, MOC wore light-colored clothes on Ning Shun's recommendation. As he passed the living room robot, he adjusted his expression in the reflective surface. She is still a young girl alone. He doesn't need to be too serious. But with his face, even if he tried to be serious, it wouldn't matter much. Still, MOC softened a little and opened the small castle door. The expected hair color, eye color, face, expression, all were not there. The door swung open, and a wave of light and fragrance hit him. Standing there was a very standard, robot face. MOC's prepared smile froze on his face. Her ideal type Jiang Qiuxiu hurriedly ran towards Mo Qingyu's small castle, carrying rice. Today, she took a big step forward in her dreams of this era. After finishing a video call with Mingmei, she went to her small circle and comment section for a while. Lovely fans make her happy. Today, she wanted to celebrate with Qingyu's sister. Since they were celebrating, just serving a few dishes wouldn't be enough. She bought a bunch of ingredients from Taotao Fresh and cooked 10 dishes, making a perfect 10 out of 10. Considering Qingyu's sister's family isn't small, she made extra portions. With so many dishes, she couldn't carry them all herself. Jiang Qiuxiu arranged for the butler robot to deliver the meal first, while she carried a bucket of rice behind, panting slightly. Clearly, the tall-legged robot ran much faster than Jiang Qiuxiu with short legs, arriving first and pressing the doorbell. Jiang Qiuxiu was also close to her destination. From a short distance, she looked at the door and noticed that the robot seemed to stay at the door, not going inside yet. Her steps quickened, and she felt a bit confused. As she got closer, she saw that there was a very tall boy standing opposite the robot. She didn't think she had seen this person at Sister Chingyu's house before. Curious, Jiang Qiuqiu took a few more steps and secretly peeked at MOC. A long time ago, when Jiang Qiuqiu was still in the 21st century, although she had never been in love, she knew exactly what her ideal type was. Preferably a boy who looked like a young version of her grandmother, full of energy, able to make older women feel the breath of youth. But not too childish, because overly childish boys tend to be spoiled, which feels a bit less charming. It's best to have a little innocence, but also a little maturity. In other words, it's like describing a girl as pure yet alluring. It's adorable but also carries a sense of dignity that shouldn't be disrespected. And her voice shouldn't sound spoiled. It should be dignified and commanding, with a bit of presence. Putting it all together, a boy with eyes like a fawn, face serious, voice slightly deep. How can you stay up late just to make money? That's very inappropriate. Very captivating. But back then, her friends told her such a person didn't exist. Only in anime or cartoons. Of course, Jiang Qiuqiu thought the same at that time. All of it was just a fantasy until this moment, when it suddenly shattered. Because the person standing opposite the butler robot was exactly the way she imagined. A little too soft would be weak, too little would be too stern. Such intense gaze naturally caught MOC's attention. After stiffening for a moment, he looked away from the robot and looked behind it. Sure enough, he saw Jiang Qiuqiu. She was very different from what he had imagined. He thought a small girl would look young and adorable, but Jiang Qiuqiu's face showed more of a youthful girl's appearance. A girl with black hair and fair skin. At first glance, the first word that came to mind was beautiful. Their eyes met. Finally, Jiang Qiuqiu broke the silence. She directly asked, "I'm looking for Mo Qingyu. Is she here this afternoon?" "No, she went for a mental health checkup this afternoon and isn't here." "Oh, I see. Did she leave suddenly for an urgent matter?" Jiang Qiuqiu hesitated whether to go back first. MOC sensed her hesitation and quickly added, "The checkup doesn't take long. Would you like to wait inside?" Normally, since Mo Qingyu wasn't here, Jiang Qiuqiu should have chosen another time to come back when she was available. But sometimes, beauty is hard to resist. She led the butler robot inside, even though it wasn't proper. The robot butler was pushing a thermal box. Since no one was here yet, there was no need to serve food or open the box. Similarly, the small thermal container Jiang Qiuqiu held didn't need anything either, so she awkwardly sat on the sofa. Without Mo Qingyu's cheerful voice, Jiang Qiuqiu felt a little uncomfortable for the first time. Even being with a handsome young man made her feel a bit uneasy. So she asked, "I don't think I've seen you here before. Are you a guest of Qingyu?" she asked curiously. MOC replied, "I'm a mental health specialist living on the top floor. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Oh, I didn't mean it that way." "I know." MOC nodded. "Just explaining." Jiang Qiuqiu. Her expression flickered slightly. "Mo Qingyu often talks about you." In the silence, MOC realized this wasn't good. The quiet atmosphere in the living room was too tense. He decided to take the initiative to get to know Jiang Qiuqiu better and assess her more deeply. "She talks about me." Jiang Qiuqiu pointed to herself. "What do you all talk about?" "She says you're the best cook in the whole Federation." That was a big compliment. Jiang Qiuqiu paused, looking at MOC's serious expression, and felt a little embarrassed. "It's nothing special. I just enjoy cooking." "You've already taken your love for cooking to the extreme," he added. In short, she couldn't avoid the praise. Jiang Qiuqiu could only happily accept the compliment from the handsome young man, but she asked, "Have you ever eaten the food I made?" It was strange because earlier, Sister Qingyu said he never came down to eat. He had eaten countless times. "I've eaten once," MOC said. It was an unforgettable taste. That was a high compliment. Seeing that he seemed a bit nostalgic, Jiang Qiuqiu said, "Today I brought a lot of dishes. Would you like to try some first and taste the flavors?" She instructed the robot butler to open the insulated box. Immediately, dishes like soy sauce, braised, fried, and stir-fried food appeared before their eyes. This was the closest MOC had ever been to real food. He couldn't refuse any of it. But once he started eating, he would be done for the day. He had more important things to do. His eyes focused on the various plates for a moment. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, "Let's eat together when Mo Chingyu comes back." That sounds good too. So, the robot butler coldly closed the box. Waiting always felt long. During the boring wait, MOC suddenly asked Jiang Qiuqiu if she wanted to practice her mental strength during this time. Practice mental strength? But Sister Chingyu isn't here. I can practice with you, he said calmly, his deep eyes reflecting water, with a serious expression that wasn't gentle or affectionate, but very sincere. Jiang Qiuqiu was momentarily dazzled by his good looks. Then MOC added, "I heard from Chingyu about your mental strength. I'm curious and want to understand it better. By the way, this young man was a mental strength therapist." Although she didn't know exactly what that job involved, based on Chingyu's words, it was probably somewhat related to doctors. Her mental strength had been drained and was indeed a bit unusual. His curiosity was normal. "Would that be too troublesome for you?" "No, it won't," he said. The thing he most wanted was to get a close look at Jiang Qiuqiu's mental strength values. 128. Although it might look ugly, it could get stronger. Jiang Qiuqiu had already tested her mental strength with Chingyu many times. She had some experience now. She put down her things and sat across from MOC. Both of them attached sensors, and Jiang Qiuqiu looked at MOC's serious expression, suddenly feeling a bit like she was observing a painting. "Which level did you practice before?" MOC checked the previous records on the machine, thought for a moment, and said, "You're already very good at level B. Today, I will take you through AB level training." "I can do it." The machine quickly started. Training mental strength requires full concentration. During the PK training with Jiang Qiuqiu, MOC precisely kept his mental power just above the B level. At first, Jiang Qiuqiu found it difficult. Seeing the handsome young man's pleasant appearance suddenly fade away, her mind was only focused on one thing: pressure. The difference between level B and B is just a plus sign, but it brought a huge change for Jiang Qiuqiu. Her mind could only hold on for a few seconds before she started to scream wildly. A slight pain spread from her mind outward. She took a gentle breath, and suddenly, a hand grabbed the back of her hand. The temperature from that large hand transferred to her hand, and a calm voice sounded in her ear. "Don't get distracted. Pain is only temporary. Keep going forward." His voice was soft but compelling. "Keep moving, keep pushing through." Some borrowed strength from outside supported Jiang Qiuqiu to continue forward. She was fully focused, but her mental strength was still very difficult to maintain. Every obstacle MOC set up made her feel like she couldn't handle it. MOC immediately withdrew his mental power and looked at the person in front of him. She was sweating, beads of sweat running down, her smooth black hair wet and sticking to her fair face. Because of her effort, her face was flushed, and her lips were slightly parted as she exhaled. Her lips parted lightly, revealing her small teeth, and her beautiful half-closed eyes and blushing cheeks created a lovely scene, but MOC couldn't see any of it. His heart softened for just a moment, then he began to analyze. Jiang Qiuqiu's mental strength was abundant and active, impossible to fail the initial challenges he set. It seemed the problem wasn't her mental strength itself, but something else. He looked at her carefully from top to bottom, then from bottom to top. His gaze finally settled on her slender wrist and delicate body. He couldn't see her delicate charm clearly, but he realized, no wonder she couldn't get past it. The problem was right here. Jiang Qiuqiu has enough mental strength, but her body seems weak and cannot support her energy consumption. MOC quickly assessed. She has plenty of mental power, but her physical strength is lacking. If she joins the military, she needs to strengthen her physical training, especially her hand and core strength. However, this kind of training might make her gain some weight. She is still a young girl. Even someone like Mo Chingyu, who is in his 30s, sometimes looks in the mirror and feels that certain parts are not perfect. If she needs to train more. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuqiu's left arm swelled up, and her right arm did the same. The flesh on her cheeks tightened, her waistline became more defined, and her leg muscles slightly protruded. It might not look very pretty for a young girl.
But
It can be explained well. She can become stronger. Although she might gain a little weight, she can become stronger. While MOC was lost in thought, Jiang Qiuqiu suddenly let out a light sigh, as if she had crossed a big hurdle. He speaks directly and clearly. The sensor connected to MOC immediately received the notification that Jiang Qiuqiu had passed the first level. He adjusted his mental focus back and sensed that Jiang Qiuqiu's entire mental sea was trembling. Clearly, she struggled a lot to pass the first level. But even with the difficulty and her mental sea trembling, she still made it. MOC quickly gave a new evaluation of Jiang Qiuqiu. Although she looks delicate, she has a strong and determined heart. Perseverance is an essential quality for the Federation Army. Jiang Qiuqiu was very exhausted. After using all her strength to pass the first level, she gasped for breath and opened her eyes. Sweat dripped from her eyelashes, covering her pupils, making everything look wet and foggy. Blinking, she saw MOC's eyes in this blurry vision. They were deep and mysterious, with light reflecting in his eye sockets like tiny stars, countless stars, gazing only at her. MOC looked at Jiang Qiuqiu very seriously. In her eyes, he seemed tender and full of unspoken feelings, gentle yet hesitant. In MOC's view, is she recovering so quickly? Just after her mental strength trembled, she could open her eyes? She doesn't look very uncomfortable and seems able to endure it. Maybe her physical strength isn't strong, but her mental recovery ability must be top-notch. This is very important for the long-lasting battle. His eyes became brighter. Jiang Qiuqiu only saw the stars shining more brightly, and MOC looked more lively. It seemed like his voice also became gentler. You did very well. Really? Jiang Qiuqiu was surprised. I only got through the first level and I was exhausted. That's normal. It's your first time. As long as you can persist, that's enough. Passing the first level is already very good. Jiang Qiuqiu couldn't tell if this was polite talk or something else, so she casually said, "This level is a bit difficult." MOC immediately shook his head, serious in expression. "No, it won't be hard for you. You seem a little excited." "No, I just think you have a lot of potential. You shouldn't give up easily." Jiang Qiuqiu? She just casually complained, "Give up easily." It seems that this mental health counselor's praise just now is genuine. He really doesn't beat around the bush when he talks. But on the other hand, his serious way of speaking is quite adorable. His calm voice, serious expression, and the upper half of his face that always looks serious, this strange combination makes him a very cute man. Jiang Qiuqiu couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Now that they mentioned mental strength, after looking at him for a while, they started talking about some related topics. Jiang Qiuqiu asked MOC a few small questions about herself. MOC answered one by one and mentally noted down these traits. During this period of continuous practice, do you feel tired? Tiredness is okay. As long as I wear the mental helmet and rest for a while, it's fine. Just wear the helmet. MOC added, "Did you do anything else to boost your mental energy?" Boost mental energy? Jiang Qiuqiu asked suspiciously. Does eating count? Normal drinking of nutritional fluid is called lowering intelligence, but Jiang Qiuqiu eating her own cooked food clearly counts as recovery, so MOC nodded. Yes, after mental training, I eat more food. So recently, Jiang Qiuqiu's appetite has been increasing. She used to be full after one bowl, but after mental training, she feels like she can eat a whole basin. She made a gesture with her hands, like brackets, and said, "Maybe I eat this much. I think you look at me with affection, and I believe you have a good personality." For a moment, I was envious. MOC said, "You can keep it up. As long as you don't feel pain after training, you can continue normally." Yes. Thank you for telling me so much. We talked for about 20 minutes. MOC gave a simple personality assessment of Jiang Qiuqiu. She is calm and reasonable, not extreme, which is good for military-style management. Jiang Qiuqiu glanced at the terminal. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. Has Sister Qingyu not come back yet? Maybe I should go home first. When she arrives, we can eat together. I've already learned the basics, so I can call Qingyu back to eat together. No need. MOC looked up. She just sent me a message. She's on her way and will arrive soon. At the same time, MOC sent a message to Mo Chingyu on the terminal. Come down from the top floor. Enter through the door. Use your judgment once inside. Don't reveal any flaws. Lastly, don't joke around or tease the young girl. Mo Chingyu, T-Sich, Mo Chingyu. If you don't want to, then don't. While waiting for the meal, Zhang Qiuxiu leaned on the small sofa and suddenly remembered, by the way, I haven't asked your name. What's your name? He didn't want to reveal his real name, so he used his old code name. My name is Black Hole. Black Hole. Zhang Qiuxiu found it fascinating. Your name is quite unique. Your name is also very special. Mine, Zhang Qiuxiu pointed to her nose. My name is very ordinary, nothing special, MOC said casually. Very cute. His name, in an ABB style, always gives off a natural sense of cuteness. His words were relaxed, but Zhang Qiuxiu felt an inexplicable warmth, like a gentle breeze, making her tremble slightly. Are therapists this charming when they speak? It sounds a little healing. Just then, the doorbell rang. MOC got up to open the door. Zhang Qiuxiu, who had just lifted her leg, put it down. She turned to the side and leaned on the sofa, watching MOC move. His tall, straight legs were hidden in black pants, and from the waist down it seemed like all legs. Before she could marvel for more than a few seconds, the familiar lively noise of Mo Chingyu suddenly came from the door. Qiuxiu. Qiuxiu. I am back. She hurried inside and saw Qiuxiu on the sofa. She rushed over and hugged her tightly. Thanks for waiting here all this time. It's okay. I'm not alone. Someone is with me. How did your test results turn out? Is everything all right? Zhang Qiuxiu looked at her with concern. Mo Chingyu looked away for a moment, then patted her head.
I'm fine.
I've been feeling very good lately. Also, congratulations to our little sister Qiuxiu for signing a big contract. You're about to start a new, exciting journey. After exchanging a few words of congratulations, Zhang Qiuxiu quickly stood up. Everyone's here, so let's start setting out the dishes. I have a little thing to do later tonight. Okay, no problem. Let's set the dishes together so we don't delay Qiuxiu's work. People and the robot started working together. Some dishes were placed in small square boxes, while others were laid out on the dining table. It looked very different. Since it was a small banquet, Zhang Qiuxiu prepared many kinds of dishes, thinking about balancing meat and vegetables as well as colors. A table full of delicious, fragrant, and colorful dishes was set out. Everyone was still standing politely, but their hearts were already excited. Are we going to start eating now? Yes, Zhang Qiuxiu invited everyone to sit down. Let's eat together. At first, MOC wanted to keep a decent appearance. He wanted to look reliable and high-class in front of Zhang Qiuxiu so that he could be more convincing when discussing things later. But Mo Chingyu was too carefree about his image. From the moment Zhang Qiuxiu said, "Start," her chopsticks never stopped moving. There were 10 dishes on the table, each with generous portions, but everyone was eager to eat and kept reaching for the food. Maintaining dignity and manners meant not eating too fast or grabbing food too quickly, so half of the bamboo shoots on the plate were gone, but Mo Chingyu still reached for his chopsticks. MOC paused for a moment, then also started eating. The bamboo shoots disappeared quickly. Zhang Qiuxiu couldn't help but laugh. It seems you all really like bamboo shoots. I should have made more. You made enough. It's just that someone ate too much and finished the dish in no time. Mo Chingyu teasingly teased his brother. MOC wouldn't indulge her. He straightforwardly said, "You used chopsticks 7 times during this meal, taking more than half of the dishes. I only used mine twice, and each time I took only a small amount, totaling at most a quarter. You're right, someone is eating too much, which is why the dishes are empty." Mo Chingyu? Really? You even count that? Mo Chingyu was a bit speechless. Yes, I do. The siblings often argued casually. Left Kai and Right Protector had seen this many times, and they had long since become numb to it. They continued eating quietly. However, Zhang Qiuxiu was seeing such a funny scene for the first time and couldn't help but laugh. Mo Chingyu snorted and gave himself an easy way out. All right. I can make Chocho smile on a good day, so I won't bother with these little things. Let's keep eating. She's not laughing because you teased her, Mo.C said calmly. It's me. Jiang Chocho simply couldn't hold back and praised during the meal. I find Heidong's personality really adorable. There's a kind of magical cuteness. Everyone knew that Mo.C was using the alias Heidong at the villa. Hearing the word, adorable, they all couldn't help but look at Jiang Chocho. A general? Adorable? Even Mo Qingyu, who always praised Jiang Chocho, couldn't help but think to himself, adorable? With this personality, she's just too cute. After a few casual chats and eating and drinking, time flew by quickly. When the banquet was about to end, Jiang Chocho realized it was already past 5. The food showcase was about to start. She needed to go home and prepare for her live broadcast. Don't pack up yet. I'll do it. Once I finish, I'll send it to you. Mo Qingyu stopped Jiang Chocho. No need to rush, go handle your things first. But, oh, come on. We have a robot at home that can do it. Don't worry, I'll have the robot butler carry it back for you later. Alright, time was indeed a bit tight, so Jiang Chocho didn't refuse and quickly ran out of the small castle. Mo Qingyu smiled and turned back to see his older brother still sitting in the same spot. Big brother? Why are you sitting there all the time? Come over first. I have something important to tell you. What is it? Mo Qingyu moved to the table and chuckled. Today you got me out of the way and Chocho, and I had some alone time. How does it feel? First time meeting an idol. Do you feel that long-lost excitement? I see that you two seem to get along very well. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. From now on, please don't talk about these things casually. What's the matter? It's not a big deal, so don't be so harsh. She always acts this way. Outside of her mech, she tends to be very lively. Mo.C shared his intention to recruit Jiang Chocho into the army and said, if you tell me I don't want to hear, I might scold you. But if you say it at the wrong time, it only makes the shy girl nervous. I hope Comrade Mo Qingyu can see the relationship between me and Jiang Chocho normally. Don't interfere with my understanding of her or my recruitment efforts. He spoke very seriously, which made Mo Qingyu lose hope completely. Well, I shouldn't expect a straightforward guy to have romantic feelings, nor should I imagine a first encounter like a chef's fate. My older brother has always been practical, mainly focused on recruiting people. Really? It's enough to just think about finding a girlfriend, like finding a soldier. I understand. From now on, no more jokes like that. You know I was joking, Mo.C told the little sister. In the future, watch fewer strange movies and other things. Jiang Chocho is still a young girl in my eyes. Don't have unrealistic thoughts. Got it. After giving her a lecture, Mo.C still didn't get up from his dining chair. He quickly ordered the butler robot to clear the dishes and then told Mo Qingyu to take the robot to deliver the items to Jiang Chocho's home. She might be in a hurry to use the dishes, so take them back. Feeling a bit discouraged after being scolded, Mo Qingyu quietly responded, then quickly left the small villa with her guards. After everyone left, Mo.C slowly stood up and hurried to the top floor, to his small room for now. Familiar mental energy surged again, uncontrollable as always. And in front of the mirror, the familiar tail swayed and bloomed happily. Since Jiang Chocho returned, she has been preparing today's food display. The previous special on roasted chicken is finished. She hasn't planned the next one yet, so her current dishes are quite free. Fans say that even though they can't eat meat anymore, they are still excited every day just to see the menu. So, what should she make today? I opened the temperature-controlled food storage box. The ingredients were colorful and plentiful. Today, Jiang Chocho had planned to make braised pork rice before her return performance, but after finishing today's work, she suddenly felt that the day was still a little sweet. So, she decided to make a fitting dish for the occasion. It seemed she had never made a small cake before, so today she would prepare this dessert shortcake. Just as she finished beating the eggs, a sharp voice came from the doorway. Chocho, are you there? I brought you something. She wiped her hands and went to the door. Senju, you could just ask the butler to bring it over. Why did you have to come yourself? Chocho smiled. You're so kind, but it's a bit of trouble. No, I wanted to come and talk to you myself. Do you have time to answer a few questions? Just come in and tell me. I'll talk while I make the cake. Although what she wanted to ask was very important, Senju couldn't help but ask when she heard the word cake. Are you making a cake today? The sweet kind we had last time. Senju clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes shining. Can I eat it? Of course. You can have as much as you want. Great. She happily followed Chocho into the kitchen. Then Chocho asked her, by the way, Senju, you said you wanted to ask me some questions earlier. What are they? Wait, let me think. She was so happy earlier she forgot her questions. Oh, right. I remember now. Chocho, when you went out today, you were alone with that mysterious person. How do you feel about him? Did he bother you this afternoon?